teams of the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship spring gathered in Malaysia. However, the last 3 teams will be determined at the play-ins. 16 teams from 5 competitive regions will compete for the last 3 seeds of the SEA Championship Grand Finals. 2 former teammates, GENEXUS, PUBG, and RSG Rex, will become rivals in the play-ins. Bigetron Red Aliens, it was also their teammate, now representing an Indonesian team, making the play-ins a 3-way clash of former squad mates. Will GENEXUS PUBG as Bigetron Red Aliens, his former IGL, show his friend mercy? If the 3 collide, who would be the strongest?
It's that bad, but you just have to bounce back harder. GENEXUS, be resilient.
At the same time, HOMEBOIS will certainly be strong competition, coming in as dark horse after finishing 4th place in their first competition.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang tiada buaya. Kat situ ada HOMEBOIS. Hati-hati. HOMEBOIS family.
A new round of competition will soon begin, and new stories will continue to unfold.
Real eyes, real eyes, real eyes.
Will Malaysia claim 3 more seeds in the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship spring? Find out by watching the play-ins on May 8th.
Very lucky because we are not performed very well in the day 1 and day 2 in the country final. And then we got the last match, the last chicken that totally make us truly qualify into the SEA play-in.
Ya, mereka perlukan kemenangan itu untuk pergi ke play-in. GENEXUS telah berjaya menyebabkan. Dan mereka akan dapat 1, mereka dapat 2 dan kemungkinan besar winner-winner chicken dinner untuk GENEXUS.
Untuk hari last day tu kita orang try hard lah untuk dapat ke top 3 tu.
Mereka akan merasakan masukkan di gol dari mereka. Satu dulu. Masih lagi berundung ni masuk dulu. Tapi itulah dia. HOMEBOIS.
Tapi disebabkan game keempat kita orang dapat nombor 4, nombor 5 tapi Dingus chicken game tu, so dia jarak kita orang dengan Dingus lagi jauh lah. So patutnya memang game tu kita orang kena at least top 3 setiap game lah sebenarnya. Cuma plan kita orang itu kalau boleh dapatkan placement dengan kill banyak.
HOMEBOIS dengan ini kenaikan yang agak mendadak untuk mereka juga. Betul. So, boleh kejar nombor 3 pun untuk HOMEBOIS.
Really disappointed because we were that close for top 3 because we were in top 3, right? So but then we fell down quite a bit lah. We fell to top 6, so we managed to get played, but it's kinda sad to be honest.
Dan itu sebenarnya satu mistake mungkin kalau lah dia tahu. Kalau dia cuba, dia berdiri tapi lalu. Okey, dia dapat. Rex, 1v1 sama Audio. Dia terlalu barbar. HM ditukar dekat sini. Rex jawab terlalu tinggi. Winner chicken dinner. RSG.
I think Biu is very surprised that he can meet Yuhai, his little brother, in SEA play-in. But I think Biu is gonna make us and bring us into the SEA champion anyway.
I don't think there's a rivals for us because our rival is ourselves. We are fighting for ourselves, not fighting against the other teams.
Dia bukan rival tapi kita orang memang memerhati dorang.
For our goals is definitely to get into the top 3.
To qualify to SEA, and of course we are aiming for top 1.
Untuk fans kita orang di luar sana, keep support us, doakan kita orang.
We definitely will make it to the SEA Championship, and GENEXUS, be resilient.
HOMEBOIS family.
GG RSG.
Waving flags by sound down, tackle with fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving Camı takımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve battleground'dayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم بسمي للمهرج ودورنا ارض كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, Caleb another one. Kuasai lapangan, saya ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin. Taking over the game, squad lain gue ratain. Biar history winning streak, gue yang jelasin.
Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro.
Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer red shot, inimigos diluindo. Olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente.
Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mâini cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalıklar aşabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumberyard has been upgraded to the new Logistics Center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high-flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic Mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Miramar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for Arena mode by adding classic Battle Royale maps to the arena so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in Battle Royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of the game, we've been committed to combating cheaters. Ensuring that our players get to enjoy the fairest PUBG Mobile gaming experience has always been a goal of ours. In 2021, we revolutionized many ban-pan security system features to crack down on cheating in many ways. Now, in 2022, the ban-pan security system will receive another major upgrade, and ban-pan security system 2.0 will be launching soon. Yes, you heard that right. In the upcoming PUBG Mobile version 2.0 to be released in May, ban-pan 2.0 will also be made officially available to all players. ban-pan 2.0 has many new and cutting-edge security features that will ensure a fair playing field for each match. Today, we'll uncover the mysteries surrounding ban-pan security system 2.0, so let's see what new updates there are. In ban-pan 2.0, we provide better, smarter, and faster anti-cheating measures to all PUBG Mobile players on 3 major fronts: new anti-cheat features, match reviews, and player reporting. First up are the new anti-cheating features. ban-pan Security System 2.0 is equipped with the latest cutting-edge anti-cheat technology, the Fog of War anti-cheat system. The Fog of War anti-cheat system is able to thoroughly combat X-ray vision and other methods of cheating by cutting them off from the source. Are you curious as to why the Fog of War anti-cheat system is so effective? That's because of the unique way that this system operates. In a normal match, players' positions, movements, battle data, and other game behavior are all sent to the server. The server will then process all the player interactions and send the synced data back to their devices. It's through this method that players are able to have multiplayer interactions and battle one another. However, this method also presented a problem. Since all information is sent back to player devices, by hacking local clients, some cheating software was able to retrieve the match information of all players, and by using this data, produce the X-ray vision cheat. But now with the Fog of War anti-cheat system, players' in-game view can be intelligently identified. By taking into account the map's buildings and terrain, the server will only send data of each player's visible range back to their local device, while info outside the player's in-game visual range will not be synced locally. Since players will not receive out-of-range information even if cheating software is used, it won't be able to retrieve the positional data of other players. They will be obscured by the Fog of War system and won't be able to see anything. In previous versions, the Fog of War system was launched in a limited capacity for testing to ensure that the feature had a high accuracy rate and low impact on actual gameplay. In Banpan 2.0, it'll be gradually integrated into the main classic mode to ensure a fair gaming environment for all players. In addition, we've also upgraded the Banpan system's AI by building various machine learning modules. It can detect a wide scope of suspicious player behavior and impose penalties accordingly. If a suspicious player is detected, they'll first be isolated to ensure that other normal players are not affected. Further analysis will then be carried out to ensure that accurate assessments and penalties are given to these players. The new AI will greatly improve the accuracy and coverage of cheat detection and safeguard the gaming experience for all players. For match reviews, we've added a new Eagle review system, and authority will be given to some senior investigators. They can monitor suspicious players in real time to give more accurate assessments on cheating during a match, work together with us to ensure a fair gaming experience for everyone. Finally, we've improved the UI and overall process for reporting cheaters and checking report feedback. It's now easier to report cheaters than ever before, and report feedback is updated quickly and efficiently. We believe that Banpan 2.0 will vastly improve the player experience by cracking down hard on cheaters and upholding a fair gaming environment for all.
Apart from the new implementations to Classic Mode and the security system, we've also been striving to provide more interesting and fun crossover content for players, and introduce more fresh elements into the world of PUBG Mobile. Next, we'll reveal the upcoming major collaborations this year.
In fact, besides our development team, our players and creators have also been a crucial part of the PUBG Mobile ecosystem. Because of everyone's remarkable creations, there's more exciting, diverse, and rich PUBG Mobile content within the game and community. Since the launch of Topia Design Project in 2021, we've held more than 8 global creation competitions and implemented more than 30 items designed by in-game players, but I'm sure everyone's craving for more. Therefore, to prepare a bigger stage to showcase the creative talents of our players around the world, we'll also reveal our new upgrade plan to you guys. What is the 4-year-strong PUBG Mobile? A top-level mobile battle royale released in over 200 countries? A phenomenal IP? A global social hub? Maybe it's all of these, but surely there's still more to go for PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is now aiming to be a versatile game that incorporates and caters to everything. And a key step to achieving this is the Topia Design Project, PDP. For the new PDP, we plan to introduce an urban city block for players worldwide. We hope creative minds will collide and bring forth even greater content. Perhaps new characters to cosplay as, or new comics, or maybe lots of creative people of different industries will all create things for the game. The official announcement is coming soon, so we'll conclude with a preview video. Everyone, please look forward to it. Well, that's about all the main content we've got to announce for now. We'll continue to work hard and step forward together by continuing to implement optimizations and upgrades to bring you more interesting and exciting surprises. So please look forward to it. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Hello to all PUBG Mobile players. Have you ever fought desperately to get into the final circle only to be eliminated anyway? Have you ever survived all the way to the endgame and then had no idea what to do? Never fear. The new arena mode, Royal Arena Assault, will give you a chance to hone your skills in the final circle. In this video, I'll show you how to get the most out of this new mode. Royale Arena Assault is a newly added arena mode. It has the same fast pace and terrain restrictions as other arena modes, but in this mode, you can directly using your preset firearms. You'll start the match inside the final circle, a small play zone that is densely packed with enemies. It gives you the experience of jumping directly to the endgame of a match. Unlike traditional modes, you won't be removed from the match when you're defeated. Instead, you will respawn near a random teammate. You can respawn an unlimited number of times, and the first team to achieve the elimination target within the time limit will leave the chaotic battlefield victorious. To make this mode even more challenging and fun, we've added a lot of airdrop rewards to let you make use of more advanced equipment, shields, and other items. Whether or not your team can snatch victory away from the enemy depends on you and your team's ability to use them effectively. To help you master this new mode and start dominating the battlefield, I'm going to teach you all a few good tips and tricks. If you want to get a foothold in the final circle, you can't just keep running away from the enemy. Learning how to use the game mechanics to actively and efficiently eliminate enemies in different situations is your key to victory here. In this match, you'll need to gather as much advanced equipment as possible and stay aware of the enemy's location at all times. The random airdrops around the battlefield contain level 3 helmets, level 3 armor, and shields that provide provide amazing defense. When you don't have a lot of protective gear, you can just blow up some nearby vehicles and use them for cover. You can set up a pretty good defensive position that way. Aside from that, you can use the special random respawn mechanic to your advantage if your teamwork is good enough. When you have the advantage in a match, your teammates can scout ahead to get intel on enemy movements. When the enemy is chasing you down, your defeated teammates can respawn and help you turn the situation around. Just open up the voice chat and coordinate with your teammates. After some training in this new mode, I believe you and your teammates will develop an even stronger bond. By now, you're probably itching to give this new mode a try, so call your friends and get to it. Get in there and show that final circle who's boss. This mode is only currently available in the classic Erangel and Livik Battle Royale maps. So, don't choose the wrong one. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sometimes, having chicken dinner is not easy. Finding targets is not easy. Shooting accurately is not easy. And you don't even have a second chance.
But sometimes, having chicken dinner is not as hard as you think. Now, in PUBG Mobile Aftermath, you have a second chance to fight. Nearby audio markers will appear on the minimap and the main screen. All firearms are equipped with an AC core module and the new scope by default, which greatly enhances the aiming and handling of firearms. Aftermath. Not hard to have a chicken dinner.
Flags by sound down, tiger with fight on our line.
Vereceğim bu takımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve bedurduramdayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهرج ودورنا ارض كامل التسخين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, saya ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, lagi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin. Taking over the game, squad lain gue ratain. Biar history winning streak, gue yang jelasin.
Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira, quando mexe pode ter que ir, se respira e não vira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer, red shot, inimigos diluindo. Olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente. Persistente, insistente, a dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Facem mâini cu VOIN, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sayı hak eden alır.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dared to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello everybody and welcome to our 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Spring, and this is the play-ins, guys. So yes, it's only a one-day show, 5 games where you have groups from all over Southeast Asia to play and get top 3 slots for today. So yep, it's only 5 games and nobody, it's all about the luck, it's all about the circle, and it's all about not getting too soon. Yeah, and of course I am Sis Jenny, your analyst today for your English desk, or let's just say the English segment is going to be me, and you're going to find out who is going to be our casters today. So yes, it's an interesting day, definitely. I'm sure those of you who are here, you are supporting for your individual countries. There are Thailand, there is Indonesia, and of course Malaysia, and also the wildcards and Vietnam. So the heat is on, definitely. I am feeling it. I'm so happy and fortunate that there is no predictions, because if there is, I'm definitely gonna screw it all up because it's gonna be so hard. All of these teams are potential teams. In fact, some of them are even champions before and they are in the play-in. So yes, I'm going to tell you guys further when we see which teams are playing today. But of course, to all of you guys that are watching, if you are Muslims, have a Selamat Hari Raya, and you are still in the Raya mode. That's the reason why I'm wearing something traditional. But anyways, yes, we are definitely excited to see on who will take the champion. I'm sure all of these players will feel the heat. No amount of training can be can be an answer for today's game. Honestly, it's all really about the luck. And yes, a little bit of the skills. Even if the circle is not on the teams itself, they have to, outweigh each other, play smart, and try to get the most points, especially when it comes to eliminations. But then again, this is like a little bit of hint before we actually kickstart in the PMPL SEA Championship, because yes, this is play-in, so we are going to see all these players from all over the country, or at least in the Southeast Asia region, and they will battle it out. So it's really hard to say who is the best of the best, because most of their points are the same. You know, how they get in is basically for Malaysia, you guys know that number 4 till number 6 gets into the play-in, and then after that followed by Thailand, similar concept. The only one that has a different concept is actually the wild card. So basically, they are from the Asia Pacific Championship, and then they managed to get top 4 into the play-in. So that itself is also another challenge, because you know, when you are playing for the Asia Pacific, you will meet different countries. Like for example, there is Nepal, there is Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau. So it's really hard to say, and the metas are all different. You know how we initially started with PMPL MYSGPH. Well, that is at least 3 different countries together, and we did see how different was it to battle it out with different countries together. So this is another one that we have to definitely look into, and to see on how these players are going to play with one another. Honestly, I feel like it's going to be hard in a sense of, you know, who is going to get the elimination first, who's going to make the first rotations. And we all know that there is Infinity apparently playing today for today's play-in. At least I would say that's one of a challenge, and also BTR, because they used to be champions, you know, once upon a time. So hence they are here. It's going to give that heat on towards the teams that have yet to feel a champion, or also I'm not forgetting RSG, who nearly make it, and they were once champion also. So it's really hard to tell you guys, and who will actually smell that top 3 in order for them to go into our Southeast Asia Championship. But of course, if you have not heard the news, I think we are doing it offline somehow over in Malaysia. So it's going to be interesting, and definitely looking forward for that also, where all the players are coming together in an offline mode, and we get to see everybody together. But before I blabber even more, let's take a look into the format right now. And this is what we have been through so far. Country League, we have already passed that. Even Grand Finals, this is the day where we are going to see the play-in. Hence, like I said just now, number 4 till number 6 will have to play a one-day event, which is only 5 games. 5 games, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the same cycle, where we're going to begin with Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel. So it's really hard. So top 3 will proceed into PMPL SEA Championship regardless of which country you are from. So they have to fight for that top 3 slots in order for them to get into the next championship, which is PMPL SEA. So it's really tough to say. Though there are teams already comfortably make their way into top 3 after the grand final. So like probably countries from Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, they already have their top 3 winners who is already in the Southeast Asia Championship. So that's really, we're not going to see all those teams today. We are going to see the ones that made it to number 4 and number 6 eventually. So yep, that is our schedule and format that we have been going through for our PMPL format. And we're just going to see on who is going to come out successful. Point system will be the same. It will start with 15 and then all the way till 0. Elimination points will still stick to as 1. So that's the reason why I said they have to gather a whole lot of elimination points if they can't make good rotations, or if let's just say if the circle is not on them, elimination points will be help for these teams, at least for them to get as many points as they can. It's only 5 games today for them to get into the top 3. So yep, this is our point system, and they have to get a lot of chicken dinners basically. This is the teams that are playing today. So we've got Eagle Esports, Bigetron or BTR, FaZe Clan. We've got GENEXUS. Okay, so we have a tongue twister here. We got GENEXUS and GENEXUS. So if you want to remember it as GENEXUS is Sis Jenny, GENEXUS is Master Cloud. Just kidding. But Infinity, Light Glue, Lit, Hale, MJ, NFT, RSG, Homeboys, T21, TJB, and VOIN. So these are the teams that will be playing today. They are not segregated to different groups. All of them will be playing. 16 of them will be playing all the rounds. We've got, like I said, the same rotation, also the same cycle. Sandhawk, Erangel, Mirama, and then Erangel. So it's gonna be a very, very dirty Sandhawk. I don't know. I'm just feeling the vibes already because it's definitely hard to say on who will be the one that will lead the chart first, because it's really everybody's game, and I would say it's still the best of the best, you know, even though we already have number 1 till number 3. Today, the teams that you already see on the screen just now, which is pretty much a big challenge also, because we've seen them before. Eagle managed to perform at the very last, I think it was the last week, and they managed to get the week, what was it? It's a team performance. They kind of came out at the very least. It's similar, somehow a similar concept to how did, I think if I'm not mistaken, Farang Legend kind of performed in the league. Only the last week then they started to perform. So Eagle Esports, I know that they are a good team. We all seen them how they performed last season. So I'm not surprised if this is only the start of Eagle. So like we know players like Chua is still playing inside. So definitely it's something for us to look into. And of course, not forgetting Thailand. We have Infinity, guys. Like of all teams, you just had to put Infinity inside. Like, why? But yes, so these are the teams that definitely is going to be a challenge for all of these teams is going to play in today. Although this season there is a lot of difference in performance when it comes to different regions. Different countries. For example, Bacon Time, they didn't perform so well in Season 4, but this season, it was such a big difference, you know, over in the Thailand region. So they managed to give a whole lot of chicken dinner and, of course, the MVP belonging to Bacon Time. Okay, but guys, here we go. Before we start, we have promotion. This is your last chance to collect food to get valuable results. So today is the last chance. You need to go and collect the food. So basically, they are giving out a virtual food, and for you to collect, especially, you know, when you collect, means you can redeem. For example, we've got the headgear, we've got that cute outfit, and plus, I really like the fact that they are giving you guys that headgear with the ponytail, not ponytail, but the cat tail. What do you call? What tail is that? I'm not so sure, but yeah, they have all these things for you guys. So collect it, and you can redeem over in PUBG Mobile. And of course, like I said the previous time, when you see me chitty chatter, you have to open your PUBG Mobile and start collecting all these things. So PUBG Mobile, big update. Stay tuned for upcoming gameplay system updates, IP collaborations. You gotta check it out over in that link, or yeah, you can just go into PUBG Mobile. I'm sure there is all these things, and you guys can just hit onto the link and check it out. And because if you were with us, we did give you some advertisements. There was a lot of upgrades in some of the maps. For example, I heard one of it was Livik. And plus, there's a lot of things, you know, this is going to be 2.0. So every update is definitely awesome for PUBG players. And now we've got the complete and get exclusive rewards. What kind of exclusive rewards? Come on, guys. We already show you guys the amount of UCs. We got 20,000 and get 360 UC. What is that? I'm not so sure. You guys need to check it out for me and find it out, because the date has expiry. Okay, it's from the 20th all the way till the 18th. So you got to do it now and find out and get whatever UCs that they are giving out for free. So here we go. These are all the updates for you guys over in PUBG Mobile. And remember, when you hear me chitty chatter, this is the time where you are clicking on towards your PUBG Mobile and go and redeem all those things. But then again, I'm really excited for the game. We don't have any show match today, so we're just going to kickstart all the way into Sandhawk, but not yet. As I was saying about some of these teams that were showing a whole lot of good performance. In fact, BTR actually made it, but because of the penalty points, and they didn't get through, so that was quite a bummer. But it's okay, because BTR is still BTR. I mean, come on, guys, they made it, but because of a few points, you know what, they're just gonna, like, you know, I'm going to show you guys what I've got. So that's at least in a way to look at it positively. But then again, 4 teams who are playing play-ins, I think this is actually a good heat up for them before they go into SEA Championship, if that is if they will go into the SEA Championship. But that's it for me. Enough of my chitty chatter. The casters are ready. Let's head back to our awesome cast.
Yes, welcome down onto the 2022 Southeast Asia Championship play-in spring. And it is going to be one of the last few steps that some of these teams has got to cross before making it into the SEA Championship. 16 teams, only 3 spots up for the taking. Welcome to Purgatory. And together, your handsome devils, it's Keith and Sir Cloud.
Hey, Keith. Wow, you're looking shabby today.
Yeah, and we kind of look the same, so your compliments to me reflects back on you, brother.
Right, and for the benefit of our international audience as well, this is actually the traditional outfit for the Kadazan tribe, do I call it?
Borneo.
Yeah, Borneo.
Hey,
all right,
Southeast Asia, right? We got to put on something Southeast Asian.
There you go. There you go. And of course, without our amazing sponsors, this show wouldn't happen. We would like to thank our official smartphone partner, which is Realme, with the GT2 Pro. And this year, of course, Realme, as a tech trendsetter, will be partnering with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports together with the best-in-class products. As you can see here, the phone right in front of your screen. And it's an actual phone, by the way.
Yeah, like we could pick it up, but I'm pretty clumsy with myself. At Sir Cloud, we're not going to risk breaking it, right? Because they're not giving us one for free. I hope they did. I hope it did. Hey, producers, maybe get us a free phone.
I wouldn't mind one of that, though.
Yeah, always happy to score some freebies. Like what since Jenny's giving away like 20,000 UCs. There's a lot of good things happening here in PUBG Mobile.
I know, right? And talking about freebies, interestingly, these teams, they're super stacked. None of them will be freebies. Everyone of this team can fight for that top 3 spot.
Yeah, like it is that tight. Only 5 games in a day, which means every game matters. It's a one-day showdown, right? And so this, again, I use the word purgatory because they're neither there, but they're not at the end of the line just yet. They still have hope, but there's only 3 spots, and no one's going to give away freebies at that point. It's going to be huge competitions here. As you can see, all the names that are in there, one of the more surprising ones to be stuck in the situation is like a team like BTR, Bigetron Red Aliens, who we've seen dominate the scene for a period of time. Now in this sticky situation, and alongside that is the Infinity.
Yeah, past SEA champions as well. The Infinity making themselves somehow into the play-ins instead of going straight in. But hey, anyway, they still have an opportunity to go to the PMPL SEA coming soon. That's going to be offline in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in case you guys missed the news. So it's a really stacked 16 teams here. Besides that as well, we have teams from the wildcard region that you guys got to keep your eyes on these teams. TJB Esports, they top the wildcard region qualifiers, and this is a team that needs to be given a lot of attention.
Yeah, I think because everyone who plays PUBG Mobile it knows that one of the strongest region has got to be the China region, right? And TJB, I wouldn't call them China, but they might have DNA of that. We've seen how they play. They're actually a very tough competitor coming in. And honestly, this is the first time that they actually had TJB coming into the wildcard as a whole. So with them into the mix, is that going to make the wildcard scene even stronger, or will it remain as a status quo?
Yeah, this will be the big question mark. Of course, besides them as well, we have Marjin Esports as well coming in from the wildcard region from Myanmar, and we have GENEXUS as well coming in from Myanmar, and we also have a LIT old player who happen to come from the same region as TJB. So these are some of the teams that you need to keep your eyes on. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the first game, the one and only Sandhawk. Let's go.
Yeah, off to the islands. It seems here the path is taken towards the right-hand side of majority of this map here. There we go, on the way down to docks. Well, crossing in the bottom half of the map, I would say, playing fairly 50% downwards. And some of these teams like to play down below, but unfortunately, some of the teams who like to play up top, seemingly a bit more impossible to reach the likes of Cow.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of a travel for that, considering that this is the only Sandhawk game. Now, we've seen that this is a trend right now, to play the healing game. So some of the spots that will be a little bit more comfortable to play the healing game are spots like Sami. But interestingly, keep your eyes on the Sami. There's 2 teams dropping into Sami. Eagle Esports expected to drop into Camp Charlie, but they seem to be challenging RSG for that very sweet spot.
Well, RSG is known to make their houses comfortably in Sami, and I guess we're going to have to see that one play out. Meanwhile, LIT old players right next to each other here is RSG and Eagle Esports. Eagle Esports, again, one that Sis Jenny have talked about. Very interesting team. They seem to be dominating in the Vietnamese seas, but I think last season they were not very consistent. They had 2 good games, and then that was pretty much the highlight of Eagle Esports. And so let's see if they can come back with some sort of a redemption round here in the Purgatory.
Yep, TJB, the team to keep your eyes on. Looks like they're going up against a FaZe Clan very, very early on in boot camp. I mean, those are very high firepower teams. In fact, Tony K is the top fragger in Thailand, so we can expect a lot of big things from that boy.
Yeah, he's been featured in many other MVP titles here, the top fragger, even the rising star, although he has already made his debut, a very strong one 2 seasons back here. But yes, TJB and FaZe, surprising enough, it seems like at every given map, based on what they perform in scrims, they tend to drop right next to each other, like very nearby. It's as if they're going in with a grudge to face off against the strongest fragging team from Thailand, FaZe Clan. Well, let's take a look at our RSG here up against Eagle Esports. It starts the nade. Ooh, the trade. Each one gets a little explosive, concussive damage onto their end, but nothing too fatal just yet.
Yeah, we're still 64 players, still intact for round number 1. And this is a round that, okay, who loses Sahmi, basically they can go all the way out playing that healing in because you've eliminated your neighbors basically. But talking about neighbors, we're back into boot camp where FaZe Clan as well as TJB going up against each other. These two teams have a lot of firepower in them. We've seen FaZe Clan multiple times in the SEA Championship before, and definitely a team to be aware of. But TJB, first time in this region. We've seen them as well before this, and I mean, all I can say about those two teams are they are high fragging teams.
Yeah, and there's definitely going to be a high fragging gameplay or fights that will occur, close quarter combat. Unfortunately, playing it safe right now. I think they also recognize that the next team beside them has to be FaZe or has to be TJB, since they always somehow end up in a drop spot together. And they're playing center map here. Oh, but take a look. FaZe, Tony K already makes the advancement. He is peeking through the window, but Chazin has got eyes. In case of an overcommittal, he might be able to spot things out. Fortunately enough, makes the back off instead of actually pursuing these intentions here. But how long can this stalemate hold before things get a little bit bloody, Sir Cloud?
Well, the good news is that they're within the circle, I believe. So with that, it may take a while, but if you hold on for too long, you lose out on the loot, you lose out on your timing of your rotation, and at the end of the day, it will not benefit any of those teams. So if they want to finish it up, they need to finish up quickly. Considering that this is a smaller map as well, teams tend to move a bit faster.
Oh, well, talking about moving fast, Tingskur gets a fast one, takes down Ventoris, 2 more member, right through the window. Seriously, it's Tingskur, he's up against the entire odds here, going up against 3. Ooh, gets traded out in the process. FaZe, they seem to be able to handle the heat for now, but now TJB has pushed on through, playing by the corners here, through the doorway. Someone's going to make a push. That's Beer 11, taking one in the back end, and now he has to get out. It seems they're all hurt. But TJB, they have to make the push forward.
Oh, they need to reset quickly. They're super low. They start to move in. They don't like it. Good thing he got himself up. And TJB, the first team to go out. Oh my goodness, the team that has a lot of hype. And they are the first one to go out.
Yeah, well, I hate that it concluded the way it did, right? We talked so much about TJB and what they can bring to the table. I mean, respect is given to where it's earned, right? They did try and contest against the likes of FaZe Clan, which isn't the most easiest things in the world. You're talking about a team who has Tony K, and speaking of which, though, they did come up the big winner. 4 points in the bag and only losing 1 member. Still very well on their way to raking in the points and maybe make their way into the SEA Championship.
Ooh, but talking about losing, RSG lost 2 of their team members. Now they're going up against 4 from Eagle Esports. That's not good news. RSG, a team that planned to play the healing game with their Sahmi drop, but unfortunately their plan's been foiled by Eagles Esports. 4v2, definitely an easy decision for Eagles Esports. Just move in and crash into the house.
Oh, he's going to go for the push. Namshin did not check his corners. Gets shot out. I'm pretty sure he saw the 2 members there, but he will force the issue. Paid his price for it. Small boy now from the rooftops here. He does hear those footsteps. They are not subtle at all. Running down below, going in for the heal. That would be Chua Chong. And now Small Boy, can he even spot one out from the windows at hand? They'll be raining on nades onto the inside. Gets in. Oh! Small Boy takes one.
That came all the way from Korea, and Kim being the last man standing doesn't stand a chance against the 3 coming in from Eagles Esports. At least they left this round with a single point.
Well, I mean, the fact that we got to phrase it the way we did, that doesn't sound very great now, is it? Meanwhile, Lit old players, well, they said you can't teach an old player new tricks, but it seems like they're doing fine with the knowledge they have here. Hozan, he has got a rough idea on where one of the members of Talent Esports is. That's Boy T, but will not get the kill shot here, as I think it's about Waypoint that they just disengage.
I wonder how they got their name, considering that they don't look that old. But yep, that's going to be interesting. Maybe old in terms of experience.
No, maybe old in terms of esports in general, right? Because it's like when you call an athlete, he's too old for the job. He's like probably 30 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, it's all about being in peak performance, and I guess that maybe that. We're just speculating. Probably they're just trolling us with the most hilarious of names. But can they joke ever more further? Yes, Talent Esports. Well, they're making an advancement towards the compound here. Lit, they're spread up. They've got eyes on a hill. I don't think it's going to be an easy task here, but we'll see what these talented bunch can do.
Well, hopefully they have information that Lit has eyes from the hilltop as they move towards the 2 members from Lit. And Ferrari is just next to one of them. Doesn't know that he's being kind of flanked. And Chidao Lat, he knows now. Hozon starts to move. Hozon gets the first knockdown onto Talon.
Well, like I mentioned, they've got eyes here, but they will try with the nades to try and maybe make an entry. It does catch on to Hozon. That's a lot of damage. But he's hidden behind a rock, and they can't force the push because the cover fires are just too good. Counter out from Lit.
Ooh, Coco. Somebody loves chocolate. And now Coco tries to get a revenge there. But it's going to be tough. It doesn't have a good angle. But Coco will need to back his teammate up as his teammate starts to move in. Coco with a smoke keeps it back. And they're going to play this slowly and calmly and surely to secure this win.
Yeah, but look at Lit though. They are slowly making the advancement forward. I think up on the hill, they have members already pinning down Boys, so that cover fire is not coming in anytime soon. And Lit Coco is now wrapped around onto this compound, has got the smokes to play around with for the meantime. Oops, goes in, actually takes one member out. I believe that's probably one on that was crawling on the ground for the longest time here. Now Ferrari's on the inside. He's got members on the other shed of the house here, but I don't think they're in any position to make the advancement. But let's see, Shark goes up, unfortunately. Bit too much and cannot chew. Will go down to the Boy.
And where did Boy came from, but before that discussion, Ferrari goes down. Lucas tries to get the revenge onto his teammate. Lucas moves in, but he's a solo player on the lower ground. Lucas now super low. He doesn't have any first aid, by the way. You gotta be super careful with a preemptive shot, but too much going to handle as 2 players from the side of Lit goes onto him. And now it's down to Boy T, the last man standing.
My God, that was unfortunate timing. He was preemptively spraying there, and the moment he stopped, the jump came in and connect. Unfortunately for them, there will be leaving Boy left alive to probably play the time game here, as that other member crawling Ferrari, he doesn't have a good engine, and I guess that engine's as good as dead. No swap can be enough for that one, and so Boy will be tanking the blue. No, actually he's within the blue. He will have the high ground. Maybe he can pull out a clutch of the 3 players here, seeing he does have the high ground advantage.
Yeah, this kind of angle, it will force Lit to come towards him, so he will have an advantage. Lit doesn't seem to know that someone's on top here still, so they might overlook that. But let's see. Now Lit has to cross somehow, and this will be an open position. Boy T can shoot, and he's doing exactly what we just mentioned. Didn't manage to take out one, but it stops Lit at the track.
Oh, they're trying to make a push. Oh, he tossed it out in the right trajectory. Takes one. He sprays down the other. He's pulling off a clutch here. From the tree lines, they did have eyes, though. Nearly clutching it out for the entirety of Lit by one man. It is Boy. He's no man. He's a machine. Going in from the flank side here. Can he pull this one off?
Oh, this could be the biggest clutch that we are seeing here as the nade being tossed onto the other side. Looks like it will connect, but not good enough to take anyone just down just yet. But Boy T, left and right, too much for him to handle. And the boy will be sent back to the lobby.
Oh, it looks so good. Like that clutch was nearly going to play out itself. Unfortunately, a little bit of a tall order here. We were, you know, expecting for a miracle to happen.
I know, right? Imagine like the first game, the first few moves, it was a highlight move. That could have been something.
Yeah. It would have made our time more memorable here, although it's a one-day event, you know?
Yeah, clip that. But, well, it didn't happen. But anyway, good try. Gotta give props to him. But now we move over to HOMEBOIS, team from Malaysia. They do have the circle at this moment. And Marjin Esports swimming across, not detected, but they need to be careful of HOMEBOIS, who has the high ground.
Yeah, HOMEBOIS has been known to take this side of the island. That's how they play things out. But Marjin seemingly playing the safer strats here, has been avoiding a lot of confrontation, actually deciding to swim their way across. So that tells a lot in the mentality already. They're not looking to crash onto teams and die out unnecessarily. They're here, they actually play the long game, and which, in a game of Sanhok, you could say that's more of the wiser thing to do, and seeing as though that you only have 5 games to play anyway.
Yeah, man. The objective is, of course, to live as long as possible. And this is what Infinity they are good at in Sanhok, right? So despite them being a high-ranking team, they like to play the healing game. But coming back to HOMEBOIS situation, looks like the HOMEBOIS who had this home ground, they lost one of their members to Isaac, interestingly.
Yeah, and now they immediately backs off, actually. This does not feel like HOMEBOIS at all. Like, remember when it was the PMPL SEA Country League? They're one of the teams who would stand up and fight the likes of Geek Fam, who was more often than not crashing into their compound. But this time around, when you're in Southeast Asia, it's a different ball game. It seems like they're not willing to take the risk and instead pull their way out of there.
Yeah, so it was unfortunate that they lost one member, so they need to play the rest of the round with only 3. Now, Bigetron Red Aliens, if any of you haven't been following and you're surprised to see them here, I think we all are as well. Yeah. These boys, they have been dominating the scene for the longest time, but somehow they're here. But anyway, it's not out of the season just yet. There's still a ticket to the next round. Bigetron Red Aliens, definitely one of those teams who, if we were to talk about odds of moving to the next round, they will be one of them.
Yeah, and speaking about them, the only reason that they're within this round is because they fell out by 3 points.
Yeah, only 3, yeah.
So if you take it into consideration, they are probably supposedly top 3 caliber teams here, playing within the top 6 rounds.
True, that makes sense. But anyway, it just shows that the progression of PUBG Mobile in different regions, right? Like, everyone's just getting better and better. Even like the Infinity, who dominated the C scene at some point, they were C champions the last round, and they did very, very well. They did phenomenally well with a lot of elimination points, but they are here as well. That makes the play-ins really, really stacked and really, really scary for most of the teams.
Yeah, and talking about being scary right now, it's Eagle Esports who's just driving willy-nilly into the compound in which BTR Liquid seems to mark his safe haven here. He is but alone, though. So we'll see how fluid is his technique's gonna be. And now that 1Z is actually jumping straight into his area. Oh, gets him by surprise.
Hello.
Right in the face, that one has got to hurt.
Hello, my friend. Say hello to my little friend, they say. And now Liquid exposed his position. The bad news is that Liquid is on the outside of the circle and the blue is closing in. Hopefully he'll be able to get away. His teammates nowhere to be found.
Yeah, but he's making a quick exit. So, yeah, if they're planning to come in and trade in for some points, they have to do it now because they are probably assuming he's well within compounds at this point.
Here we go. So,
let's see if he can outplay his way out of this one.
Yeah, man. I think for him to just go head on with these 2 players from Eagles Esports, it's a big risk. He might as well just find a way to slip back. He has backup behind. We do see now Luxy as well as Yuhai. They have the circle advantage, so they can take care of him from afar. But hopefully he doesn't make those mistakes by just going hit with Eagles Esports.
But look at that. Eagle Esports has got no idea where he is. He's already retreated within the circle, taking the compound that is inside of the circle. And sooner than later, eventually, pressure's going to go onto Eagle again. And, well, hold that thought here. Iron Pro seems to be getting knocked out by Hill Esports diehard here. The better shot, it seems. Although coming from the low ground, it feels almost impossible he could connect that. And now Homeboy is in trouble.
Ooh, talking about trouble, Iron Pro went down. So now HOMEBOIS, they're down to the last 2 team members. Again, a team that has a lot of defensive power, as what we saw in the PMPL SEA. Unfortunately, they lose one, but Zuxi goes down too. How did he... Wait, what?
Yeah, they were well spread out as 1-1-1-1. As last I saw BTR, they want to control a bigger area of the map. And I guess the downside of that is you get taken out, and now you need to make a huge rotation to come in for the save. And that's Zuxi. You can't lose Zuxi or Luxi or any one of the twins.
Or anyone, in fact, if you can't think about it. But Liquid is currently still at the forefront. The good news is that he is within the circle, so all he needs to do is wait for Eagles, for Korea, as well as Chua to come towards him, and they have the advantage. So they're probably waiting for they're just waiting for their 2 points to go into the bag.
Yeah, and got high onto the high ground here. He's got good eyes from this point, to this perched out angle. If they were to run towards the inside the circle, he would have a clear shot onto them. And, well, talking about clear shots here, Infinity seems to be taking their chances up against Lit. Right behind the rock, that's all he has for cover. Patrick's, they say, who will eventually lie flat as a starfish and go out.
Oh, wow. Okay. Flat as a starfish.
Yeah.
I don't hear that often, though. But thanks for the...
That's why you miss me having around, yeah, right?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. But speaking about Infinity, this is the same lineup that they have maintained since their championship winning run. Not only their SEA Championship winning run, but also their PMPL Thailand back in the day as well. So they are still with the same lineup. Now, this is always a question, right? If you maintain with the same lineup, do you still maintain the same performance? Or do you need to switch things up because of how PUBG Mobile progresses quickly when it comes to the performance of other teams?
Well, I'll get into that in a bit because right now GENEXUS seems to have things up in their hands they have to address here. Spraying down, but unfortunately, just simply not connecting each shot. Now, to go back to that, if you were to maintain the same lineup, I think it's a bit unfair to expect the same performance because it's a game of PUBG Mobile, right? You can have the same lineup, but different circumstances in a map because there's 1,000,001 factors. Circle is one of them, and the teams you're playing around with is also one of them.
True.
So maybe you can have the same mechanical expertise, sure, but the outcomes ultimately always going to be different.
So you need to have fresh ideas. So that's one of the reasons of having a refreshed lineup. But let's talk about that a little bit more as Loyu moves in. They got an advantage against Bigetron Red Aliens with their first knockdown.
It's a good initiation though. I guess they got him from a drive-by actually. They got the shot out on the guy on the cliff here. So no cover fires their side. They can look to push down onto BTR. It's Yuhai crawling in the dirt. Trying to make his way up into the flank side. Gets one onto them. Oh, a traded. Yuhai coming out mechanically on top here, but PUBG within the area will secure the trade, and that is BTR losing majority of the members to the boys in blue.
Wait! Tense game from afar! Dude, you don't do that to GENEXUS. No. You don't do that. As Tensky tries to take an advantage, but they're playing on the outside of the circle, and they need to move further forward. That would expose them later on.
Well, they will do what they can here, but it seems like BTR, I don't know how much more they can do or can they afford to do. GENEXUS, great entry, but they've found themselves in a sticky situation. Well, now they are all low, and NFT Esports now making their way into circle side, neighboring the likes of GENEXUS, the boys in blue themselves. Meanwhile, saturation seemingly on this part of the map here as HOMEBOIS, Marjin Esports, and FaZe now shares an entire compound.
Ooh, Marjin Esports against FaZe, but we have Thumb as well, who could be the third party. He's waiting patiently in that compound. Unfortunately, the circle moved away. Now FaZe Clan will need to deal with it as they secure their next elimination point onto Sando and Beer. Oh no, position compromised. He has 6 first aids. Not much he can do with that.
He will try and make it work. This is FaZe Clan. They are known to be one of the more highest fragging teams coming up from the land with many smiles. It's Thailand. And well, they are still making their way here despite losing one member all too early. 3 is lethal as it can get. GENEXUS all healthy and full, but NFT, they've got eyes! Did not react in time, and it's got spotted out. NFT spots one out. That will be Flippy. down and out for the count here. Longsker goes in, trades off the Spavel for his health. But BBU still in the back end here. Can look to clean the entire squad up. Only one member left from NFT. Will have to make the bail out of there.
Yeah, he's definitely going to bail this. He doesn't have the circle, so it's not a good advantage for him to keep being on the outside. Now, GENEXUS, they need to recover quickly as the Eagles, looks like they got 5 elimination points, so they're dominating this. Besides them, FaZe Clan has now got 5 elimination points, so now the top 2 eliminators, they are FaZe Clan as well as Eagles.
Oh, GENEXUS. Trying to hold FaZe out for the count, but Ventoris sneaks his way in like the snake he is. Will find his way into shelter for the time being, but only to no avail here as Ventoris will bow out.
And GENEXUS Esports, now they do not have the circle. They need to move further forward, but they need to be aware on their left side. There's another team. There's going to be Light Glue. We haven't seen the likes of them just yet. They had a good early start. No one to challenge them, but now they need to do the business.
It's going to be tough business here because, well, they're just like Glue. They're going to be a sticky situation, especially towards Infinity here. Newsy gets taken out. And so that was probably the end. And Infinity, yeah, they have one more member still left standing. But that chances of actually getting that chicken dinner just minimizes as further on forward. Like Glue becomes a sticky situation, too much to handle here. But I see GENEXUS has got their nades being tossed on forward. Connects into one member of Light Glue, but not too fatal just yet. They toss one back.
Well, I won't be surprised if the Infinity, they're playing the healing game at this moment. But moving on to another team that's not playing the healing game, GENEXUS, fight after fight, they still maintain all 4 of their members.
They're still in. And 4 members is all you need to do within the last few circles of the map. In Sanhok, because you know a lot of teams will bow out fairly early because of the shifting of the circle and how it's just being played out in such an RNG. If you still have the majority of your members, that could go, well, pay off dividends for you. And now GENEXUS, speaking of which, seems to be losing members one after another. He's got Snappy, he's got eyes on this like of Light Glue. So he will be pinning them down for the time being, but GENEXUS, they found their window in, creeps in on the back end, but gets punished in the process.
Oh, that's Dion to trust me. Well, they trust him, but unfortunately the nade doesn't, as Max takes out another team member from GENEXUS onto the other side. GENEXUS now in trouble. They're playing on the other side of the circle shifts away from them, and Light Glue has the circle.
Ooh, VOIN though, I saw him creeping on the back end here. Did he just ball about out to the blue zone? Not too sure. We'll confirm that in just about a bit, but 5 kills going on the side of the team that is thick like glue, and 6 kills as well onto HALE Esports. So it seems like new players within the scene is getting away with the big winner right now.
Oh yeah, we have HALE, we have Light Glue looking to be at the forefront at this moment, but GENEXUS Esports, they have some part of the circle, but they've been gunned down from behind. Romeo taking out Master Vape. Trust me, he's entrusted to try and take out the team members from Light Glue right in front of him. As we see here, Marjin Esports will be eliminated at 7th place, 2 elimination points.
That would be Master Vape out for the count here. Light Glue again still holding their predominant position. Perched up on the hill, but losing members, and now only with 1 left to play. I don't think that adhesive is any stronger than HALE Esports, who's just marching in, raining hailstorms of bullets and terror in across the map. Majority of the circle in their control. They have eyes on members of GENEXUS. With the nade, that will be taking 1 down, leaving only 1 left to play. That's Trust. They're hiding behind the rock.
Ooh, Chopper. He's shopping for elimination points, and with that nade, he managed to get that elimination. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to the top 4 teams. It's technically only 2 teams in play. The other 2 teams, they're playing the healing.
They're playing the healing game, but man, this is looking like it's all hails for the taking here. Hail Storm, Hail Victory, whatever you like to make of it. They just took this entire circle and now just have to play time and hope that everyone runs out of medkits before actually making their way in. Only BTR left well within the vicinity to maybe get in some points of trade, but they will bow out. And it's going to be a slow burn here. As we all know, in the map of Sanhok, they will be taking this one home victoriously. 11 eliminations from HAIL Esports.
But all hail Esports as the first team to secure this chicken dinner. And not only 15 points in the bag, but they also managed to get, wow, that's a good number, 11 elimination points, considering that Sandhawk is around that people normally play the healing game. Still managed to get 11 elimination points. HAIL Esports, all hail the king.
The king of Sandhawk for the day. It is a one-day showdown here in the play-ins, and they have comfortably secured themselves nearly 30 points. I believe it's 26 points here with a chicken dinner and 11 kills. So 15 plus 11. Check out my math. I think it's 26, but hey, I could be wrong. Doubt myself always here. And HAIL Esports coming out a big victory here in map number 1. Only 4 more maps left to play and 4 more for other teams to try and contest for the top 3 position. So without further ado, I'm gonna move you on to the highlights. Check this one out.
We are back, and I would like to say Yindi Due. Why? Because it was a Thailand domination. It was HAIL, and then we've got Infinity at number 1, number 2, and of course, after that we've got BTR. So the first game belongs to the Land of Smiles, the Thailand team winning that first chicken dinner. So very, very happy for that, and definitely they kind of did a little bit of gatekeeping and try to get the circle. So there was a lot of theories that was going on when I was doing a little bit of the observation on the site, which I will tell you guys a little bit more when we are going through the breakdown. But before all of that, I'm sure you guys are happy to see the first game. It was not a calm before the storm Sandhawk. I kind of predicted it would be quite aggressive in a sense where teams are going to look for one another, and most of the fights or contention actually happens like they are following each other's drop spots, like how they kind of rotated up after, for example, like BTR, they were nearby where Dogs was, and then after that followed by Eagle, and they were around the area. So basically they were gatekeeping before they move into the next few circles. So unfortunately, the circle at this point of time did not go to north, all the way north or all the way south. It went a bit on towards the central, but going into the south portion. So there wasn't any like elevations or nearby the water, so it was quite an okay circle. But because of the hills, so the people of the hills who comfortably already have that vantage point will be having the advantage to cover up into a few of the angles that they already have. So yep. Anyways, I am Sis Jenny, your analysis for today. We are going to go into the breakdown in a bit. So we are going to talk a little bit more about what we have already seen in the games. Unfortunately, there was a few of the teams that kind of got too soon. We did not expect that TJB when one of the first few teams to come out onto the fights over in bootcamp. It was a good push, I would say, but because it's FaZe Clan, and plus it's bootcamp, it's somewhere that they are so comfortable. So I would say if there's another Sandhawk, probably the way they're going to push is a little bit different, but unfortunately there's no other Sandhawk. So that is how it kind of ended, and it will just show you guys in that manner. But before we go into even further, let's go into the match rankings. And let's see how HAIL managed to get the 11 elimination points. And yes, Keith math was good. It was 26 points in total. So yeah, we've got that coming from the Thailand team. And then number 2, this is going for the overall points. We've seen earlier was Infinity getting at number 2, but because Light Glue managed to get a good elimination points, they got themselves at number 16. Light Glue is from Vietnam, and then followed by Infinity with 15, playing a little bit of the healing games. BTR at number 4 with 11. The next is at 11 with at number 5 with 11 points. Eagle Esports at number 6 with 9 points. GENEXUS. Okay, this is very, very complicated, but guys, you know, this is from Malaysia, from at number 7 with number 6 with 6 points in total. FaZe Clan with 6 points in total at number 8. MJ at number 9 with 4. LIT at number 10 with 4. Beyond at number 11 with 3. HOMEBOIS at number 12 with 1. SOAS, NFT, T2I, and RSG and TJB. So these are the teams that kind of need to do a little bit more work for the next round, because they only managed to get themselves only 1 point. Especially HOMEBOIS, because they managed to get themselves into a vantage point, like what they always do in MYSGBH. But unfortunately, I think they were cordoned off by another angle also. And something smart that I spotted out that BTR did, which kind of led into how Liquid managed to survive. I think that was definitely a highlight of the day for Sandhawk for me. But here we go, we have the MVP, which is Max LV. We did see how he managed to clutch the entire GENEXUS. The one in the team that is in Malaysia, not GENEXUS, but GENEXUS. They were coming into the blue zone, from the blue zone, they were coming to the circle, but because of Max, he just waited and kind of fish out one by one out of that little rock, including Loyu, who was the last person who was trying to look out which of one of the players who was apparently spraying onto his teammates. But unfortunately, Max managed to get that, and here we go. We've got him as the MVP. 7 eliminations, 789 damage with 3.5 MVP points. So definitely the last a good support for Light Glue, having that last person in last of the few circles. He managed to fish more elimination points. So the elimination point matters, at least for teams who are in Sandhawk. We know how difficult it is to get elimination points, but when we get a clutch like what happened over in the areas when we did see T2I, who was doing a little bit of the clutch with LIT, but unfortunately it came out other ways. But you know what? Let's go into the breakdown. How did Hill manage to get this chicken dinner? So we can see where they started from, near where Quarry is. It's a kind of like, I would say, a 1-3 kind of separation. They know what to do for looting and stuff, and then they kind of gather back everybody into the elevated portions of Quarry. So this is actually nearby the hillside, and honestly the circle kind of ended around this area, so they don't really have to move so much. But I am actually worried for their you know, the things that they need, like for example the ammos. It will get drained out sooner or later, but because they were playing it a little bit smart, you know, they were waiting for people to come in. There was a huge cluster coming towards the east side of the current circle that we are seeing. The circle eventually will get into it will get smaller and smaller, and there was more teams over on the east, sorry, not east but west side of the current circle. So this is where all the teams are coming in, and we are looking into BTR, Eagle Esports. So basically these are the teams that is coming from the south, and they kind of gatekeep. So they were waiting for teams who already know each other's drop spots. They were just hoping that nobody is going to you know, catch their bags, and true enough, they did that. So here's the thing about BTR. They kind of did this very beautiful separation where Zaxi, Luxi, and sorry, why am I stuttering? But Yuhai was actually separated far from Liquid. So they wanted to capture GENEXUS actually. But because GENEXUS did a fast movement, this is GENEXUS from Malaysia, they were fast enough to push into where BTR is. Unfortunately, the plan for Liquid to kind of like backstab GENEXUS did not work. But because of that, he managed to play that healing game and get themselves into number 3 for BTR. But this is the current one. The current graphic that we're looking into is how did Hale manage to get this chicken dinner. So they were at that portion. You can see there's nobody that is actually gatekeeping them from the back. They are all just looking into the front. But honestly, it's quite a hard circle for them to push in to get themselves into the play zone. But because they have 4, they will push in like bit by bit. So we are seeing that they are kind of clearing off. We can see NFT who did a rotation towards their side. So they managed to not only get the compound, but they get a little bit of that flat ground. This is not exactly the elevated point, but they have a flat ground for them to play. That's the reason why NFT couldn't come in nicely, because you see the advantage of how Megamind, RNG, and also Shopper, who's probably looking into the GENEXUS on the other side. So this is in a way a smart gameplay that they are doing, and that's how they kind of push it. They waited in the compound for the longest time, waited for all of these teams to fight one another, and we can see how GENEXUS Snappy is trying to struggle in. This is where the earlier portion that I was talking about, MVP Max, he managed to get the MVP because he already seen a GENEXUS coming in from the side. He just had to wait for them to get more of the blue zone, and he just comes out and try to do the sprays. That's the reason why GENEXUS couldn't push in, because they were all stuck into one rock. While that was happening, look at Hill. They're just coming in like a hailstorm, like one of the casters were saying. Yes, they were coming in, but without the storm. They just waited for everybody to finish the fight, and then finally, this is where they open up. And they kind of kill steal along the way, killed elimination points, still the elimination points, while teams like Light Glue was fighting with GENEXUS, is one wrong, GENEXUS, okay? So they were fighting along, so that's the reason why Hale managed to steal a little bit of the elimination points, and plus it was a smart gameplay for them to stay into the compound as long as they could, and try to not interfere with any of the teams that was fighting along the way, because that was quite a smart idea for Hale at least. So I'm sure definitely the Thailand teams, or at least the Thailand fans, are very, very happy, because yes, Hill is from Thailand, so as Infinity, who won themselves in that previous map as number 1, number 2. But in the overall points, Light Glue managed to take number 2 because of the elimination points that was from that awesome MVP player, Max. He just managed to, one person, he brought down 4 of GENEXUS. So that was definitely I would say, a good eagle eye. He knows what's going to come in. In fact, Loyu was doing a little bit of this picking. He didn't have to wait for a few seconds. He just had to okay, the guy is still there. And true enough, when Loyu picked, and he went down back to the lobby. So that was very smart from Max. I would say something by the book, something very easy for him to just get the elimination points and then moving on to the next few circles. But yeah, now we are going to proceed to our second game of the day, and we are going to go into the OG map of Erangel. And definitely this is going to test everybody's abilities on how are they going to capture the points, on how they're going to rotate, and how they're going to get elimination points. It's going to be much more tricky, and we already seen how they started off in Sandhawk. It's not really a calm before the storm, like how RSG tried to push, or TJB who tried to push, and they themselves got themselves too soon. So definitely teams who got themselves too soon this particular round, they are going to come back stronger. Trust me, it's in the adrenaline. They don't really have the energy that is still in them. They want to produce it. They want to show that they are made for this play-in. So definitely they are going to show off, especially TJB. I'm hearing a lot about them. Definitely I want to see how they're going to stand off with all these teams over in Erangel. But then again, I'm not sure about the circle. It's going to be quite tricky, because if it's going to be a soft nose car circle, well, I have no idea how many fishes are there going to be in the sea. But hopefully it's not going to be that circle, because I do want to see interesting fights. We want to see each other's skill sets, how they kind of plant themselves, and how did BTR manage to do something amazing, I would say. It kind of got backstabbed. If that kind of did a reverse gameplay, I would say it would have been a good cover on how actually they cover off a few points and leaving Liquid far behind. This was actually about 300 meters where Liquid was, and he was on a down, I would say a downhill, and the other 3 members, they were all the way up. So that was really smart, and because of that, when BTR got under attack by different angles, Liquid managed to did a survival. I would say he played a survival game, and I'm not sure. I don't think he's prepared to do so. But because of that, along the way, he collected some more of the first aid kits, and he managed to get BTR at least a good point. Because at the end of the day, what matters is points. We need top 3 to proceed to the SEA Championship. So, however we get the points, it does not matter. The most points matters because we need to proceed, right? So yeah. So definitely for now, the one that is leading in the chart is still the Thailand team. I would say Hale, who win that chicken dinner. But it's too early to say, because there are a lot of other teams who will try to have a bite on towards that chicken dinner that is going to happen next in Erangel. Though the teams that is at the bottom with 1 point, like HOMEBOIS and then TGB and then also RSG, especially from the Malaysian teams, we got 2 teams that is currently only having 1 point. Definitely are worried. They have to do something, outsmart their enemies at least, to get themselves at least 1 team into the Southeast Asia. And looking at it, it seems like GENEXUS might just take the lead for this because of how they are doing the elimination game. earlier, we did see how they kind of did a very good push. They were doing the cover fire. So basically, one of them is pushing and the other one is covering. But let's look into the overall stats first before we move into the Erangel match. This is our total elimination with 54, and healing game is pretty normal here over in Sandhawk. 14979, and then we've got Naughty Boy from GENEXUS with 214 meters. Wow, that's actually quite long over in Sandhawk. I wonder how he got that, but definitely they were playing the Vantage one, because we did see GENEXUS, how they kind of rotated. They were waiting over the elevated portions near Quarry. So I believe very much they were looking into a few teams that was trying to push in over on the opposite side of Quarry. So probably that's the reason why he managed to get that huge amount of distance over in Sandhawk, I would say, for Naughty Boy. But airdrops, apparently there is a team that looted the airdrop. One of it has been looted, and throwables is quite okay, I would say. For Sandhawk 157, but Max LV will get the most damage because, you know, one, he had a very close, I wouldn't say it's a CQC, but where Max and GENEXUS was, they were very close to one another. So definitely the damage is pretty painful for him, and he just have to clear off a few of the players that was already being knocked by Max himself. For the GENEXUS players. But T21 Boy TI, we did see a little bit of CQC coming from him at the very first few circles, also getting the most damage. But we are going to move into the second match of the day, which is in Erangel, and the first match won by Hale. I'm not sure which country will win the next chicken dinner, and let's hope it's going to be from a different country, because since the first game already, you know, Thailand already brought home that chicken dinner, why not give it to the next team or the next country that will be able to get that chicken dinner? But then again, it depends, because it seems like they are showing us that they are dominating these play-ins, at least for the first round. We did see how they kind of did the elimination for FaZe. Infinity not so, I would say more to FaZe Clan and a bit of Hale, but I'm not disregarding all these other teams because it's just the first game and it's Sandhawk. Sandhawk, it's really all about, I would say, luck. Because if the circle is not on you, it's definitely hard for you to push into the circle. But then again, we are going to see Erangel, and we're going to see how they are going to outsmart one another, pushing into the circles, and how they're going to win this chicken dinner, because it's definitely tricky, okay? But before that, let's take a look into the promo. What we have, we've got food for you to collect and get these valuable rewards. So you just go in and collect all these points and then trade the tokens into the skins that is given here that we are seeing. We've got headgears, we've got the cosmetics, and then we've got the skin for, I think that's a, oh wait, what gun is that? I can't remember, but I think it's S something something. This is the machine gun that is in a pistol. I don't really use it, guys, because it's just hard to master. But I'm sure these pro players, I think they know how to use this gun. But I have no idea, guys. This is just tricky. But you definitely need it if you're going for bootcamp and things like that. But we've got the big mobile update. So this is something that definitely for you guys to check it out. It's not out yet, but we want you to check it out first. Where you hit into the link here, we've got from PUBG Mobile.live step forward launch. So this is a 2.0 update. Definitely there is a lot of things I'm seeing. There is a football, kind of like a futsal. I don't know what is that, but this is definitely interesting. I want to see what's out. You guys can tell me what is in the updates. One of it definitely I've heard about was Livik. They made an improvements on that. So definitely something for us to look forward to. And those of you who have been playing PUBG Mobile, this is something for us all to enjoy, especially having to get the band pen out. You know, we don't want to have any cheaters on board, and this is going to get better as we go for the updates. But this is another one for us from PUBG Mobile. We've got worth more than 20,000 UCs, and then we get 360 UCs. So basically, there are things that we're giving away, and it's worth more than that amount. So we all know how much we are trying to get those UCs to do the spins, to open up a few crates. So go in. When you hear me chitty chatter, this is the time where you go into your PUBG Mobile and start to press all these things and collect all these exclusive rewards while the PMPL play is still going on. So yeah, that's definitely a lot for me to talk about. But yeah, guys, I hope you guys are enjoying. Those of you who are tuning in or just joined in, remember to give this live stream a follow, like, and share, or even subscribe. You're watching from YouTube. We definitely need support from you guys. Support your country, support your team. Show us who is your top 3 predictions, because I won't say anything because I don't have predictions, and definitely I won't do it. I had enough of 1 month of prediction back then. So yeah, guys, I want to see what is your prediction. Who are the top 3 teams from which country is going to be able to make it to the Southeast Asia Championship, or sooner or later. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen today. But what is going to happen? Our casters who will take over into our Erangel match. Let's go.
Well, good thing that we didn't have a prediction session. If not, I think Sis Jenny might pick Farang Legends again.
Oh, well.
just saying.
Lucky for her, they did make it all the way onto the SEA Championship, so she can't. Pretty much she can't.
She can save it for later.
Yeah. We'll see it during the SEA Championship.
Definitely, which will be happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, by the way. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Keith, and we'll be your casters for today. And my, oh my, all hail the storm. Or I should say that the calm before the storm. No, it's calm before the hail.
It's a hailstorm. That's what we're saying, right? They are just absolute destruction. They're 26 points. Definitely a good start for them. And with only 4 games left, I think they can, I wouldn't say comfortable, because you don't want to get complacent. Complacent in these kinds of games, right? But talking about being complacent though, TGB bowing out at 16th place. Okay, fine, maybe complacency isn't the word here, but I did some background check, right?
Right.
If you take a look at the history of TJB, they only played about 2-3 B-tier tournaments. The rest of the tournaments that's in their bags and all their experience are all A to S tier tournaments. What the heck are they doing here?
Well, to be fair, they have no other choice but to go through the wildcards and onto this stage and then onto the next stage, right? So to be fair.
True.
But I do have an estimation though of how many points needed to secure your slot into the next round. So if I base on my experience of watching many streams out there that has a similar format of 5 maps with a similar amount of type of maps, it will be 60 points. If you can hit 60 points, you are pretty much secured to the next round.
Is that assuming that one team gets all the chicken dinner, or like everyone else has a chicken dinner of their own?
That's an average. So it's just an estimate average. So but assuming everyone does averagely, 60 points is the cutoff.
I like how you got into the mathematical part of things when I just mentioned I'm not very good at math. I'm not bright in math, and now you're trying to get me to visualize this entire composition or whatnot. But now we will move on to more creative side of things.
Oh man.
That is Erangel, our next map of the day. This is game number 2, match number 2 of day number 1 and 1 only. It's the one and only play-ins that will be going down only for the day exclusively. This is the second match with only 4 games left in the day. Who's going to get the next chicken dinner? Well, it's a tall order to go in predicting. I guess that's why we're not really coming out with predictions, because it's a one-day run.
Yeah, it's a one-day run. It's really tight. Imagine that if a team can get like 2 chicken dinners with a decent amount of elimination points, they're pretty much there. They're 1 foot into Kuala Lumpur or 1 foot in Malaysia.
I have a question.
Right.
Okay. Like Glue, not like Glue. Okay, let's say Hail Esports.
Right.
Okay. Right. Like Glue got close to a chicken dinner, but let's say Hail Esports got to get the next chicken dinner.
Right.
Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? Because on hindsight, right, if the chicken dinners goes to one team only, you can still compete for the 2nd and 3rd spot.
True.
You get what I mean?
Yep.
Like if all the points is being fed to one team, the disparity from 2nd place all the way down is not too big of a difference.
Makes sense.
So is that a good thing? Do you want to see one team just come out absolutely dominating, or do these teams still want to, try and make sure that they get the chicken dinner for themselves?
I'm pretty sure they will want. I'm pretty sure they will want that for themselves. It's like it doesn't matter the teams, right? I want it for myself. If you kind of think about it, right? What are the odds of? I'm not saying that they can't, but you have a 1 upon 16 chance of securing a 2 chicken dinner in a row. That is like it's doable, but
GENEXUS did it.
Yeah, I know.
3 chicken dinners in a row.
I know.
We also have to take it with a grain of salt, right? The first map was Sanhok.
Yeah.
The most random map you could ever throw onto the table.
True.
Erangel brings in more control.
Mhm.
You told me it's more balanced. Loot are more evenly distributed.
Yeah.
And, rotations are fairly more simpler to get to places comparatively to a Sanhok or a Miramar where it's just wide and open field, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Sanhok has always been this map that if you get the circle, you pretty much secure a chicken dinner. Like, you get the circle from the start. So, yeah, it's just that kind of... That's why we see some of the teams, they play the healing game. And even big teams like the Infinity, they have a lot of firepower. We've seen them again and again. Like, their top fraggers, like people like Newsy and stuff like that. But they still resort to the healing game because they know that, yes, you can try and fight for the points in Sanhok, but you also have a risk of going out earlier. Instead, they opt for the route of like, okay, we go for the middle ground. Let's just go for placement points, and it's just one map. We get over it, and we will come back with our usual gameplay in the following maps.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the same scenario through every map, right? Like, I mean, fighting a team early, you're expected to trade, don't you? Yeah, so I'm actually just mirroring this to talk about like the teams like TJB and FaZe, right? Because throughout their scrims, they seem to be dropping by right next to each other. So I think they're willing to contest the spot if need be. And so we've seen that play out already in Sanhok. Do you think TJB would continue that said trend to actually try and contest the likes of FaZe, or maybe decide, hey, you know what, that was a bit too foolish, too reckless to go into? Let's just play the slow game.
You know what? If we think about that, the theory that I mentioned about like, okay, it's just that one map. Yeah, maybe it's just that one map for TJB. Okay, we've contested that one map, we've tried, it didn't work out. Now we can't afford to screw up another map. Imagine going out early again for a second time in a row. That would be devastating to your chances of getting into the top 3. So I think second round, they were like, okay, let's avoid early fights. Let's try to survive as long as possible. I think they'll just let everyone else play their own drop spot, and they will play their regular drop spot without clashing into other teams.
That sounds like bad news for me.
Why is that?
I want to see them fight.
Oh,
come on! Like I said, historically they are an S tier team. They play in PEC. They've played with the big dogs up there. You know, like you want to see them go run in guns blazing. And to be fair, they nearly could have. They nearly could have won that fight, right?
Yeah.
You had a couple of members face down on their knees as well. Just couldn't finish the job. So maybe a cleaner approach this time around, faster backup. I don't know. I'm not the analyst here. That goes to Sis Jenny, but I really hope that TJB comes in this next match with somewhat of an ego, a super ego that says, hey guys, we're an S-tier tournament team. We can't make mistakes like that. Let's challenge them again.
But you know what? If you're expecting like a big fight, I think we can see more of that moving forward. Looking at what had happened in Sanhok. Now, if we remember what happened in the local PMPLs, right, especially PMPL and YGPH, Sanhok became a map that at some point you get 10 teams playing the healing game. But earlier on, we saw like what, 2-3 teams playing the healing game. That's about it. So ratio-wise, it went down. So people went for the all-in fights.
No, I think that's because everyone was contesting the healing spot.
That's one as well. Yeah.
Well, no more contention here. We're jumping straight onto Erangel, our second map of the day here, closing out and leaving us with a remaining 3 maps after this one. But first, let's focus on the one that's right in front of us. It is Erangel. Flight path dragged from Primors all the way to Saverni, and Cloud and myself, we've been talking about Saverni and how it never gets there. The circle never closes by there. Do you think this could be the one that breaks it all?
Ooh, I have a hunch that it could be a left or right circle based on the scrims that I've seen recently. It has been that sort of a trend. So it could be that, but hey, it's an RNG, so we'll never know for sure. But what we're sure is that the flight path is on the left. That means teams who like to drop on the right, teams like Light Blue, for example, like NFT, like even HOMEBOIS, GENEXUS, as well as TJB, who likes to drop in Yasnaya, they'll find it's a little bit difficult to go to their original drop spots right on the drop. So there's a little bit of a risk that if they drop somewhere in between, they may clash into other teams while trying to get vehicles.
And yeah, well, based on how their drop has been dispersed right now, it seems they are actually banking towards the the upper part of the map, your northern side. Now, GENEXUS can get into the spot here, which is, like you mentioned, probably around in Yasnaya, sharing it with TJB traditionally. Not sure if TGB might just change their mindset, like you mentioned. But hold that thought here as VOIN takes one from Talent Esports. Takes two, actually. Not done just yet as the third one falls. Talent just seems to be under pressure here as, well, VOIN comes in and wreaking havoc at minute 1 of the game.
VOIN is just showing who's the more talented team as they go out to the second floor. And Talent, the first team to go out, they did decently well. They did okay in Sandhawk, and now with an early bow out, without securing any points, and I believe they could be the first team to not secure any point at all. Yes, they are the first team to not secure any point at all in a single round.
Well, that's why we say Sandhawk is not a predetermining factor of how teams play the map. Erangel comes in with more control, and we see how these teams take those fights. Well, I mean, that's always the more convenient way, my way out of it. But HOMEBOIS is also one of those teams who didn't really have it good in Sandhawk. Maybe now can look to make something happen for them here in Erangel. They have got the entire compound being guarded up, but Bard gets crashed into. It's 1v2, but he's got friends to come in with the cover fires. I'm sure they know. He gets a shot out. They jump down immediately. Going for the hit and run here, and they will bloodshed within this shack.
Bruh, coming in like a hailstorm. That is hail for you. They see one person, they will want that point. They will want every point that they can get. My goodness. Teams from Thailand, they're just ruthless.
Yeah, they can't catch a break, and I like how they circle that shack for a couple of times. It's like a shark. They circle the prey more times than not, and before actually going in with the strike. And well, Infinity, as you speak and mentioned, Thailand teams are lethal, and I agree with you. We've seen through experience, ever since PUBG Mobile became competitive, they have been the eyes of the world here, and now God Tuny, Infinity, they seem to be spreading out and open, encasing NFT Esports.
Oh, and it's NFT, and they're caught out in the open though. So if you look at what like Dron has, he doesn't have a helmet even. He has a level 1 vest, so they're not loot ready, or they're not combat ready just yet. And this is not good news. Just look at the spread that Infinity has. One on the high ground, one on the left, one on the right, and one somewhere else probably lurking. And it's not good news for NFT. Now, they just want control of the military base island. And if Infinity can eliminate NFT, basically the entire island is available for them to do.
Yeah, well, Infinity, this is their comfort spot, so I think more so than not, they would try and find and occupy their way here. I mean, they should know, right? I think they know, because Infinity and NFT are probably the only two teams who would drop over at Sosnovka. Now, I guess trying to get control by the bridge side to make sure that they don't get across, and it will not, especially for Ramones here, as NFT Ramones now gets shot out from the far side. It's Newsy with the double low.
Bruh, Newsy, this guy has been insane. He's like a one-man army. Like, I have to admit that he's one of my favorite players in Infinity. All around, for the fact.
Yeah, and Logan, well, he's also one of those star players from Infinity himself. Despite having a haircut taking away 50% of his vision, he still shoots pretty well. This kid is talented and a nice guy. Talked to him once, and, well, he's got a heart of gold. Pretty fluent in English, too.
Dude, no one's escaping the Infinity. Look at that. They tried to swim across, but been spotted out. Now, Livik, the last man standing, and he's surrounded, fully surrounded. No way he's going to get out of this. NFT, not the strongest of firepower, going up against the total opposite, Infinity and beyond.
I like how you said no one escapes Infinity. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? It's called an Infinity forever. It's forever. It's a forever loop. Take a look at the logo. It's a loop that goes on forever. And, well, NFT Esports can think about that forever, I guess. As now they bow out onto the lobby at 15 place here. 15 place. And Infinity will have the entire island for themselves. Meanwhile, BTR just having a compound away from out of sight, out of mind. They're going to have a comfortable way looting themselves up here.
You know what? I must point out that the Infinity had a rebrand as well, as compared from last season to this season, and it's looking fine. We're just saying this so that probably the someone from the Infinity hears this and that jersey might look good on this. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take an
just saying.
Infinity jersey. Actually, I'll take any of the team's jersey right here. I collect them for sport.
Oh, so you're jersey hunter now?
Something like that. You could call me a J Hunter, but jersey. But stands for jersey, okay? Stands for jersey. Meanwhile,
you wouldn't want to know what does J mean.
I know. I do know what it meant.
Okay,
I do.
It's NSW we call it.
Yeah, NSFW.
NSFW.
Meanwhile, VOIN, this is a new name in the scene. Tell me about them, Cloud.
Oh well, VOIN. So VOIN has been, they have been eyeing the C spot since last season. And in fact, for PMPL Indonesia, they have been doing quite well. Just that last season, they lost out by a marginal point. I don't remember exactly how many, but they fought till the last game for the C spot. But unfortunately, just things happened and it didn't go their way. But finally, they got their second chance here in the C play-ins. So that's definitely another team that you want to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, already they did decent for themselves, it seems here. 3+4 points, so they definitely got a full team white one way or another. And meanwhile, RSG, this is the team that just barely made it through onto the play-ins in their own country league here. Although they do have a superstar-studded lineup, Brian is the kid that is up and running for, they call it what called it? The up-and-coming kids, the Wonder Kids. Yeah. I wanted to say Bocha, but I know the international audience is not going to understand what that means. It means the young and up-and-coming MVPs, I guess. Rising star, that's the word.
Yeah. We can call it a Bocha. If you want to translate a Bocha, you call it a Bocha. Yeah, he's a Bocha. Bocha Ajayi.
That's just Bocha with an English accent. Anyway, we will move on as we digress here. Marjin Esports. This team has also did pretty fair for themselves in Sanhok. I don't recall what they finished were, but they were definitely somewhere in the middle, if not the upper half of the draft here. And GENEXUS is also one of those teams that we've seen come out surprising us during the country league, where they come in with the first team to get a triple chicken dinner, I believe.
And you were a GENEXUS fanboy.
I became a fanboy when that happened. Because they had like a terrible week 1, and then week 2 suddenly they had like 3 in the bag, and it became #1 in the week #2.
So how are you feeling about GENEXUS' first game?
I think they had potential. They pushed. They took out BTR.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
They took out BTR. I think you can be proud about that. And so I think that's telling of your skills if you can take out BTR. They only bowed out because they got third party from 2 or more teams coming in from the outside. So maybe this time round, again, since it's Erangel with more control, GENEXUS can finally show the blue stripes that they hold on so proudly.
And considering that they're 8th place, it's not that bad after round 1, right? There's 4 more rounds to go. And the gap with at least the 3rd place is 10 points. I mean, yes, if this is the last game, 10 points might sound a little bit, might sound a lot. But if you still have 4 more games to go, 10 points, it's realistic.
Realistic is indeed all the hopes they need to get on for, but it looks like they might have eyes in the direction of HOMEBOIS Esports. I'm not sure if they do, or they're just taking a wild guess, peering out into the open here. But that would be an interesting fight to have. Meanwhile, BTR taking a safe route here. Haven't seen much of an action. Can stare each other in the face.
Yeah, just trading stuff. I mean, BTR. Interestingly, BTR, they do have another player though. So, but I don't think we'll expect to see that. This is definitely the main lineup now. Now that the Ryzen has taken the backseat, so Liquid is the one coming at the forefront now, being the main lineup. And they've been performing fairly well as well. It's just that, it's 3 points, just a little bit of a unluckiness that got them onto the play-ins.
You want to know a shocking fact? BTR registered their members in a tournament without Ryzen. It was G-Roy on the substitute. Meanwhile, though, let's take a look at GENEXUS. It seems like GENEXUS before this had eyes on HOMEBOIS Esports, but not GENEXUS. So GENEXUS will pay the price here. Being blindsided, gets 1 member taken out here. Hale now seemingly looking to pursue even more as all the members are up and running. They are commissioned to fight. Die Hard already got an off-angle peek onto the side of GENEXUS' compound, and they look to make the push.
And Hale, they have the upper hand. They have the high ground advantage. They still have the circle. And if they can win this fight in Royale, basically they are in the middle of the circle. They can control entry points into Royale if necessary. Now with Die Hard going in for the flanks, getting as much information as possible, they got GENEXUS surrounded. GENEXUS, if the circle shifts, it's bad news for them.
Well, they have to make something happen fast, then they can't leave it up to luck, it seems. However, if you want to play the waiting game, then there's a 50% chance it might go well for them, but there's also the 50% chance they might go really sour, and I don't know which one's a better move to make here. To go on in before the next circle closes in, or wait for the next circle and before making that decision.
Yeah, I guess at this point it's okay to just hold because look at the circle, they're right smack in the middle, so there's not much of a point to try and challenge. Plus you're going up against 4 from the other side and they have the high ground, they have you surrounded, so you might as well chill. You might even chill to the next circle, and I think if they want to fight, this is the better moment because there's a higher possibility of the circle shifting away.
Yeah, so GENEXUS actually already starting to make the push on here. There's retaliation coming out from them. It seems like they picked onto the latter here and makes the move before that circle shifts against them. So they will now not leave it up to fate. Will try to make things happen for themselves. Already taking one member down, they can look to make the push.
Oh, and with that knockdown, looks like Megamind not going to be picked up. He's in an off position. This is an opening for GENEXUS Esports for them to push on, but they need to have information of where exactly the rest of Hale Esports are at, as they still have GENEXUS Esports surrounded.
I believe Trusty did see one through the window there, so he must have had an idea. And you can see that these pre-fire means that they are already 10 steps ahead, trying to make sure that the angles in which they could potentially be in is being prodded out here. So, well, that fight will hold its way for the time being. Hale now losing one member, one on his knees, looking to bleed out to death, most likely than not. Seeing as though it was the flanker that got out.
Light glue not sticking in the same area, but they're sticking together as they move on to the next compound. Now, the reason why they're making this rotation, although it's just across the road, is so that they manage the circle. Because when the circle shifts, they have a at least they do not need to manage, okay, I need to cross the road when the circle is closed, and teams will be closer to each other, and hence people will be stopping them when they try to cross the road. So they made that first move while the circle still has space. They cross over to the other house, and if the circle shifts anyway, they would still be okay.
Wait, it is all okay until the circle betrays you. That's one thing we can learn about PUBG Mobile, it is. Never, the circle's not your friend. Never trust it, not once.
The circle's not like my friend, but the circle's like my ex-girlfriend.
That's true.
Yeah.
She gets friendly in the first part and then realizes why you guys broken up and pulls away from you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a very great analogy there.
You can relate, right?
Well, I've only got one to my entire life, so I don't know what experience I can base it off.
Ooh, trust me, it's not something you want to experience again.
Guys, why are we making the stream so sadder than it should? It's already sad that only 3 will make it to the SEA Championship. Now we're throwing in some sad stories here, sad, pathetic stories for one. Hey, but enough about us. Infinity now taking up the entire high ground, scoping out this entire area here. In case someone would try to make a push into circle, they will have first-hand eyes perched up on the rooftop. And look at TGB already by the riverbanks, keeping it close. They did come from Yasnaya, and well, their gamble paid out. I guess the ex-girlfriends were not theirs, and it is now currently still in the honeymoon phase.
Oh. Okay, but for the ex-girlfriends, they're like, how many teams are on the bottom side? Yeah, those are the amount of teams that's currently facing the ex-girlfriend syndrome.
Dumped on the outside. Yeah. You know what they say, man? Keep your circle close.
Oh.
No.
And keep your enemies closer?
Well, let's not get into it. You're complicating my proverbs here. I don't like that. I don't like one bit. But I do like to see GENEXUS step up to the plate and go up against LIT, who is currently seemingly scouting things out here. But I think they've got an idea I think GENEXUS has got an idea for sure. They do have plenty of vehicles to go around with. Has got members up perched onto the rooftop, but FaZe will now challenge the like of BTR, or actually the other way around here, as BTR is actually the one gatekeeping FaZe.
You know, every time you say GENEXUS, it sounds like GENEXUS. You get it? Like Sis Jenny, but the other way around. I'm just saying. I don't know.
I get the joke, man, but it's a bit too soon to pass it on to her to follow it through here. Maybe we'll repeat that later on today. But meanwhile, Tony K tosses a nade through the smokes. Does it connect? It does! High takes the full blow. Backstab with the concoction here. Tony K, though, he's got to check on his left. He has got to know that people is well within the area. Saw the smoke being brought out. Surely, a member is inside the shed. He's got an idea, and it's Tony K hunting you down. Scotswan out, and will finish the job. Blinded, but being shot through the smoke.
Nothing blinds Tony K, and Bigetron Red Aliens bow out 14th place, and no points for them in this round, not even elimination points. BTR, number 5 at this moment, but expect them to drop further down.
Oh my god, 11 points only totals after 2 games. Sir Cloud, that is not the BTR we know, but of course, no pressure coming on from our end. They don't have to watch the stream, so moving on forward, GENEXUS now has got fire shot out onto the likes of VOIN. Do they wish to retaliate or make their way well within the circle where they have another problem, and that is TJB.
Oh, TJB, they have a nicely spread location, so they have a lot of area that they cover. They have information. At the same time, you can see that Infinity gets one to Snappy. Infinity already 5 elimination points, and we are just into the 4th circle. The Infinity, they are showing up strongly in this round, but TJB, they're playing the gatekeeping role. They are gatekeeping the choke point of the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, is it much of a hard task to do here? Because they already made the rotation in, and look at VOIN. What were they thinking? How are they planning to get all the way up? They have to climb rocks. And even if they did manage to do so, TJB on the outskirts here, ready to shoot them down. So I think VOIN just outplayed themselves. They're stuck in a corner right now, like quite literally corner of the circle too.
Well, I hope their efforts don't go out in VOIN.
I miss having you around here. This is why I welcome Sir Cloud onto the desk here. And talking about VOIN, making sure they don't go out in VOIN here. Spraying down onto the ocean bed. Takes out a couple of team members in the process. But they do still have members up on deck. Can look to retaliate and fight. They have means of making their way through. I just don't know how they're gonna make past the open fields into taking over TJB's land here. More nades being tossed on forward. GENEXUS, they could be the ones in trouble as well. They've already got members on their knees, and they're going in for the revive. Surely, if you were Master Vape, you just make your way out of there.
Oh, in fact, TJB, they're playing the active role. They're still playing the gatekeeping. But Tensky will move on, and that is it. GENEXUS will be taken out, and nothing goes out in VOIN.
And there we go. TJB immediately comes in. That's the problem we have been saying for the longest of time. There's no means of VOIN trying to make their way through, especially in an open field. But talking about open field, RSG has got loads of utilities to play around with. Goes in straight. Strips one member down and 2 to follow. Lit gets taken out in a single outburst here. RSG, they come in strong.
Oh, but RSG, the moment they take out Lit, Infinity takes down Small Boy. Small Boy still can be picked up, but the Infinity that we're talking about here has the circle, putting pressure onto the other side. Godtuni almost taken out, but Godtuni, before he goes out or before he goes low, he managed to finish off Small Boy, so RSG will be forced to play with a 3-man team.
3-man is better than none. I guess they can count their lucky stars here as Hale playing with only 1, and VOIN just cannot find their way entering the circle. They can't find an entrance in.
TJB!
And immediately they get blown up. This is why you don't go close quarter combat in TJB, especially when you disrespect and walk into them straight from an open field.
Oh, as Gordon secures that elimination point, but there's one more team member from VOIN though, but VOIN, they're caught on the outside, and it's just too much for them to handle. TJB wins the defense.
Yeah, 7 elimination for VOIN though, so they did not go out in vain as per least. But man, the nades though, it's carpet bombing between these two. It's FaZe Clan up against Marjin Esports, but Beer 11 gets taken out with the nade and this great shot. Tony K as well to fall on through. That's 2 member down from FaZe. Surely, Marjin Esports, this is your chance. Just run on in. More nades getting tossed on forward. Beer 11 secured his death into the grounds here as Marjin Esports is absolute perfection, playing well within the mist. They are just blindly getting these kills.
They're scoring the 3-pointers left, right, and center as every nade lands on the FaZe Clan. And now FaZe Clan will be taken out by Marjin Esports. There's going to be 4 points in the bag. Like glue. They're going to stick like glue. They're just going to watch whatever that's happening. They're going to play this chill. But Marjin Esports already 6 elimination points in total, and they still have the circle together with this compound.
You know what's scary, sir? Cloud? TJB's kryptonite in the previous game was FaZe Clan, and they just let this demon run loose here. TJB now has got absolute means to play the map, but Infinity, formidable also from Thailand. I would say they can match up against FaZe, and so they could be, again, the kryptonite to go against them. And as the nades hit, it was picture perfect by Newsy.
Ooh, okay, so Xiao Qi, well, 7 means Qi in Chinese, I'm just saying, right? So there you go, he goes down, but any possibility for him to be picked up? I think it's really, really low considering that the circle is currently closing. Newsy knows exactly where they are with the smoke giving a clue onto him. And now the name will be tossed out and Newsy secures another knockdown. That is it. You pop up a smoke, you're in that same location, they will know you're there. Nade after nade definitely will secure that elimination point.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake by TJB. Surely you do not go in for the revive when he's just hulling nades and, you know, bombarding the entire ground.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, well, Chasin maybe misjudged himself, maybe thinking that they might not hit the mark here, but this is Infinity. They are no joke of a team. Surely they didn't know who was on top, but we know, we see most of it. And now GENEXUS going up against Infinity, it seems. GENEXUS will take, actually GENEXUS will take 1 member down from their own. Long skirt, that's a prized possession being taken out in Logan. That blind swing and hit actually takes down members of GENEXUS right now, crumbling as they make their entrance well within this circle. Still shooting into the fog. Infinity just cannot grab a break.
Wow, Logan, he probably has a scope underneath his hair. Somebody got to get that checked. But GENEXUS now down to Biu, the last man. Long, unfortunately, his main fragger is currently down, and they do not have the circle at the same time. Tuni will finish up Long with Biu, the last man, but Rex is just behind him, so Biu is kind of sandwiched.
Sandwich is indeed not the best position you'd like to be in, especially seeing though the GENEXUS is always this close, but not close enough. And Eagle Esports takes out this adhesive that would be like glue into the lobby here, like the rest of the teams who bowed out earlier on today. And now they can creep their way in. He is a 1-man army, so how far can he make a move here? TJB did get the revive onto Chasin, so at least their bad judgment did pay off dividends at this point. And RSG taking out the thorn in the bush here as Rax takes out 1 member from Infinity.
Kim out in the open. He's trying to find where Biu is at. Now with the tapping onto the other side with the DP. Biu now down to 50% of health. Newsy goes down to the zone as Kim still survived, but he doesn't have the circle. He needs to move further forward. 31 seconds on the clock. Biu as well. He has a little bit of the circle, but still need to move.
Actually, this is good for Biu. He's got the high ground and the circle. It's closing onto them. TJB just taking out Infinity, so he's got no worries. He's got to perch up on the high hill, and it's the rest of the teams over at gas station who will have to fight each other out. GENEXUS, don't get caught out by RSG. They know you're there. If they could just survive, if he could just survive towards the last few circles, he could just get himself number 2 for GENEXUS.
But anyway, Infinity, despite them going out, they still managed to get 12 elimination points. That is insane. But here we go. TJB, they're starting to move into the circle. They need to manage the road as well. They're going up to the high ground where only Biu is there.
They're immediately getting stopped in the tracks though, as Eagle Esports has got eyes on TJB. If they do not Watch their back here. Guangdong gets shot out. Swansea takes one out from TJB, leaving effective. Only 2 members left to play the map. RSG has got eyes on TJB as well. This is what I mean. The odds are not in their favor. GENEXUS, he just have to play a bit more patiently, a bit more passively, as the rest of the other crews down below, like RSG and Eagle Esports, has got eyes on TJB.
And Biu goes out, so that's going to be 2 elimination points for GENEXUS. Now the long range coming in for Chasin onto the other side. He managed to take down 1, and it's going to be Chasin, but the point is not secured yet in the back. But TJB, they have the upper hand in terms of manpower.
TJB now seemingly looking like it is going to go their favor just because they have better control and well within this circle, and it is only going to go their way as they're creeping into position to take majority control of the map here. One down, that is Eagle Esports, leaving only 2 left to play the fields. It is RSG, who's only been Kim well behind here. Brian will bleed out, 1 against 2. Can Kim clutch this one out? Tingsker, snake in the grass, makes his movement forward. Who is going to catch on to who first? He does have got a nade. He's got a bright idea on where it could potentially be. And it's not the box. He ruled that one out. So surely they're both playing the opens.
Oh, Kim with a DP 1v2. We have seen Kim clutch before. Can he do it again against TJB? But unfortunately, just too much for him to handle. TJB will secure this chicken dinner with a total amount of 9 elimination points and keep the first 2 teams to go out in Sandhawk are now the top 2 teams.
Yes, but TJB, they're definitely coming out looking like the S-tier teams that we all know, based on their history from the wildcard, finally making an appearance. And man, they look absolutely scary on how they could play this thing out. Their rotations, it made sense. They gatekeep, they got a lot of the values out of that. And I think this team, we welcome them here in the PMPL SEA Championship play-ins, and looking like they're also one of those teams who's already 1 foot in the door, trying to qualify themselves into the top 3 position.
Oh yeah, TJB, definitely a scary team. Just look at how they move, their decision making, how they gatekeep other teams, how they finish off this round as well, how they took advantage of the circle before it shifted. That was perfection by TJB. But anyway, let's check out the highlights from the previous round. GENEXUS, let's go.
And welcome back from our second match of the day in Erangel, and TJB dominated the circle. Definitely a congratulations goes to the wildcard groups that TJB won that Erangel match. So it was definitely a tough battle, I would say. You know, it was very close for a Malaysian team to get a chicken dinner. We have GENEXUS and then we have RSG along the corners, but unfortunately, because of confidence that built up in TJB, we did see how they had, I wouldn't say they had the advantage. They were almost equal, but because, you know, they did the elimination right, 1 by 1 went down and the timing was good. So that's probably the reason why I understand TJB is the talk of the town at least. And yes, they have shown a very remarkable performance as compared to the previous round. And yes, I agree definitely to what Sir Cloud has said earlier. Two teams that unfortunately was too soon in Sandhawk came out successful in Erangel, RSG and also TJB. They got themselves top 2. So it's definitely a huge I don't know, it's a match that we can see who made the rotations earlier and not much of a gatekeeping as compared to how Sandhawk was played earlier. So this was more on how they kind of predicted the timing. I did see the famous Infinity on how they actually meddled or got that particular circle when they kind of like segregated themselves, and then how they look into upon enemies that is coming in, and Nuzi with that very premium grenade that was tossed over. He definitely, I would say, the places, or they kind of know the terrains that well for Infinity on how they park themselves, because it's not only just Nuzi. I did see Mila also having to park somewhere where there was not enough grasses. There was a little bit of the dirt, so he can see immediately where was, if I'm not wrong, that was VOIN that was trying to rotate up. So those are the things that I actually saw in some of these teams when they played. They played with a little bit of that mental on how they kind of give out positions and tell positions on how they spotted enemies alongside of each other. So now let's take a look into the match ranking first before we break down into the game even further. This is TJB. I really like the first player. He's so confident with that, post. He kind of like covered his teammate earlier, but here we go. We got 9 elimination points with 24 total. Of course, I think Hill had more points, 26 before this, but it's definitely a tricky circle, I would say. The hills, the ones that got the hill was not even TJB. Like I said, it was not an easy spot for them. They didn't get an advantage, but because of the confidence and the timing kind of led them to this chicken dinner. RSG at number 2 with 18, Infinity at number 3 with 16, Marjin at number 4 with 14, Eagle Esports at number 5 with 11, GENEXUS at number 6 with 10, VOIN at number 7 with 8, Light Glue at number 8 with 5, Hill Esports at number 9 with 5, FaZe Clan at number 10 with 4, LIT at number 11 with 2, and the rest goes at number 12 and all the way to still 16. But we've got Marnet as the MVP for Marjin. So we did see how Marjin managed to get the compound very well. They kind of glued themselves inside, but unfortunately because it went out of their range, so that's probably the reason why they couldn't get that chicken dinner. But look at how he's performing. This is above player data's average, guys. He went out of that what shape is this? I totally forgot what shape is this, but yes, they went out of the comfort zone for Marnet himself with 847 damage and a good points of MVP. But this is our overall rankings, and yes, it's still a domination for the the country of Thailand, with Hill with, I think this is actually a draw, guys, but because of the chicken dinner, Hill managed to get themselves at number 1 with 31, similarly to how Infinity remarkably showed us the elimination point matters. So they went out a bit, I wouldn't say they didn't get top 3 earlier, but because they got 12 elimination points, which pushed themselves up the rank. And then TJB, who just got themselves a chicken dinner at number 3. Now, these are the teams that we kind of have to worry, teams at page number 2. We've got from GENEXUS, BTR, VOIN, FaZe, LIT, HOMEBOIS, NFT, and also T2I. Especially T2I, I don't think they were doing that well today. Unfortunately, the pushes did not happen to them nicely, so they are still stuck with 1 point. They didn't get any point in the previous match as compared to Sandhawk when they get 1. So definitely they have to do something if they want. This is already the second match of the day. So we only have 3 more matches to go. So all these points matters, and currently the winning points is 31, so they need to get at least 2 good games in order for them to catch up into the top 3. But we all know how difficult it is for all these teams to fight one another. We can see how they are outsmarting each other when it comes to rotation. All of them can fight, all of them can do CQCs, but because of the timing and how they spread themselves out, where they place themselves, those are the things that kind of showed us on the difference of these teams that is coming from all these different countries, how they kind of already angled themselves. But let's go into take a look into the recap and how did TJB win this chicken dinner. So the circle, we did see it's an equal circle. In fact, the fried root was cut in the middle like a piece of cake. but because the circle kind of had a hard shift after the third circle, it went all the way up north near shooting range. But this is how TJB did rotations. They dropped into the Rozok, near Rozok's the sides of the bridge, took a vehicle, and then went looting elsewhere into Yasenaya. But we can see how they are looting. They always have one scouter somewhere to get to know exactly where the teams rotating. And honestly, guys, there was a lot of teams rotating around this particular area that you are seeing here where TJB is at. We did see GENEXUS rotating here. In fact, Light Glue was also rotating in the same place. Probably that's the information that they were picking up for TJB before they kind of like, you know, pick up things and start to do their push and firepower ready. So these are the teams that is kind of like playing a little bit of that, I don't know, they're trying to see whether the circle would probably close into Rozok, because right after this circle, it was a hard shift. And that circle belonged to, if I'm not wrong, the first few people that was in that particular circle was BTR and then Eagles. Yep, there you go. They got the circle initially, but because of miscommunication, because we did see how BTR went down, they were being seen by, if I'm not wrong, the team was FaZe Clan. They kind of threw a grenade, but FaZe Clan pushed in, and you know, it just went down south. So again, BTR came up with a good plan, similar on how Sandhawk started, but the plan did not execute it that well for BTR. They got it all in their hands. It's just they need to do the execution properly. So now we are looking to this graphic where Infinity, like I said, this is where they know which spot to pick at. They were looking into areas, but they could see enemies. But these areas, usually when we play, we can't see. But they know that particular slope, and it was from Nuzi. And then, if I'm not wrong, Mila also had a good spot. They could see, before this, VOIN was still alive, who was trying to rotate up north. But they managed to eliminate. And Nuzi already make it hard for TJB, but it was not the end of TJB. He managed to get one, but not the end. Not the end. So probably Infinity decided to drift their attention over towards other teams, and that's where they were kind of cordoned off with other teams that was looking into where Infinity was. Because if you can see, they have the advantage. They have that pinnacle point on the top. But Biu, even though he's the only person standing, he can make it difficult for Infinity. Plus Marjin. The only teams that can stop them from performing is actually RSG. But RSG, they were all proning. They were throwing grenades, but it did not click. The grenades kind of dropped right outside the house instead of inside the house. If one of the grenades were to go in, probably it would be a different story for RSG. So TJB waited for a while, even though GENEXUS wasn't showing any harm towards where TJB was, because Biu was probably looking towards RSG, because Kim was firing away Biu from that angle. And this is where it all ended, where Kim, I would say he chose a DP and he released the gunfire quite early. So it kind of already tell Xiaxing, or at least Sting, or exactly the position of Kim. Because before this, he actually sprayed into the vehicle and it exploded. So it already kind of showed exactly where Kim was. But then again, it's Kim. He can't really, have to fight off with the other two. But if he could have handled a little bit of trigger discipline, maybe it could have been a clutch. But then again, it would be a help if Brian was alive. Then it would be a different story. But then again, that's good enough for RSG. They already got themselves up back into the notch of at least into the top 10. They need to do more good games for them to perform even better for the next few games, at least to get into the top 3 for one Malaysia team. But we can see right now, dominating is really Thailand with a draw of 31 and 31 coming from Hill and Infinity. And of course, not forgetting TJB, who just win the chicken dinner. But you know who else is going to go for a little break? Is me. We're going to go for a little bit of a quick break, and we'll be right back with our third match of the day.
Hello to all PUBG Mobile players. Have you ever fought desperately to get into the final circle only to be eliminated anyway? Have you ever survived all the way to the end game and then had no idea what to do? Never fear. The new arena mode, Royal Arena Assault, will give you a chance to hone your skills in the final circle. In this video, I'll show you how to get the most out of this new mode. Royale Arena Assault is a newly added arena mode. It has the same fast pace and terrain restrictions as other arena modes, but in this mode, you can directly using your preset firearms. You'll start the match inside the final circle, a small play zone that is densely packed with enemies. It gives you the experience of jumping directly to the end game of a match. Unlike traditional modes, you won't be removed from the match when you're defeated. Instead, you will respawn near a random teammate. You can respawn an unlimited number of times, and the first team to achieve the elimination target within the time limit will leave the chaotic battlefield victorious. To make this mode even more challenging and fun, we've added a lot of airdrop rewards to let you make use of of more advanced equipment, shields, and other items. Whether or not your team can snatch victory away from the enemy depends on you and your team's ability to use them effectively. To help you master this new mode and start dominating the battlefield, I'm going to teach you all a few good tips and tricks. If you want to get a foothold in the final circle, you can't just keep running away from the enemy. Learning how to use the game mechanics to actively and efficiently eliminate enemies in different situations is your key to victory here. In this match, you'll need to gather as much advanced equipment as possible and stay aware of the enemy's location at all times. The random airdrops around the battlefield contain level 3 helmets, level 3 armor, and shields that provide amazing defense. When you don't have a lot of protective gear, you can just blow up some nearby vehicles and use them for cover. You can set up a pretty good defensive position that way. Aside from that, you can use the special random respawn mechanic to your advantage if your teamwork is good enough. When you have the advantage in a match, your teammates can scout ahead to get intel on enemy movements. When the enemy is chasing you down, your defeated teammates can respawn and help you turn the situation around. Just open up the voice chat and coordinate with your teammates. After some training in this new mode, I believe you and your teammates will develop an even stronger bond. By now, you're probably itching to give this new mode a try, so call your friends and get to it. Get in there and show that final circle who's boss. This mode is only currently available in the classic Erangel and Livik Battle Royale maps, so don't choose the wrong one. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello everybody and welcome back to 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Play-Ins, and I am Sis Jenny, your analyst for today. We have already passed through 2 games in Sandhawk and Erangel, and the winning teams was HOMEBOIS Esports and then also TJB. So that was, I don't know, it's still hard to tell who will get into the top 3, but the current draw in the overall points is actually the Thailand team. So we have 31 and 31, HOMEBOIS, and then Infinity, and then TJB, who just won the chicken dinner. So honestly, right now, for them to catch up, at least for the teams that is at page number 2, we need to have 2 good games, really. Because you only are playing 5 games today, and the points that they get, actually, they need to get themselves into the page 1, or at least get 20 points right now, and then they can push it even further. Because we only have 3 more games left. We've got Miramar, and then Erangel. So it's they have to put all their skills, the secrets, all in the bag right now and have to perform and show themselves that they really want that top 3 for the Southeast Asia Championships later on. But definitely right now we can see the heat. You can feel the heat. We can see how is it going to be like later on for the Southeast Asia Championship. It's going to be even harder because those are the top 3 teams who already qualified themselves into the next round. And you know what? It's going to get even more crazier than what we are seeing it today. Because right now, we're already starting to feel like as though it's already the grand finals of Southeast Asia Championship. But it's not. So we still have to wait for that to happen. But the heat is definitely burning and showing us that everybody wants a piece of this championship. So I don't know what are your thoughts or what are your predictions right now, because we can definitely see that a few of these teams are performing, are trying their best to do at least a good rotation or give out all those elimination points. And in fact, some of these teams whom are aggressive today, some of them are aggressive, but because of the gameplay that is a little bit different than where they played before, you know, like their own country, where they always meet their own teams. Actually, we can see a few of these teams are pulling back a little bit. They are not showing off so much because there are teams who can see from a few distance away. We did see how New Zealand his shots earlier with that Scar L. It was just perching on top of that parapet, and he managed to see someone from NFT on the other corner and managed to eliminate, not just knock out, eliminate that person immediately. So these are the kind of our skills that we are seeing from all these different countries, the players. And these players, some of them, they are seasoned players already. They have been playing since Season 1 and they are right here today with the play-ins. I really like the new format of the play-ins. It somehow give us to see on how Southeast Asia Championships will be like. And plus, for these teams who will eventually proceed into the next part, they already have that feeling of how they will play for the Southeast Asia Championships. But this is the elimination and damage from match number 2. TJB only with 1,331 damage, but managed to get that chicken dinner. But this is why I say Infinity is scary. That 12 elimination points, and look at the amount of damage that they have as a team, 2,447, because they know how to park exactly where to find enemies. If you don't believe me, if you're watching from YouTube, go and do that rewind button and see from the 5th circle onwards on how Infinity kind of park themselves exactly where to find enemies, and they don't even have to retaliate. Or in fact, the enemies was trying to figure out where are they seeing us, but because of that, they managed to fish out all these damage points. And then not forgetting Marjin, who had a beautiful compound, and they try to take precedence on it with 1,678 damage. And plus, VOIN, who was just coming up. Initially, they wanted to take over, but because they were being spotted by Mila from Infinity, and that kind of cordoned their way away from them trying to get into the next circle, with 1,039 damage from VOIN itself. So we can see a few teams who are really performing, but some of them who are aggressive, they are not showing out so much, especially for Eagle. We know that they are aggressive. GENEXUS, we know that they are aggressive, but because of certain things are not forming into how they would like it to be. But right now, we are looking into players with most elimination. Marnet, coming from that compound that I was talking about, he takes precedence over it. He gets 6 elimination points. Got Tani from Infinity getting 4, and then RSG Kim being the last player for RSG in the previous match getting 3. So these are the players that is giving us all these elimination points from the previous round, taking that important role, trying to get a lot of elimination points for them to proceed to the next rounds. And these are our winner chicken dinner from Thailand, Hill, and second is from the wildcard TJB with 9 elimination points. And next we are about to witness is Miramar. And how are they going to build up this momentum? Because currently, what I'm seeing is the circle is pretty fair. It's an equal circle, so it's not a hard shift. Maybe there is hard shifts along the cycle, but the circle is not as hard as we've seen before in our own PMPL different regions. So it's pretty much an equal circle, so it's all about the timing and how they rotated. In fact, we can see a few teams winning the circle, but they did not get to stay in that circle that long. For example, BTR, who got the circle initially, but you know, they had a good plan, but it wasn't executed as well. I hope to see their plans being executed well after this for BTR at least, because they've managed to get themselves into the circle, or at least get a good plan along the way while trying to push into the circle. But you know what? They have been spotted, and let's just hope something good come out for BTR. But let's go and take a look into some of our promotions, which is collect some things to get the valuable rewards. What are you going to collect? You're going to collect food, guys. These are not real food. These are virtual food. Just collect, and then we can trade off with all of these things that we are giving you guys. Headgears, the skins, and then we've got the cosmetics, and you just got to collect and then exchange. You know how we are usually doing the collection for PUBG Mobile? We do the collection and then we exchange it into something else, into the token, and then we get to exchange for all these cool valuable rewards. Definitely something for you guys to check it out. And plus, if you hear me TD Shadow, this is the time where you actually go and pick and go and into your PUBG Mobile and start to collect all of them. And we've got this big update for you guys to check it out. Go into the URL that is given. You guys can see in the graphics, step forward launch. So we're going to let you guys see what is going to be in for the next update to Bandpan 2.0 and how are we going to do the PDP. So this is definitely something that, you know, you can play like the pro players without having to worry about cheaters who are using all these other things, because you're going to play on the same kind of competitiveness levels and you're going to have fun in this game. So honestly, ever since they have created the band pen, I'm really having fun playing my classics. I don't really have to worry about cheaters who are using extra gadgets for them to, you know, perform better. So definitely something good for us to watch out for, the step out for lunch. But here we go. We have these complete and get exclusive rewards. Something that is worth more than 20,000 UC and then get 360 UC. So basically, you guys need to come into your PUBG Mobile and try this, get whatever that they are giving out here. And 20,000 UC, it's a whole lot of money, guys. So these are things that is worth as good as that for you to keep in your inventory, for you to show off in the cheer park. If you guys have not been to the cheer park, this is the time where you go on in and you can show off a little bit. After that, you know, spraying off your bullets, you want to chill out a little bit and change all your customized weaponry and all these things. This is where you use all these things and show it off to you guys. So without further ado, we are going to fly into Miramar very soon, and I'm definitely wondering who are your top 3 predictions, because right now I think definitely the Thailand region are very happy to say that, hey, I'm going to go into the play-in, because come on guys, they have 2 teams carrying 31 points. So that's definitely a given for the Thailand team, so at least the land of smiles. So let's go into our casters today and let them tell us the story of how it's going to happen in Miramar. Let's go.
Yes, we have finally reached midpoint here. It's halftime for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship play-in Spring 2022. And we are now going into map 3, which means it introduces our brand new, or at least our first Miramar map of the day. My name is Keith. Together with me, it's Sir Cloud. And man, did things just get heated up over here?
Absolutely. We saw the Infinity. Despite them going on like what, 6th place or so, but they managed to get 12 elimination points, which was the most they gotten, which was the most among other teams in that round. And we also saw a shift in terms of placements, whereby we saw TJB, RSG getting one in number 2, as compared to Sandhawk, whereby they went out early. But talking about what else is early is, of course, our promotion here. Not really a promotion, but of course our sponsor here as well. Our official smartphone partner, which is Realme with the GT2 Pro. And of course, this is where where Realme as a tech trendsetter will be partnering together with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with the best in-class product, just like this phone right in front of us. I can touch it, but I don't want to.
We'll
break
refrain
it.
ourselves.
Yeah, I really want to take it, but okay.
I mean, you can. They're doing the right thing, right? If you want to start developing esports here in Malaysia or anywhere else, you gotta first give them the means to be able to play. And so the Realme GT2 Pro, go get one for yourself, or someone who's interested in esports to hop onto it, and maybe it could be them right here in the play-ins for the next few seasons to come.
Oh yeah, you never know, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of uprising talents when it comes to whether it's your regional tournament, PMPL, or even this PMPL play-ins as well. We saw how Tony K played as well, going up against TJB in round number 1. That was amazing stuff. So who knows? Man, you could be the next uprising star if you continue to practice with one of the best in-class products.
Yeah, and talking about Tony K, though, he as one of the more rising star one of those individual with the running title as the rising star here, since he is just but a kid. Alongside to him is Brian, who unfortunately haven't shown much strides in RSG, especially in the play-in so far.
But then again, well, as an individual performance, maybe not yet, but at least as a team, they managed to get a second place finish, which covers up whatever happened in Sanhok. So at least they gone back to an average of like, okay, we're back in track. If they can do well in the last 3 games, who knows, they could find themselves into the next round. But hey, this will be a very different map as what you mentioned earlier on. This will be Miramar, super big, a lot of high grounds to play with, and definitely these teams will need to adapt quickly.
Yep, Miramar, the biggest map we have upon the trio in rotation. Now, just to give you a little heads up, after Miramar, we're going to get into another Miramar. But first, let's take on this one onto the sandy desert dunes. It is Miramar here, first time in the play-ins to mark the midpoint, I guess, because this is the last 3 maps that we have for the day. Closing things off with an Erangel, but again, always worry about what's in front of you, and that is the flight path right now that goes from Impala all the way down to Valdemar. This is a slice of a pie in which it is not favoring some of the teams who like to drop all the way on the side of El Pozo, Creative Fields, Trailer Park. And so some of those teams are big name teams like GENEXUS, Infinity, and even BTR.
Yeah, man. Even TJB as well. So their planned draws out was around the area of Hacienda or water treatment around those areas. This kind of flight path is not good for them. They might consider to change their flight path, but we'll see. Or they might consider to change their draw spot. Let's see what happens here. But so far from what we see, LIT is dropping back into Los Leones, so that's their original planned drop spot, so they're okay there. Same goes with Eagle Esports as well. Haven't seen much of a change for most of the teams, so wish all the best for teams who like to still travel up north.
Yeah, well, we did see GENEXUS now taking a very odd drop here, seeing as though that they dropped that pretty early towards the riverbank on the eastern side, which is not usually their comfort here. But I mean, the flight path forced a whole bunch of change, and teams are trying to adapt here as now Genesis Smile tries to take down Rex. Rex finally has a weapon of his own, but now not in a good condition to actually go out for a contention.
Well, if all 4 of them charge in, maybe, but let's see how weaponized they are at this moment. With only a Winchester, maybe not yet. They might consider to loot first, and that's exactly what they're doing. But now we move over to FaZe Clan, so they're going to have a good start here, but there's talent on the other side though. But I guess it's too far for them to intervene.
Yeah, this is Miramar, right? Like, although you see another player's tag, you know that's like at least another compound away or so in between. So it's going to be quite of a slow start, but maybe this is how we get more of an even matchup, having the chance or the time for some of these teams. As we saw in the first 2 maps of the day, they get eliminated before they could even get to the loot spot. So this time around in Miramar, should be giving some chance to some of these teams to loot out before they actually are forced into an engagement. So here we are with VOIN taking the top side of, I think it's Mikado.
Yeah, this is Puerto Paraiso on the bottom left. So it's their natural habitat. So I would expect them to be fairly, what's the word again? Fairly comfortable, yeah, thank you so much. And plus the circle is on the southern side. It's centered around Los Leones, so it should be an easy entry for them, at least for the first few rounds.
Well, I don't think anyone's entering anyone's territory at this point so far. Genesis seemingly like they've got the first shot well tabulated in terms of damage, but nothing lethal just yet. Meanwhile, TJB from San Martin, again, this is what those teams up on the Asian side love to do, right? The China regional team, they have a strat in which they get into cars and start shooting. Do you think the wildcard team is now adapting that, seeing as though that this wildcard team here is super aggressive?
Oh yeah, they are. But so far, when we talk about the aggressiveness from wildcard team, TJB obviously one of them, very, very aggressive. But for the rest of them, Marjin Esports, they're kind of okay, not ultra aggressive just yet. The other one, GENEXUS Esports, also about there, and we have as well LIT. LIT, not the best of times so far. So we can say that so far TJB is like definitely on top. I mean, it's obvious with the points, right? But in terms of performance as well, in terms of what they show qualitatively, they're definitely showing that they're in a different league.
And that is the league we want to see step up, coming up from all these teams here, including RSG, who did get themselves a decent second place in a previous matchup. Can they get anything more? That is the question everyone have. So far, looking like in the running right now for the top 3 position has got to be Hale Esports alongside with TJB and even Infinity. I think Infinity is fairly consistent, I would say. Not too sure how far they fare in Sanhok, but I think they're not bottom. They got a couple of frags, right, at the very least.
Yeah, they got a couple of frags and a second place finish in Sanhok.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure these 3 teams right now looking like the more likely than not to get into the top 3 position. However, 3 games can make a difference.
Exactly. If we look at teams trailing them, right? So number 4, we have Light Glue. We haven't seen that much of Light Glue. I mean, just a glimpse here and there. But now that we see it again, they are number 4 with only 4 points difference than TJB. Eagle Esports, 5 points difference. RSG, 6 points difference. I mean, they're still very, very close. So it could still swap. Any of these teams could still swap.
And that is the beauty of a battle royale such as PUBG Mobile. In case you haven't even gotten yourself into the game, you might want to do so while it's hot and running here in the Southeast Asian region. And we can see it expanding even further with new names now joining the league here. We can see a number of new players also. Hence, we have the rising MVP. Meanwhile, Lit Old People has got a... I don't know why I call them Lit Old People, because that's what they registered themselves at. It's Lit Esports. They've got a good control up on this high ground. They see all.
Well, based on their profile pictures, they're clearly not old. Unless, well, they use some sort of products that would impress me.
Well, we can't say it. Unless said products would want to sponsor the entire event.
Yeah, or sponsors, I wouldn't mind, you know.
But we still can't say it.
Yeah, well, too bad. But anyway, boys looking good, not looking old. They're cool. But old can be gold, though.
That is a matter of fact. Yes, I believe so, indeed. And meanwhile, DJB, the team who's got their first chicken in a previous round, looking like they're off to a great start here as they take members out from GENEXUS. That's Trust Me who's down, and, well, Xiao7 coming in just to secure that pointers. Scouting around maybe a little bit, wee bit surely. All that effort to make it here, and Jasin just comes in and clean that one for himself. So elimination points onto his side. Was there any loot for him to get on with? Not too sure myself.
You know, fun fact. So Chasin, right? So if you pronounce it in a certain Chinese way, I believe it must be Cantonese, one of the slangs, right? You just put Yum Cha Sin. So
what does that mean?
So it becomes, you know, Yum Cha?
I know what Yum Cha is, but you gotta explain to people who don't.
Yeah, alright, yeah. So Yum Cha Sin literally translates as drink tea first.
Where?
Yeah, like drink tea first. Like you know, you ask someone
tea first.
Yeah, like come, let's drink tea first. Like drink tea first. You know.
Okay, so
yeah.
I know.
So
okay.
if Chasin, that means it's tea first. In a certain.
Yeah, I know cha.
In a certain slang.
Cha means tea. But I guess they won't be drinking tea right now. Not Talent Esports especially. They seem to be in a pickle for 2 games in a row right now. And number 6 with only 1 point. Down in 16th place, and only close to them is NFT Esports. For some weird reason, they got the 15th place. Maybe because they got better performance. I don't know.
Well, I guess the stock market for NFT is still not there yet.
Seemingly good, yeah. Right down below there.
Yeah, it's a good time to purchase them. I'm just saying.
Not financial advice. Not financial advice for sure. Meanwhile, GENEXUS getting burned in the blue, finally making their way into the circle from the northern side through into Impala. HOMEBOIS, who was at Puerto Paraiso. No, actually, it was a yellow team. I believe it was VOIN who was at Puerto Paraiso. they snuck their way past Homeboys. So, oh, I wonder how that happened. I mean, it is Miramar. When they seem like they're right next to each other, they're really just like miles apart.
Yeah, don't get fooled by just, okay, the entire map open and it's like, oh, they're so close. Nah, that's like 1,000 meters away.
Yeah.
Like no shot could land that. But hey, that is how it is in Miramar. And that's how different it is as compared to Sanhao, right? Like Sanhao, if you look at like someone's next to each other, they are literally next to each other.
Well, talking about NFTs and being next to each other, this is a convoy. Seemingly driving down well, into the circle, coming from the southern side now, which I believe VOIN was currently occupying, so they might just come in contact against VOIN. Again, if the circle closes, well, closer in towards a status quo, because right now we don't know if it's going to go left or right, but surely the southern side, southern banks, is going to be one that's being controlled by VOIN.
Yeah, expect more teams to go down to the southern side, because if you go down to the southern banks, you don't need to worry about what's happening behind you. It's a whole ocean. You just need to worry what's happening in front of you, or maybe at the left and the right, and that's about it. So it's sometimes a strat that teams like to go for. And I've seen Indonesian teams, they like to go for that kind of strat. I expect to see BTR doing that as well at some point. So let's see if that happens. NFT, the first one to take those hotspots at the southern area.
Well, more likely than not, I saw Eagle Esports trailing the bank, so you've got that one checked out. Meanwhile, Infinity, I wonder why they all look so unhealthy. Were they shot at?
Oh, probably. I mean, it's a buggy, it's an open rooftop, so there's always a risk there. But talking about risk, so Nyons takes a long-range shot onto Hale, who's currently on the #1 spot, but they still can't be complacent with their #1 spot. I mean, anyone could still take over their first spot and kick them down.
31-31 it seems here for Infinity and Hale. Looks like they're both going to try and edge up against the rest, but now Infinity Mela gets taken out on his knees. Will need to come in with the revive. And this is probably not the start you'd want to have if you were Infinity, seeing as though you're so close to the #1 spot. Oh well, top 3 was the goal anyway.
Yeah, but remember the 60-point mark, the cutoff, right? So if we still take that into consideration, they're on the halfway point. If they can get another, like what, 15-point finish, or maybe even a 20-point finish, they're just one game away from securing that spot into C.
And 1 foot into the door is sometimes all you need, but Guodong, I'm trying to figure out what he's doing here. It seems like he might have an idea that Trix was in the area, but is a bit hesitated in this engagement. Surely he does not know how many is well within this vicinity he currently plays on, but take a look at the circle now. Surely it's going to close in further down south. Immediately from being gatekeepers, VOIN smack dab in the center. And it is MFT who gets to choose to maybe even gatekeep the like of Eagle Esports, who is trailing by the banks. And at this point, the gamble to be by the riverbank seems to be like the best choice that was ever taken from Eagle Esports. Now they only have to look up north.
Yep, out of 3 Indonesian teams, 2 of them are on the southern side. Surprisingly to me, BTR is on the northern side still, so it's going to be a bit of a travel for them as they need to head down. NFT, long range onto the other side, but not going to secure any knockdowns from there. And they're kind of comfortable in this area as well. This area is good, as in like you get to see rotations and you get to defend the area. Just look at how the terrain is together with the compound, so it's perfect for them. But it's not going to be perfect for Gartuni as he's stuck between 2 teams.
Well, I hear nades being lobbed on forward. It looks like a click, but man, Logan, again, another member of Infinity falling down. Probably feels bad at this point as they now, their advancements just seemingly trailing behind against the likes of Hale. Nothing to worry about, of course. 2 members still pretty much lethal. We've seen how some of these teams can play with the lack thereof. But now let's take our focus onto LIT, and RSG right now has got LIT. The Shark is well within this area. A parasite in the compounds. Might look to crumble RSG from the inside out. He spot one through the window. Shark gets a hit. taking one for himself as well. Ooh, the small little cubby hole right there.
And Coco starts to move in from the other side. They need to save Shock. Shock still can be picked up, but they need to win the fight against RSG. At the same time, Gotuni will be gunned down. Hozwan tries to get one with the toss of a nade. Hozwan starts to move in. Hozwan, second. Oh, there will be a smoke, not an actual nade just yet. Hozwan with the UMP. Gets one onto RSG. One more left, and Luke, super duper low. Hozwan starts to move in. RSG falling from grace from second place to number 16.
Well, that's the end of their RSG run here so far in this Miramar map. They will have a chance to bounce back in the next Miramar. So I guess that is a positive note. But if you mention that an average 60 points is required to make your way into the top 3 finish, then they are nowhere near halfway through. And this is the midpoint game. This is the one map. If 60 is the score to qualify, and this is the half map, the halftime map, you should be looking at getting that 3-0 after this game alone, and that means RSG would have to pull off a miracle for the next game coming on. Meanwhile, GENEXUS, gets shot down as Luyu on his knees. Will the rest come in to react onto the situation?
Ooh, okay, now we'll be showing the next circle. My goodness. Okay, the good news is that circle's on top of GENEXUS, but the bad news is that they will be surrounded by teams. Just look at this. TJP is going to come in from behind, and Hale's right in front of them. Hale wants that spot.
I mean, it is HOMEBOIS Esports. Come on, they're the #1 team currently here, and for good reasons as well. Snappy, though, he's in here. Oh, immediately leaving his comfort holes, getting punished a wee bit. Got to be careful. He's still very much in the open. They could come in from the flank side angle. He has to hope that HOMEBOIS would probably keep those members from Hale at bay. Meanwhile, talking about keeping them at bay, TGB being held in place here by the likes of BTR, but it is BTR who will have to make the advancement to push on into circle.
Oh, but how are they going to do that? They don't have a good opening now. Just look at Zuxi's position. He doesn't have information of where TJB exactly is at, and even his nades toss onto the other side, but it will not land onto anyone from TJB.
Ooh, it did clip though.
Okay.
I think that might have given him a little bit of a rough idea on where they could potentially be, but it seems like BTR are already making the push on forward. U-High has to watch his corners though. Left side, surely he saw the bullet firing out. Will go in with the trade, will take him out. So they come out on top of that one. It is a trade though. Will have to go in for the revive, or potentially even just let his friend die as he plays this one out. As it's a mono situation up against Thing. SKR spots him charging up the nade. Surely he's got a rough idea. Saw one through the window. Immediately push on from the left-hand side. But they will be mirroring each other until they do meet face-to-face. But of course, reigns supreme is TJB, who currently is at #3.
Opportunity seized by Zuxi as he moves into the circle, but then again, his position compromised. They saw him moving in. Zuxi down to 50% of health. But looking at the minimap, he will have a refuge here, and it'll be okay for now for him. Good thing. Very, very lucky for Zuxi.
Lucky. I wouldn't even call that lucky. I think that was just like the best of a bad situation here. BTR, I mean, sure, they still have skin in the game, but right now, not raking in the points they want to. 11 only in total, and how much more can they get with a one-man army? We'll see if this one plays out. Meanwhile, FaZe, on the other hand, though, getting punished by VOIN. Currently has the hills overseeing them all. The entire engagement by the side of the circle has been scouted out, and they will just come in the third party. No one to pressure the likes of VOIN Esports.
Yeah, VOIN, just look at their position. Because of those slopes, they can hold on to this area. Like, it's hard to spot them, it's hard to shoot them, but they can gather information of, okay, you're there, so they can plan the next move. Plus, those smokes give away enemy's position, so they would know where to move from there. But talking about movement, TJP starting to move uphill as NFT being pressured by the zone.
NFT goes in, shoots a couple of members of FaZe Clan. That there's them down and out. A couple of members at the very least here. Can they still survive here, FaZe Clan? NFT Esports getting gunned down from the perched up high. And it is Yonks from VOIN who is just doing absolute damage. Meanwhile, TJB, they're just playing this one absolutely dominating with 5 eliminations. Even rotating into the map, they seem to have solution for everything. Like that, the higher ground was on the side of Light Glue, but the way they spread out and control, they actually got the kill on the knockout onto them, and now they can make their way creeping up onto this high ground, which is well within circles.
Oh yeah, they somehow managed to go against the natures of circle. But talking about another team as well that went out, FaZe Clan, another high tier team, another team that's been said to be like, okay, one of those teams who would qualify. They went out again, so now only 10 points for FaZe Clan. Hale still at a position that's very, very strong. 5 elimination points for them at this moment, and they're not stopping yet.
Yeah, if you talking about having like predictions and conversations we've had before this tournament begin, Hale did not come out in both our mouths, but right now they're proving us damn wrong here. Just seemingly like a well-rounded team, knowing how to take fights, knowing how to rotate in, and knowing how to make sure that they're all alive. And Hale just coming out on top so far in game number 1, and looking like they might just come on top as well here in game number 2. 5 kills. Still 4 members playing. Marjin, on the other hand, only leaving 1 left to play. And VOIN, ooh, they get taken out. But Shirley nearly could have made a clutch, but there was another member within there. It was impossible to say the least.
Yeah, with that last tick of health, it's impossible. He couldn't stand a chance. But anyway, good try for them. But Hale, they do not have a circle, but what they do have is firepower. Now, 2 teams on their left, they need to be aware of that. At the same time, VOIN goes down. 1 team member, and there's going to be a grenade elimination by Hozan from LIT.
LIT, old player, here with Hozan, trying to get them poking through the smokes here, just maybe even holding them back, but not getting the lethal blows they might. They have 6 kills, so they've been doing pretty decent for themselves. And still 3 members, they could look to push on to VOIN here. I think it's a winnable fight, seeing as though they already have Hong up on this high ground here. In case of an overcommittal from the side of VOIN. Ooh, well, that's not going to happen anytime soon, as that nade catches picture perfect onto Ferrari. That engine is in need of a swap right now. Die Hard, though, gets taken up from the back end.
Hale looks like they have a good position. Just look at this. They have a little bit of elevation. At the same time, they do have the circle. Now putting pressure onto the other side. Chopper secures another elimination point for themselves. At the same time, Hale, they have 9 elimination points. They might get their 10th, and yes, 10 elimination points secured in the bag for Hale.
Yeah, definitely increasing the gap here from number 1 and number 2. Seeing as though that Infinity did get put onto a pause here. TJB in the contention to actually make their way up onto the number 2 spots here. If they can take out Light Glue, which they will, that would be 31 points. Now they have finally topped it. Now currently number 2 will be TJB, just teasing the number 1 spot here, really nearby. But can they look for more? Surely Hale, they are just on a good streak right now. If they keep this one up, it is almost impossible, at least for the next 2 games, to take over the number 1 spot.
Whatever happens after this round, Hale will definitely still be in the top 3. They already got 11 elimination points, and their closest rivals outside the top 3 is Eagles Esports with only 22 points. So they'll definitely still be up there. Very, very comfortable indeed for Hale. Now, TJB, if they want to flex, if they want to get the glory of the number 1 spot, they need to do more than what they have currently. But 7 points in the bag at this moment, not too shabby.
Yeah, and this moment is just only begun. Only the 6th circle in. They still have 3 members. Hale has got only 1 member left, so maybe the firepower stops for them. TJB could actually rake in more of the kills and maybe even compete for the chicken dinner finish.
Oh yeah, it could be a double chicken dinner finish for TJB, considering that they have majority of their players still intact, being one of the top 3 teams. But let's not look down upon other teams as well. HOMEBOIS, they still have a full squad. Mathematically, that gives them the better chance of getting that chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, mathematically, and based on what's on the screen right now, it seems like TJB just has a hard time playing from the low ground, trying to push into circle even. So this is not going to be an easy feat for TJB, but if they come out on top, I will have 0 doubts on the team. Meanwhile, HOMEBOIS will have to make something swing their way, take something home for the Malaysian crowd here, as they are still one of those representatives alongside of GENEXUS still playing in this game. Maybe get a chicken, maybe even into the top 3. Still very possible, I think, if Miracle goes their way. But they will have to try.
Yep, HOMEBOIS resting 6 for Tam in this round. So a substitution happened.
Uh-oh.
Now TJB still a 3-man squad. They have the circle, but circle number 7 may go in the middle. It may go to no man's land. And if it does, that's where all war will break loose. But speaking about war, looks like GENEXUS, Long, naded down, and the GE. GENEXUS is going against GENEXUS. Let's go.
GENEXUS fighting GENEXUS here. Who came first? They don't know. Chicken and the egg, they say. Eagle Esports spots them out, but decides, hey, maybe let's just take on the remnants or residue. But take a look at the circle though. People will have to make the move on downward. They're all going under the pit of TJB, and TJB just cannot, well, fend off against the high ground push coming in from HOMEBOIS. Lose 1 member in the process. Kingsker still left alive. They do have some sort of a ditch to hide and play from, but Eagle Esports now fighting for the side of TJB, shooting from an angle against HOMEBOIS. So this could be beneficial for the side of TJB to play in.
Oh, here we go. As Long together with Snappy, the duo, the dynamic duo. We need to fight against 3 from the side of GENEXUS, and Long gets one on the master babe. 2 more to go. And we have WT17 goes up to the second floor, takes a little bit of his own damage, but WT17 goes down. Now it's down to Smile. He definitely ain't smiling, but the one smiling is GENEXUS.
Oh, TJB, they get pushed on through. HOMEBOIS straight away, just trying to contest the team in the number 2 spot, and they came out on top. TJB, they didn't lose a single member. That was 2 members down in the push. They can go in with their heals and maybe even reset their position. My God, TJB just playing like they're out of this world. That's seeming like that looks like a fight they shouldn't have won.
Oh, exactly. It was 3v4 at some point, but TJB still hold their ground. But TJB this time, they're on the lower ground. The Eagles, they have the high ground advantage. And Trix will go down to Chua. Chua now knows exactly where HOMEBOIS is at. Namchi will want to secure the elimination point from Bard. And the nade will be tossed onto the other side. Bard still not out yet, but Xiao Qi will be taken out by Chua. Bard will be taken out by Ting from TJB.
Oh, but they're kicking nades on the inside. Ooh, Eagle Esports take out HOMEBOIS. Oh, the hopes and dream disappears here. Kingster cuts one out, but man, that was a close one. Eagle Esports takes out TJB, but TJB consistently in the top 3. Well, being in the top 2 finish here. Eagle Esports finally grazing the number 1 spot. Congratulations to this team from Vietnam. They were representing the wildcard. It seems like it's wildcards in the top 2 position right now.
Man, and this is Chua we're talking about. I don't know how many jerseys he's swapped ever since I've seen him for the longest time. I don't even remember by now. But nice to see Eagle Esports coming in to get this chicken dinner. TJB, however, a 2nd place finish.
I know.
They are super consistent now.
Super consistent, looking like they might just top the charts because Hill Esports, remember, they got stopped in their tracks.
Oh yeah.
And so they, well, based on what I remember from TJB, they got like about 7 kills. That was before the whole HOMEBOIS saga. So with the 2nd spot and more kills going on their way, could they be in the number 1 spot? We'll find out. But first, here's the highlights in case you missed it.
And we are back after witnessing our third match of the day in Miramar, and definitely it is boiling already for a lot of these teams, and we can see a few consistent teams. Even though they are outnumbered, they don't have the circle, they are proving ourselves, they're proving us that the skills matters, okay, even if they are from the wildcards or whatsoever. We did see how they managed to scout for teams, and I'm talking about TJB at least, they were outnumbered in a sense of manpower, but managed to kind of already gauge where HOMEBOIS was, who was initially with a 4-man, but because Eagle Esports kind of helped out in a way, but because of all the scouting, it shows that this are the kind of players that we are dealing with for our play-ins, and this is just play-ins, guys. Can you imagine how a Southeast Asia Championship is going to be like? Even if we have the manpower, you can just go down in the dust just because of having the timing first, putting the foot up first, and we are able to see all these things being executed earlier. So you are with me, sis Jenny, and I'm going to be your analyst right now. I'm going to break it down to you guys in a bit before we take a look into the match ranking. Let me talk a little bit about that particular circle. Now, this is a circle that I would say it's unlucky. It went all the way south, and it kept all the way south. As compared to Sandhawk and Erangel, we have a easy flight route and also quite an easy circle. But this particular Miramar, it was a I would say the flight route was from south, all the way in the south, and then it went from one point to another point. So basically teams who are going from towards the north side, like BTR and things like that, it was hard for them to rotate inside. Even if they get themselves in, they are being spotted by many teams who are already gatekeeping it around the area. So I would say this is the tricky circle that we are hoping not to see, but unfortunately it happened. Plus, this is PMPL play-ins. Things are going to get tougher and tougher and tougher because we are going to make ourselves ready for the Southeast Asia Championship indefinitely. So it was definitely a hard battle. We did see how slopes play in well, but of course, not much of the terrain, more onto the skill set. We shall talk to you guys even further. So let's take a look into the match ranking and how did Eagle Esports win this chicken dinner. So they got themselves 9 elimination points and they get themselves chicken dinner because yes, they were initially in one shed, but because on the north side there weren't any teams that were still alive, GENEXUS had to fight with Genesis and GENEXUS had to fight off. So that itself given away a lot of this information which left Eagle Esports to scout. And plus, yes, I would agree with what Sir Cloud said, Chua being the person who is more aggressive in this team. And then, yep, finally we are seeing how they perform in the Vietnam PMPL, and this is how they were in the third week. And now we are seeing that, hey, they are still here. They are still keeping that momentum. But TJB, with 9 elimination points, and it was so hard for them. You guys get to see how it was going towards the lower portion of the terrain itself instead of having the north, but the advantage of the vantage point, they didn't get that at all. But because they scouted, how they kind of picking their left and right, trying to make sure that, hey, there is a team so they don't push even earlier. Hill is at number 3 with 15. HOMEBOIS, who had that manpower but managed to get survival points, which is what they actually need. GENEXUS had a good fight with Genesis with 11 points at number 5. But here we go, our MVP of the day has to be Hail Shopper, and I can't say so much about Hail because they got themselves so many elimination points even if not making into the top 3, guys. So definitely the Hail Storms are showing off coming from this team called Hail Esports. But for Shopper, he is also performing above average of the MVP data with 652 and 3 elimination points, 2.9 MVP and 77. I would say he's more on the CQC as compared to the long distance. But there's a change into the overall rankings right now. We are seeing that TJB is at number 1 with the elimination points, with keeping the discipline on how they are targeting. Initially, they started off having Tusodian Sandhawk, but you look at how aggressive they are. They are number 1 right now, and Hail is at number 2, also showing us progressively on how intense elimination points that they can get. Eagle Esports showing up, they already got themselves a chicken dinner, but it's not too far for Infinity or GENEXUS to catch up because they are in the 31 and 27. They just need to get themselves 12 elimination points and they might just match it up to the top 3 currently. But the teams that I'm very, very concerned about is actually teams that is in the number 2 page, or in this particular graphics. We are looking into a team from Myanmar, Marjin, VOIN, HOMEBOIS, LIT, BTR, T2I, FaZe and NFT. They are not really showing so much. They are only left with 2 more games. So basically, they gotta get themselves a whole lot of elimination points and at least get themselves a chicken dinner, because it really really matters, especially for NFT. They are not performing at all, only having 4 points in the bag, and this was not them and how they actually perform in PMPL ID, because we did see I think one of the weeks they got MVP for the player himself from NFT, but unfortunately for the play-ins, this did not happen for them. But let's take a look into the recap and how did Eagle Esports win this chicken dinner. Like I said, the circle started in the south side, and Eagle Esports dropped themselves in Valdemar and then made them, in a way, they didn't have to travel so much. But interestingly, they managed to get themselves into the vantage point. So they already are in the lower portion of Miramar itself, but they managed to get themselves a little bit higher around Minas, near where Los Leones is. The circle did not close as too far from their drop spot. All they got to do is waited for teams to come in, but there was a huge cluster again coming into the west side of the current circle. There's a lot of teams that was being stacked after one another, especially VOIN was in the area, FaZe Clan was in the area. It was all about seeing who is going to go down first. This is what I'm talking about, the cluster we are seeing here over onto the west side of the circle. A lot of these teams were playing around the slopes and that small ditches that they have, but it's being overtaken by teams that has been taking all these vantage points. So it's like one team went in, another team stack up to one another. That was just a problem for a lot of these teams to come into the circle. Now, we're looking into GENEXUS already getting access into the center of the circle. They managed to get a compound, but because, you know, they were waiting, a lot of teams were eyeing on areas where they can be, especially GENEXUS, which made the rotation all the way up north, down into the south side, and managed to get themselves comfortably into the areas of GENEXUS. But Hill, even though they were being contested with so many teams, their shots are so fast that it just broke down to a lot of these teams and get themselves all these elimination points. So we can definitely see the firepower coming from Hill itself. Even though they were being contested with so many teams that is around the area, they mean business, guys. So they really can shoot fast, and they can even dodge the bullets that is coming into them. So the current graphics that we're looking into, GENEXUS managed to take the precedence into the center of the circle. Like I'm saying, they have the compound, but unfortunately, they are only left with 2 members, because before that, they had this contest battle between HOMEBOIS and also Eagle Esports. So when they were rotating inside, they already lost 2 men. So in a way, they were outnumbered by all of these teams who are trying to... they can't really fight back because of the number, and that's the reason why they are staying inside. If they had numbers, probably they would be the one that is trying to push all to these other teams. But I'm quite sad to say that HOMEBOIS had the advantage. Probably they have, you can see the circumference of the area that they can play around with. They can deploy men above, but because probably the airdrop kind of told, like, you know, not a single IGL would go into an airdrop knowing that this is the last few circles. It's a 7 circle, so they definitely try to play by the perimeters. But these TJB people, so smart, and how did Xiao actually scouted out. I really like the way he did it. He had like limited places, especially the terrain that he was using. He had just one slope, but he did that peeking at the same time he was crouching. So he actually kind of sensed there was a huge, a full squad that is right beside him, but he didn't push. He kept going back and tried to get the long distance shots that is coming, assisted from Tingsker. So that was definitely very smart to do. But unfortunately, while that skirmish was happening, Eagle Esports had the advantage of having the information. So that's the reason why Eagle Esports managed to get this chicken dinner, because they don't really have any more battles that they have to deal with on the north side. So they already have cleared that off, and they have just to see the fight that is happening between HOMEBOIS and also TJB. So definitely TJB, even though they are outnumbered, because on how they communicated, and whoever takes that trigger to go and spray into HOMEBOIS, and plus they were getting sprayed by Eagle Esports also, it's kind of make HOMEBOIS into such a disoriented the way that they used to play, because you know they usually would take the spot and they would try to take precedence of it. But unfortunately, the scouting was done better for TJB, at least for my point of view and plasma analysis. So that is how Eagle Esports win that chicken dinner. With being patient, they didn't interfere into fights. They just waited for teams to finish fights, and then they just pick onto what is left for them. So yeah, crazy battle, definitely hard terrains for them to go through. but they managed to get information, and plus the timings are so beautiful, especially if I'm not mistaken, I see Hail Shopper. He was just going from one enemy to the other. He was also looking into T2I who was climbing up a hill. He just finished into one of the enemies that was in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, it was VOIN. And then after that, he just turned and looked into one of the players that was running out. So that was really on-point shooting, at least for Hill Shopper. So I really, really like the way how disciplined they are, and not to reload as and when they need to. They just keep on going as, you know, when they still can, especially when the shots are already in. That's where they go and spray and they get the elimination points. There's a reason why Hill is getting a lot of elimination points, even though they are not the top 3 teams currently in the previous match. So yeah, that's definitely a hardcore battle, I would say, and more for us to watch out in the next Miramar, because it's going to be crazy. But let's look into the post-match graphics, and what we have here is Hail Megamind with 295 meters of the longest elimination. Again, this is Miramar. 200 plus is pretty normal. VOIN Knen getting 253 meters, and Hail RNG with 196 meters. So Hail playing the long distance, even though they were in the center of the circle. This is really, really bold of them. You know, in a way, they kind of try to eliminate enemies that is from the distance, who might see them as being vulnerable. So they eliminate those that is far beyond where they are, because in front they only have CQC, which is what we saw earlier. Hail Shopper elimination distance was 77 meters. So they have given, like, you know, roles on who to look out for the short distance and the long distance, but this was definitely a quick reaction coming from Hail players. At least we are seeing them right now with the longest elimination. We have 2 of the players covering the longest elimination, and then at least we are seeing Shopper, who is taking the CQC with 3 elimination points. So this definitely is an advantage. That's the reason why Hill is getting a whole lot of elimination points, because they are getting all these advantage from the distance. And now, most throwable use is by Tingsker TJB. Definitely he's using a lot of smokes, because we did see in the previous match, they had to, you know, get camouflage being at the lower part of the terrain, so they had to cover each other, and in order for them not to be spotted, at least by HOMEBOIS, who had the entire squad on their right, you know, being seen by them. And then we've got Lit Hong with 12, and then also Korea from T21 with, I think it was 11. And these are our chicken dinner winners. Hail with 11, TJB with 9, and also Eagle Esports with 9. At least for now, we are not seeing a total domination from one country. We are seeing from different countries this time. We've got Hail from Thailand, TJB, Wildcard, and then we've got from Vietnam, Eagle Esports. So when, or let's just say, is this going to be an Indonesia or Malaysia chicken dinner anytime now? I'm not so sure. They are so close, at least for Malaysia team, so close to get the chicken dinner. Very, very close to get that, but not yet. It's just knocking on the door. RSG they got themselves number 2 over in Erangel. Miramar, we've seen HOMEBOIS. But will it be the time where they will finally win that chicken dinner? I'm not so sure, because the fights are just getting harder as we speak, because shots are coming in from long distance, guys. In fact, players, they are unsure exactly where to turn to when they want to rotate inside. It's just so hard. So before I babble even further, let's look into some of the promotions. And this is the Hunter of the Night. Wow, so nice, guys. I would probably get one for myself. Skeletal's Core M16A4. Oh man, why is it M16? M16 is such a hard gun to master, but guys, if you master this gun, you don't need a DMR. This is as painful as a DMR. But look at that beautiful, beautiful cosmetics by Tencent. It's so amazing. I mean, I would do this if they had that finishing, you know, with like the M416. It would definitely be a cherry on the top. But guys, go and check it out. And plus, we still have the Golden Moon reunion. So this is your last chance to complete mission and redeem rewards. I've already did mine. I've got myself the lantern back. So I just needed to finish up a few of the missions, and then I collect all the tokens, and then I exchange it for the lantern bag, because that lantern bag is so cute. It's really, really nice. And plus, you guys still can claim it while it lasts. And plus, there is crates for you to claim. If you guys can see at the bottom, we've got the tutu, the gun skin, and then the crates. So crates, if you guys keep keep collecting them, opening it, you sometimes will stand a chance to get mystic or even rare rewards. So go and do it now while I'm doing the TD chatter. This is where you open your PUBG Mobile, claim all these rewards, and then go and get this exchange for all these cool things that you can get. Okay, so without further ado, I think casters, we are all ready to see our second last match of the day in Miramar. Let's go, guys.
Wow, so much action that Sis Jenny had to catch her breath. But hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, if you just joined us, you're currently watching the 2022 PMPL SEA Championships play-in spring. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Keith. And Keith, TJB, they are super consistent. Very scary indeed. One more good game, they could book their tickets to Malaysia.
Yeah, I mean, let's just call it before the egg hatches, right? It's already down to the last 2 games. And so, what's the worst that could happen to them? Even if they flunk these next 2 games, I still think they'll be in the top 3 position, to be honest. But of course, again, we don't try to preach complacency here. And the fact that HAIL Esports hailing from the team of Thailand, now I understand why the Infinity is being put in this sticky situation here in the play-ins. Because HAIL Esports, that's the team that's just up and coming and right now looking very consistently scary.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Could they be the new Infinity from Thailand? I mean, just look at the gameplay. Okay, maybe they're not as aggressive as the Infinity, right? Like Infinity just goes all the way, but they balance out through their placement points as well as their elimination points. So if you have a mixture of both, that's the formula to win, basically.
Technically, yeah. I mean, all aggressions, but if you get punished in the process, that's not the best of ending. You still want placement points.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're being realistic about it, the most efficient way to get points is through placements itself.
Yeah.
Because 1 kill, admittedly, only gives you 1 point per kill, and to actually earn for that 1 point is actually not an easy thing to do, because you're putting your life at risk. So obviously, you want the best of both worlds, and man, HAIL Esports, crazy consistent. TJB, same can be said about them. Now I think the 3rd spot is the one that is kind of shaky. Previously being held by, who was the team that was holding 3rd spot, if I'm not mistaken?
Because it changed. So,
yeah, it changed.
It changed very fast.
But it's like a 10-point difference, right?
Yeah.
3rd spot and the rest below. So there's a chance here for some of these teams to still make it up and break towards the top 3 and make their way into the SEA Championship.
Oh yeah, so it's still up for grabs.
Yeah.
In other words, right? I mean, like, even teams are at the bottom. So for the last 2 games, assuming that the bottom teams, if they put up a super performance, let's say a double chicken did a back-to-back with a lot of elimination points, maybe like 15 elimination points or so, they could still stand a chance to go on to the next round. So they still need to focus on themselves, even though if they're at the 16th place at the moment with, I think it was NFT, if I'm not mistaken, with 4 points. If I'm not mistaken, or one of those teams basically with 4 points. It's still not out and dusted for them, depending on what happens this round. This round could be the determination of whether the last round matters for some of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you made it this far, let's be honest, okay? It's not an easy thing to do, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're sharing the same table with BTR, with the likes of the Infinity, who was champion in Season 3, and then they were their own country champion in season 4.
Yep.
And so it's a tough thing to do, right? If more so than anything, they should look at it not as a failure, but rather as, man, new teams are stepping up big time. HAIL Esports and all these new names who are currently in the position. Vampire Esports already got their ticket onto SEA Championship, and they were only formed last season.
Oh yeah, and well, arguably TJB is new in this region.
Well, they have a rich history of S-tier tournaments, Sir Cloud. We do not go that path.
Okay, well, talking about path, let's check out the next flight path. And hopefully it favors at least some of the teams on the northern side, because it was unkind to them on that previous round. So we'll check out our final Miramar for today, aka round number 4, the second last round. And yes, at least it favors the northern side teams this time.
Yeah, so a chance of redemption here, as now some of these big names has got the drop spot favor towards their own comfort zone. I would say it's somewhat close to the middle split, so even those who plays down in south will get the chance to at least inch closer into, to be accessible to them eventually. GENEXUS, again, an early dropout. So not actually following the patterns in which they have displayed throughout their scrims here.
Yeah, expect to see some changes though, considering that now the flight path is fairly unbalanced. So, but for the northern teams, we may expect them to maintain a similar drop spot. So southern teams, do keep your eyes onto a VOIN, Eagle Esports, LIT, as well as Hail Esports as well. Let's see if they make any changes.
Well, we can only hope teams adapt here. BTR seemingly going into the center point of all the ruckus. I mean, the flight path just grazed upon them, so they'll be happy if this one happened. Will they be in contention with any other teams here? TJB's right on the outskirts of that circle over at Hacienda. So I don't think as BTR you wanna take this too lightly as well.
Yeah, they're kind of surrounded with other teams, right? Considering that just next to them is TJB.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's the team that you don't want to mess with at this point.
So yeah, it is super scary. At this point, I mean, game number 1, FaZe would have counted the lucky stars. They made it out alive in that confrontation. Moving on forward, it seems that I think maybe FaZe just want to phase out from that fight instead, because seeing as though their position down in a 15th place, you would have never thought you'd see down in a bottom 6 position to have BTR, FaZe Clan, and maybe even HOMEBOIS for the Malaysian crowd.
You would have never thought that, yeah, BTR, FaZe Clan to be down there. I mean, before the show starts, if anyone were to predict, your bottom 4 is BTR and FaZe, they'll bite your head off.
Right?
Yeah.
That, like the fanboys, their entire community is going to say, yeah, you're just hoping for failures here, because that seems like going against the odds, but it's happening right now. And actually take a look at the entire ranking points displayed on the side here. They're not big of a difference. Infinity is just 10 points away from actually taking away the top 3 position. They can contest for it. GENEXUS as well, especially with 2 points. I wouldn't count out the ones with 20 points and above, actually.
Yeah, realistically, I wouldn't count them out as well. I'll do because we have still 2 more games. I wouldn't count out even NFT, assuming NFT puts in an insane performance for the last 2 games, they would still be in contention. But maybe the percentage is like, what, a 5% percentage as compared to the others, right?
So we operate on probability or possibility.
Yeah, I mean, we have to. It's up to them to put in the performance at the other day.
That's true. We can only make light of the win condition here. Whether or not they execute towards it to the latter, that is not in our grasp. And besides, we'd do much worse.
Well, the cutoff, I would still say the cutoff is that if you get 60 points, you're pretty much there. So can you get 60 or 56 points in 2 games if you're NFT? Probably, yeah. But,
really? Let's just, yeah, sure. 15 with 15 kills. Chicken dinner with 15 kills for 2 games. Then you get a 60, right?
Yeah. But can you realistically do it? That'll be the question mark, right?
Hey, man. Like you said, this game's full of surprises.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen how Eagle Esports, to be honest, last season, they weren't this hot. They were one of those teams who get like a few moments, single moments, and they make it up big time. And so because this is such a short format, that moment could be today, and that could pay out for them, right? Because if it's a whole league run, then you could be hot on one day and you could be absolutely average or even garbage the next 3 days down the road, and that's going to eat into your overalls. But this one is a one-day thing. Eagle Esports, they play the short bursted sprint.
I think you make a good point on this is a one-day thing, right? We're used to seeing like what, leagues? A 3-week league and a 3-day grand finale. But we're not used to seeing a one-day. So there are some teams that I think they're known to not do well if it's like a short-term tournament. BTR hasn't been known to do well in short terms. They are a league team. Even Boyka, their previous coach, also mentioned that, okay, their weakness is warming up. So in a day where you only have 5 games and that 5 games determine your livelihood for the entire season, it's going to be tough for these kind of teams.
So, and it's looking like it. Look at that. And maybe you could also fault like the brand new format, right? Like it's very competitive. We've even seen some of the good teams within our country, like Team Secret, not doing all too hot as well.
Yeah.
Because of the new format. But hey, that's all part and parcel of the game. I guess it's time to adapt towards the new system and trying to always bring in that A game. As tiring as it may be, I'm thinking that they should even come in with like a 10-man roster to go in rotations every now and then, just to make sure that, you know, they're not burnt out in a league system.
Yeah, I do remember like the recent league system that every game matters in a 5-day a week match. Man, it's really tiring. It's really draining. But what's not draining is TJB. They don't look like they're draining. In fact, their first game not hot, but after that they just go all the way.
Yeah, that first game was just a teaser here. But look at the positioning from TJB. Chasin already trying to occupy the top side of the tower. Guangdong coming in from a flank. And Tingsker as well, who patiently, with that trigger discipline, stood in that grass. Man, if he saw a nade flying through above him, it's like everyone's main reaction to try and make a way from it so you don't get clipped. But he just stood there and took it like a champ.
But let's see. This is like the champs going against the champs. So BTR, of course, previous world champs, going out against TJB, who's the wildcard champs.
S-tier caliber team.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very evenly matchup if you look at it on paper.
Sure. But however, BTR has gone dramatically changed things since their heydays. So maybe reserve some side of a little bit reserved in that aspect here, because this is a slightly new roster, especially after they picked up HOMEBOIS and Ryzen not in the entire active roster. So I would hold some reservation in that sense. However, I mean, when it comes down to a 4v4 team fight, it doesn't matter who the players are, you just have to get it done.
Yeah, position-wise, it does look like an advantage to BTR. They have more of the high ground as compared to TJB. TJB has one of them at the lower ground with the compound. But it's still the first circle anyway. It doesn't really matter because it might ship away. And that's where we'll see whether they still want to continue on the fight or not, which very unlikely for it to happen, as players, they don't know how many teams are left, but they know how many players are left in the game. And if you see 64, it's obviously still 16 teams. It's not worth to take those fights.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an easy task for BTR though. I think what TJB is trying to do, because they have the high ground in the back end, is Chasin is perching out there as cover fire, and so his friend can play on the low ground. Because if BTR were to overcommit to try and peek below, Chasin's going to get a direct shot. So it's hard. That's why it was a stalemate, and I think both teams just cannot make the push against each other. But we'll see how things play out as the next circle would close in. And it seems to be closing towards the likes of Infinity. Again, another one of those scary teams who has been super consistent throughout this whole event.
Yep, but I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to NFT. They had the circle as well. And they're kind of happy on the left side that there are not many teams going to challenge them on that area. So coming back to TJB versus BTR, looks like BTR, they decide to move, and rightfully so, because they are the team on the outside of the circle.
Oh, shots have been connected though. Is that coming out from TJB? And if that's so, then man, they are pretty sharp on the eyes as well. I mean, they should be. They are right now in the #1 team in the entire overall rankings. However, only second to that is HOMEBOIS Esports at the same 46 amount of points. So still very volatile as we speak in terms of positioning. Oh, he goes Xiao 7 with the tap, does not connect.
I'm looking at the overall ranks, right? So if let's say we take 60 as a cutoff, right? 14, 16. That's all the top 3 teams need. Assuming that they can pull all those points in this round, there is a high possibility that it could be locked in before the final round.
And that's where it kills all the suspense. Ah, man!
Well,
that always happens.
Blame the production for putting the points up there. For us to like, let's analyze it a bit more.
We shouldn't say that. I don't want them blocking it out. I hate not knowing. I hate not knowing.
Like, what if they block out like the top 10 and you go like, no! Now you have to manually count.
They did that though. They did that in
Yeah,
like
they
the
did
official
that.
league. So no, I like knowing. I think knowing is very nice. Players would know. Yeah.
Yeah,
We do.
We do. But what's not nice is, trust me, again, going out early. Remember the rotation he did in the previous round? He was the first one to go out. So it looks like it's going to be deja vu for that guy.
I guess they don't trust him indeed.
Clearly not.
But he's so far out from his friends that he was the conversation like, hey, let me go scout. I won't die. Trust me.
Trust me.
He did it again.
It's like, bruh, we trust you, bruh. Dude, trust me.
Well, he did scout them out. He got info, and now we know like 4 players are there. So I guess I'm not sure what they can do with that information. But well, now GENEXUS, another one, pulling out the same stunt as his friends and allies. They're going their separate path here, and that's the entirety of BTR. He is going into Area 51. The Red Aliens, they're all around here.
Oh yeah, the UFOs. They're somewhere there. Okay, there you go. That's a signal to nope. He's not going to do it, trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah, immediately retreats. WT17 going back to his friends.
Oh.
TJB on the other hand. Second round? Round 2 against FaZe Clan?
I guess FaZe was their kryptonite previously in Sanop. They didn't have to fight against FaZe in a previous matchup. And so I think maybe FaZe is that one team who can put the stop to TJB if given a chance.
Well, if they go up against each other, will they? We don't know yet. The circle's still fairly big. We still have a lot of space to play with, but TJB may need to face up against RSG coming in from behind.
Yeah, it's going to be a sandwich, but FaZe will be helping out the likes of TJB actually, seeing as though that rotation has been scouted out, will be fired down, but pressed. It will that car be, but will not go down anytime soon. So TJB actually made a quick exit, recognizing their foes right ahead of them, and it's just open fields to play around with. It's an impossible entry there. So they will take their fight here, in which RSG Kim has been spotted.
RSG playing from the outside, trying to get into the circle, but some of them still stuck. They need to find a way in, but unfortunately the gatekeepers is TJB, as Thing will get one onto Rex. RSG losing one.
I swear, man, TJB, they're like balanced. Like, I can't find the flaws in them. Like, the way they take fights, it's very methodical. Like, they've thought things through in terms of their positioning and how they're gonna hold things. Meanwhile, the GENEXUS is in some sort of a fight as well. It will be pretty ugly, that one. They've lost one member, not really out and about yet, still on their knees, but that's one member down in this compound fight.
TJB playing some sort of the gatekeeping role. They knew RSG passed by them, so they might think that some other teams might do so as well. BTR, on the other hand, managed to find a way into the circle safely. Still 4 of them still intact. But on the other side, there's the Infinity, another team that they often meet, I'd say. They met many times in the previous SEA Championships, so no alien to each other, despite them being the Bigetron Red Aliens.
Well, we got to see who's superior. A mathematical equation that is a pi, infinity, or the Red Aliens themselves. Some say the aliens created math.
Wow.
But math exists everywhere and within us. It's just a law, right?
Yeah, including on other planets, right? That's how the aliens got to know math. For all you know, we speak the same language. There's math.
We gotta put on tinfoil hats. I think we're straying way too far here. Back down to Earth, in which eagles are flying about. It is Eagle Esports right now. They have the entire skies in their control, and you can see one flying towards them. It's a warning shot. Oh, that was right in front of his face, and that was connect. What a huge blow, that one. A jump shot to end it all. He's on his knees and on his ground and will eventually go down. Gets burned, he says, as well. Eagle Esports, surprisingly, although they serve turkeys for Thanksgiving, it's not the birds that get cooked today.
But Eagle Esports, they'll be happy to take those points as they want to secure the top 3 spot into the next stage. But the circle still favors Infinity. They still have somewhat of the circle. But other than that, Hail is in it.
Oh, man. Hail it's just the hailstorm of lucky days here so far. Well, I wouldn't call it lucky. They did get the circle in Sanhok, though.
True.
Right? And so they're going to get it again. However, Hale have been known to be one of those teams who could shoot. So add that 2 and 2 together, you get an absolutely destructive combo here. Infinity now shooting against the aliens. As red as they may be, they're just a sore thumb in the scene of, well, orange in Miramar. Meanwhile, GENEXUS goes
Snappy.
in. Snappy
Ooh,
gets taken out by a
no.
member of Talent Esports.
Oh, I saw what Snappy tried to do. He tried to come in for another angle, hoping to catch somebody off guard in the middle, but unfortunately, they saw him coming. They knew exactly where to shoot, and Snappy went down. Now it's down to Ferrari against Low. If you were to depend on anyone from GENEXUS to win fights, it's definitely going to be Low.
Unfortunately, it had to be Low U2 getting taken out. These two are what it takes. They're the recipe for success for GENEXUS. And with only Lung on his own, I'm not sure how well they're going to fare against this. And now they might even have time to pick out a member on their own. The boy just crawling into safety. And it seems like they might just get away with a full 4-man squad. Nobody dying in the process. So GENEXUS probably a bit more often than he could chew. Meanwhile, Yuhai going up against the Eagles here. We'll scout them out. That's a warning shot, maybe to stay up on the tree branches or so. Don't land onto the ground where it's theirs to play around with.
You're asking him to go back to Korea, unfortunately. He'll be out, but Eagles, they still have decent amount of points. They are still in this round though, so don't count out just yet. But talking about teams that you don't want to count out is TJB. Gordon being gunned down by one of the team members from HOMEBOIS, but they're not out just yet. At the same time, 1 sec, still playing on the outside of the circle. They need to move quickly as WT17 is on the high ground.
Oh yeah, Eagle Esports definitely busy right now. It's got eyes on some of these members. That's BTR, Yuhai boy getting taken out by Infinity. Meanwhile, Eagle Esports has got problems of their own here. It seems like they have been shooting. I believe that was probably BTR Luxy. Oh, there we go.
Newsy, he ain't snoozing to secure that elimination point to Twans. And Low gets a win onto Ferrari. Low won that fight, but he's not done yet. Looking at the elimination point or the elimination feed, HOMEBOIS trying to go for the high ground. RSG, they are sharing the same compound as Hale.
What happened to TJB?
Low gets 2.
Yeah. What happened to TJB? They lost the member and now he's back up, and they have this in the high ground, that the compound they were holding on to, theirs to play around with, and it's quite of a good vantage point, I'd say. Meanwhile, Lung, as great as he will finally bow out here for GENEXUS. 1 elimination, so he hard carried that teammates. But look at TGB and the compound they get to play around with. They even have 1 member already deployed down in the low ground to come in with some flanks. So HOMEBOIS, how are they going to take this fight?
Oh, HOMEBOIS and TJB again. This is like almost a deja vu of the previous round. But let's see. The circle, who will favor, looks like goes to NFT. The team that needs all the points, all the luck they can get in this round.
Oh, the HOMEBOIS don't want to fight. They want to immediately make their way into the circle. They know they can be the gatekeepers here, but them moving into circle would just expose themselves to getting gunned down. Meanwhile, Talent Esports, they taken a couple of members of their own. Marjin is make the move onto this hangar, this silo here. Can they make things work here? Marjin, can they be the cleanup crew that they so desperately need to be?
Oh, Loki. Okay. Oh, Eagle Esports out, but they're not out without anything. They managed to get 3 elimination points now, putting focus on the Loki. He knows someone's on the other side. Loki shoots, but Luki goes down despite the preemptive shot. Down to Romeo. Romeo on the left. Romeo will get 1 for himself, but on the right, can Romeo do it? No, he can't. Chai Daolan is there to take down Romeo, and Romeo must die.
That is Marjin Esports, and well, in the story, Romeo did die, I think, alongside with Juliet.
No spoilers, man.
Wait, Romeo and Juliet?
Bruh, it's a season of no spoilers. Don't do it.
But that's an old tale, right? And then they revive themselves, which is something we know that's going to happen in the next map.
Okay. Oh, they did that?
Yeah. You did. You have never read Romeo and Juliet, man.
What?
You've got childhood to catch up to.
I definitely do.
Actually, I think it was Juliet that played dead.
Bruh.
And then Romeo never showed up. Yeah.
Bruh.
So, okay. You know what? No spoilers. Meanwhile, this is the highlight of the evening here. TJB now going up against HOMEBOIS. a battle in which we've seen many a times now, but the tables have turned. Is now FaZe does position themselves right next to TJB. Could be the thorn in the bush here. For them, a sore thumb to try and push onto HOMEBOIS while FaZe is just knocking on their side windows. And so it's not going to be an easy thing to do. Meanwhile, HAIL Esports, die hard, seemingly going down pretty easy, jumping straight at the bullet. And now that would be, oh, member of FaZe getting taken out. That's BR11. 5-kill streak dominating by the side of HAIL Esports, just raking in the points. Meanwhile, Talon Esports going up against Light Glue.
Oh, Light Glue. Ooh, unfortunately, they couldn't stick together well enough, and they'll be taking out Light Glue. 10th place for them. No elimination points, Light Glue. Still stand a chance, but we need to see the overall chance later on how's it like HOMEBOIS. They're playing by the edge of the circle. The circle will shift next. 6 elimination points for Talon, being eliminated at 9th place.
Look at that. TJB has broken into compound of HOMEBOIS, though. They are down on level floor, level playing field, which means FaZe cannot not come in as a third party, as they are on the other side of the map. Actually, still very much possible. What am I talking about? They're just across the entire rocky dunes. So, well, getting shot down right now. It seems that FaZe, they had the upper ground, a higher ground to play around with. How did they, at TGB, they just keep surprising me. A nade gets tossed on forward. Unfortunately, trajectory is wrong. They could just, well...
Xiao, is he going to go for it?
Ooh, please, just go up. Xiao7, go up with the jump. Nice. Ooh. Nade on forward. It's a smoke, I think.
Oh, that's a stun grenade. It's a stun grenade. And against what? Oh, wait a second. What? Oh, he still managed to get it. But the shot came from behind. Who was it? It was Tom from HOMEBOIS taking him out. But the stun grenade was on point. You don't see many people using the stun grenade. That's how you do it.
Wow, that was one way to really stun the entire audience here. He got it. He clutched out against 2 in that moment. Man, that was impressive. TJB, they may be bound out, but they've done spectacular so far, which means HAIL Esports looking like the better half. Actually, HAIL has already bowed out as well. What am I saying? So, NFT, your goal might be coming true. Your prediction of the stock market might be coming true here.
Oh yeah, they have the compound, they have the circle at the same time. Now they need to defend against HOMEBOIS, who's trying to move in. Tam without a vehicle being exploded. Small boy will be got on by Master Fame. At the same time, John will get one for himself. Just a pixel shot there. Managed to take down Tam.
Yeah, it's looking like NFT Esports might just hit onto a bull run soon enough here, as this is looking like every environment, every situations for success for them. NFT just picking up bits and pieces from the sidelines. Already 5 kills on their name. And now they're center side of the circle. Everyone else playing from the open. Everyone's just pushing into impenetrable fortress at this point.
Oh yeah, NFT 5, but they need more. Let's see if they can farm more. But the maximum that they can find at this point is 4 eliminations left. So maximum they can go is 10 eliminations in total. Definitely will take that, but let's see if they can secure all of them. Now HOMEBOIS start to move in the long range, coming in from Lippy, and Lippy gets one. But Lippy will secure the elimination point. Looks like he will, and HOMEBOIS out in 4th place. 3 elimination points for them, and NFT definitely will secure this chicken dinner. Only 2 left from the other side.
My God, they call you a chartist because you've read this one well. NFT Esports might just have their way back into contention, especially with another game still left in the day here. They can try and make things work with a miracle run here, but they have to close it up off with the maximum amount of points for these next 2 maps. This one and the ones after this. Can they do it? Can they break into the top 3 position and qualify onto the SEA Championship?
Yeah, we need to see what happens. We need to tabulate the scores, but let's leave that for later as we see NFT in a prime position. Okay, now the circle move into no man's land, but then again, they have a full squad. They just need to go all out onto one of them, and then they can go out onto the other. It's not too hard of a task for NFT at this point.
They're not too far from the circle too. They can't just hold in this house until someone has to make the eventual push. Seeing as though they are smack dab in the open, these 2 other teams, GENEXUS and LIT. They don't have much to work around with. They can't even send one guy to go out scouting with his vehicle buggy. They just have everything in the books here. But Master Vape Is he going to be the one that kicks it in the butt to kick the NFT's bucket?
Well, now it's the battle for the second place, right? Obviously, but for Hoswan, wait a second. Okay, he's coming from behind, he's trying his luck, but Master Wave goes out. So Hoswan from Lit will definitely secure second place. First place, it's out of the bag. I mean, NFT still a full squad. They just need to rush at one person. There's no way they're gonna drop the ball.
Well, he is tanking the blue zone. He's just healing up. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, they can do absolutely nothing and still get away with it at this point. But this somewhat tells you the mentality of a team, right? Congratulations, NFT Esports getting themselves a one-way ticket or a game changer of a game here to maybe keep them in running for the top 3 position.
Yeah, it's a maybe right now. It depends on what happens in the next round. They need to pull off a big one in the next round as well. But anyway, irregardless whatever happens, you still go home with this poster, winner chicken dinner for NFT Esports, and you pull out this poster up against all those teams that we just mentioned. This is still a big achievement, whatever happens, irregardless.
Yeah, but like I was just mentioning, right? Like you can tell a team's mentality because with one player left in the map, still NFT Esports don't dare to go push out and actually try hunting things down, which more of the aggressive teams would have done. So maybe coming into the next game, they might have to keep to the same formula or might have to even go out guns blazing to make sure they get that maximum points. But that is all said and done once it is over right now. That was match number 4. Take a look at the highlights in case you missed it.
And welcome back from our second last match, or the 4th match of the day in Miramar, and the winner definitely went to NFT Esports. But I'm not sure if it is enough for them to push it all the way to top 3 because they are currently at the second page of the overall ranking. So I'm not sure if it is enough for them at all. But let's hope that the next match they would probably, progress and show us as much as they are progressing in this 4th match of the day. So I just sometimes hope that these kind of things will come in a bit late, like sooner than later just now, because there are a few teams who already kind of had the lead in a sense, and a few of the teams who are in top 6, they are trying to push into top 3, but getting too soon, a little bit early. So it's really hard to say and hard to see these teams who are struggling to get into the top 3, because currently I think still at the top 3 is going to be just the same teams that will rotate in and out, whether they are number 1, 2 or 3, at least Eagle, Hale and also TJB, who is still performing all the way till the 4th match today. So I'm not sure. I'm definitely seeing there's a lot of progress coming in from all these teams that we are saying, but there are teams who are not progressing also, or probably the plans did not turn out the way they want to. PTR tried to do another rotation, another formation. It did not happen again, getting 3 of them out quite early. So it's really sad to see that a few of these players, we might not be seeing them in the Southeast Asia Championship, but there's a lot of these new bloods, especially Hale, who are totally new, and we have yet to see them as compared to all of these seasoned players that we've seen back-to-back every season. So probably it's time for change of breath, just like what happened to PMPL GPH and also some of these other regions. There are new bloods in the making and they are showing us with a good performance. But let's go and take a look into the match rankings right now. And how did NFT Esports get themselves a chicken dinner with 8 elimination points, giving them 23? How they kind of stayed into the compound and managed to get as much as elimination points as they can. But at number 2, we've got LIT with 17 in total. Number 3 is GENEXUS with 12 in total. Number 4 is HOMEBOIS with 11. RSG at number 5, 11. TJB at number 6 with 7. T2I or Talent at number 7 with 7. Hail at number 8 with 7. Infinity at number 9 with 6. FaZe at number 10 with 5. VOIN with number 11 with 5. Marjin at number 12 with 3. Eagle Esports at number 13 with 3. Light Glue at number 14 with 2. BTR and GENEXUS at number 15 and 16 with only 1 from the previous match. So it's really hard to see a few of these teams. In fact, we are looking into the brothers at the bottom tier right now in this particular match, which is BTR and also Biu. So, you know, there is this meme going on like Yuhai and Biu used to be from the same team and they are like brothers in blood. I mean, in a way, you know, they are brothers in the game. So they wanted to meet each other in the play-in. But so far, we have yet to see BTR meeting up with GENEXUS at all. At least for rotation-wise, not yet. But we've got the MVP, which is Kenan from VOIN. This is an Indonesian team. Finally getting into an MVP at least with 631 damage, 4 elimination points, with 122 longest distance elimination and a huge team contribution. So he's a fragger, but at the same time, he's contributing a lot to the team as coming into when it comes to, you know, flanking and rotation. Plus, we did see VOIN trying to be consistent. We did see them performing ever since Sandhawk all the way till the 4th match. But right now, this is the overall ranking. Again, like I said, the top 3 will not move at all. It's still TJB, Hail, and Eagle Esports. Though the points are, I would say, for TJB and Hail is a draw, guys. Before Chicken Dinner, each 53 total points. But I would say because TJB gets a better ranking point, so they got themselves at number 1 as compared to Hail, who only have 21 survival points, but their elimination points is crazy. Like I said, they are less eliminators or dominators currently in the match today. But the teams that we are really concerned of is actually teams from page number 2. Like I said, NFT, I don't think that's enough for them to push all the way to top 3 because of that chicken dinner and that particular compound that they kind of withhold. They definitely need another good game for them to push all the way again. At least about, we're looking at 53 here, a number for them to climb up. They need to have at least 25 points or at least 30 points. It's crazy. It's only one more game left in the wrangle. So they have to eliminate half of the lobby in order for them to get into the top 3. So definitely they win themselves that poster chicken dinner, but I hope that action came in a bit sooner if they want to get themselves into the top 3, at least for the Indonesian region. But it's okay, we are seeing that as a performance for NFT. But now let's break it down. Let's see how did NFT win this chicken dinner. They started over in La Coberia. We did see the circle closing over all the way to the west side, and they made the rotation, closing into the crater fields, looking into teams rotation from all over the areas. If you realize, they are taking all the way high points, you know, like vantage points, trying to see and overlook people's rotation. They were doing a lot of springs coming closer to Monte Noivo, because the circle eventually closed near the area of Monte Noivo, down a little bit, I would say, south side of Monte Noivo. So it was, I would say, an okay circle, but because the circle kind of have this all the way shifted to the west, so a lot of these teams have already made that early rotation. But because of lootings and stuff, and they kind of collided with each other a bit earlier than usual, so that's the reason why a lot of these teams had to go through a lot of hassles in order for them to get in. But HOMEBOIS again managed to get into the top 5. They get into the circle yet again, but unfortunately they did not get to, you know, counter off a lot of battles, and plus you can get to see HOMEBOIS undisturbed at all, being at the perimeters. But other teams is spotting them on the other side. So it is definitely, I don't know how to say this or break it down for HOMEBOIS rotation. It is definitely an okay situation, but they don't have the firepower, or at least the information for them to bring down teams that is coming into the where they are. But now look into Marjin, who is pushing into T21. They are playing at the perimeters. They are trying to eliminate players or teams that is currently outside of the circle. This is circle number 5. So like I said, the circle eventually end nearby Monte Noivo. We can see Light Glue, who is comfortably over in the compound, but then again, these are the people who are not in the circle yet. So a whole lot of these teams had to do the subtraction, the early subtraction, or eliminate all these teams in the early part of the circle before they eventually get into where NFT is. And NFT, they did not have to budge at all. They had the only compound in the final few circles, so they just, all of them stay put in that particular building. They just get to see rotations and a little bit of that movements. That's one thing about NFTs, I would say. The alert of the players, they managed to see just a little bit of Bart, and they did a little bit of tapping, and Bart went down immediately, similarly to how Master was being spotted also along the areas. And we can see Lit, who's trying to get into the circle, but then again, we all know that the compound was heavily used by NFT, and that's the reason why they get themselves a chicken dinner at this point of time, because they managed to get into this compound first. They got themselves all the angles covered, so it's definitely difficult for teams to come in. Any point of movements, they will just spray it down. In fact, we did see how HOMEBOIS tried to push in, where even though they didn't get so much contest at all, they had TJB in front, they had FaZe Clan, but these two teams couldn't see them. But because they pushed in, kind of, I would say the timing wasn't as nice, and plus they were looking at survival instead. They were trying to, Iron Pro came by to where, if I'm not wrong, Trixie or someone was actually going down. He came by and he got eliminated straight away by NFT. So that is something that I would say it would rather be better if he would go for the circle and try to keep that survival point. So unfortunately for that, did not happen for HOMEBOIS. But NFT, with a good discipline, they did not come out from the compound. They just had to guard the compounds, and that's the reason why they get that chicken dinner at the very last minute. Even though the points is not enough for them to push all the way up to top 3, let's hope that they can perform even further for the last match of the day. So before we see the last match of the day over in Erangel, we'll take a quick break and I'll be right back.
Sometimes having chicken dinner is not easy. Finding targets is not easy. Shooting accurately is not easy. And you don't even have a second chance.
But sometimes, having chicken dinner is not as hard as you think. Now, in PUBG Mobile Aftermath, you have a second chance to fight. Nearby audio markers will appear on the minimap and the main screen. All firearms are equipped with an AC core module and the new scope by default, which greatly enhances the aiming and handling of firearms. Aftermath, not hard to have a chicken dinner.
From ordinary to extraordinary. there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hi everybody and welcome back, and you are watching the PMPL 2022, the play-ins. So we have been watching this is coming to our last game already, and currently the top 3, you have already seen the overall rankings. It's not moving ever since game number 4, and I am Sis Jenny, your analyst today and your host. So if I'm not mistaken, it was still Hill, and then we've got Eagle Esports, and of course we got TJB. So it's either one of these teams will go into the top 3 eventually, because the rest of the other teams, they need to find something to push themselves up into the ranking. Because if I'm not mistaken, Hill and TJB are having that draw points, 53. So that's the point that they are looking at. And plus, for teams that is trying to push up, the teams that is at number 3, the team that is at number 3 is, if I'm not wrong, is Eagle with 37 or something like that. Or is it 41? And then after that, Infinity is with 37. So it's quite a drastic number, I would say, for them to push up, at least to have 10 elimination points or win that chicken dinner eventually. For them. So it's really hard to say for the teams that is trying to push up into the top 3, but we can somehow already see and say that at least a confirmed team that might go into the top 3 is at least Hill and TJB from Wildcard and Hill from Thailand. So for these other teams, they need to do a lot of effort, especially NFT, who just got their momentum in the previous match, getting themselves that chicken dinner. They need to eliminate half of that lobby in order for them to get into the top 3, because to what I know, the points is not enough for them to get into the top 3 for now. So all of these teams, I'm not sure what's going to happen to the last match of the day. We might see crashing, we might see teams looking for one another, we might see them just, you know what, we're not going to get in, let's just play as the best game ever. So there might be disturbance for a lot of these teams who are trying to keep themselves into the top 3. At least I would say right now, the number 3 place is up for grabs, not number 1 and 2, because the points is it's big of a difference. It's 50 plus as compared to 30, at least the number that we are beginning with, because at number 3 is 41, and after that is a big jump to 37. So yeah, it might kill a lot of these movements for these teams who wants to catch up into number 3. So teams like Infinity will have to fear and how are they going to push back up, because right now they are at number 4. So they need to try and catch up with Eagle Esports, or at least get themselves a chicken in the... It might just change the situation right now, but I don't know, guys, because it's really hard to tell for the number 3 spot. And also for the regions that are playing in tonight, might not just get that top 3 position for the play-in. Maybe we're looking into an Indonesian team and also Malaysia. I did see a Malaysia team who is at number 6, and I don't know if they are at number 5. But they will need to get a chicken dinner in order for them to at least make it very close to number 3. So it's hard to say. Definitely we need your support still to support all your teams, and especially we're looking into all these teams are seasoned teams, seasoned players. They've been here since a whole lot of these players. We have seen them before. The names are familiar to us, and we do want to see that they give us the best performance, at least for the last match of the day that we will be witnessing over in Erangel. So far, the Erangel match that we've seen earlier, the circle was okay, flight route was equal. I'm not sure for the last Erangel. It might just be another deja vu effect for what happened in Miramar. The first Miramar, it was typically hard shift, and then the second Miramar was easy, and then the for our second rank, I'm not so sure. But let's go and look into this graphic that we have, this elimination and damage. So NFT produced a lot of this damage, 1,474, holding up to that compound. But guys, look into this damage currently. We are seeing an equal number of these teams bringing at least about 1,000 damage. We are looking into Hale, we're looking into FaZe Clan, who is merely stepping onto that 1,000 points. Similarly to Infinity. And then we're looking at Talon with 1,667. And then we're looking into also Marjin, who has been performing. So a lot of these teams, we have been seeing them consistently performing, giving the damage, giving the elimination points, giving that good rotation. So it's definitely a lot to say for some of these teams who have been progressing ever since game number 1 and all the way up till now. We're about to witness the last game of the day. But these are the eliminations that they have been showing. Definitely is a challenge for a lot of these teams. We're looking into a sneak peek of the how will Southeast Asia Championships be like. But this is our most damage for the players. We are looking to VOIN, Cannon, Tony K, who currently is in the bot right now. It's been a while since we've seen him. We've seen him a lot in the last season. But this time he's coming up with 578. And also RSG came with 104 from RSG itself. So this is at least something for them to take home and bring up the trophy for them. This is the only time, because we know that they are pretty much far from top 3. And this is our matches we have seen so far. Number 1 won by Hale from Thailand, TJB from the wildcard with match number 2 with Chicken Dinner, Eagle Esports match number 3 from Vietnam, and match number 4 NFT from Indonesia with the 4 match. We're still waiting for one more region who have yet to make a Chicken Dinner, which is Malaysia. So hopefully this last match might be won by a Malaysian team, but I might just curse it, I might just jinx it, and let's just hope and see if this is going to be your favorite teams that will eventually make it into top 3 or at least get themselves a Chicken Dinner. It's really hard to say, but I'm definitely happy to see this, because it's like I said, it's giving us the heat before that Southeast Asia Championship. So before we fly into the last match of the day, let's look into some of the promotions that we have over in Tencent games or PUBG Mobile. We've got the skeletal core, and this is definitely a good cosmetics for you for your M16 collection. So it says that it's power up in darkness. I'm not sure if it's glow in the dark, but it might be glow in the dark. So it's the Hunter of the Night. So TikTok skeletal core fires in full force. I'm not sure what kind of force is that, but I'm seeing a little bit of that backpack probably. You guys gotta check it out. And this is your last chance to do some redemptions. Try to redeem yourselves. All these gifts that is giving out over in the Golden Moon Reunion, where you need to finish missions to get tons of reward. I finished a few of the missions. I managed to exchange the Golden Lantern, I would say, tickets into that Lantern backpack, which I kind of eyed from Loyu, if I'm not mistaken, or it could be Lung. Yeah, Lung was carrying that from GENEXUS. I kind of saw it, and then I wanted it so bad, so I went in to go and redeem and exchange and got myself that Lantern back. It's a permanent one, okay guys? So do as what I said for you to do it, and you might just get yourself lucky. So with all these redemptions, this is for you to up for grabs. Do it now. Open your PUBG Mobile and claim it while watching the match. And this is going to be our last match of the day, flying into Erangel. And casters are ready to take over and tell you the story. And probably after this, you will know who is going to be the top 3 teams who will eventually make it out for the Southeast Asia Championships. So let's pass the mic to our awesome captain. Let's go.
Yes, we are finally getting down into it. It is a single moment of clarity left before we will clear up the smoke and find out who is the top 3 teams moving on forward for the SEA Championship. In case you didn't know, you're watching the 2022 Southeast Asia Championship play-in spring. My name is Keith, and together with me, Sir Cloud on the desk.
Oh man, can't wait to get this final round going. And the final round happened to be played in the most balanced map, which is Erangel. And we saw in Erangel earlier on that TJB, they were a menace in the map. So keep your eyes on that team. Definitely super consistent. But what else is super consistent is the performance of our sponsor for today, which is our official smartphone partner, Realme, with the GT2 Pro. And of course, this year, Realme as a tech trendsetter will be partnering with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with the best in-class product, which is the GT2 Pro itself.
Yeah, only the best for the rest here. We wouldn't be pushing it if we don't swear by it. I think that was at least I thought what I had in mind here. I haven't owned one myself. Soon to be. But you got to get your hands on the GT2 Pro. It's one way to get you into the game here. You know what they say, if you want to first start your journey into esports, you got to first be able to play esports. And what better way to do so than get yourself this phone? Capable as it may, it could be you next in the Rising Board and MVPs.
And it could be any one of them to move on to the next round. Now, I'll need to see again, like, how many teams. We need to reanalyze again, like how many teams have that possibility of moving on to the next round. But I guess some teams, they're kind of there when it comes to moving on. But let's see what happens in the final round. I mean, we're gonna keep the suspense as well, right, for our audience.
Yeah, but if we're killing the suspense for ourselves, right? Let's just do that for now. If you're watching, maybe you want to mute us down, or maybe just type down in the comments if you want to participate, right? But for our own sake,
yeah.
Let's assume this last game that the full points would be 15 plus 12, right? The average.
Right.
All right, 15 for the chicken dinner, 12 kills. I'd say that's pretty much the average. So that means you would have at least 5, 6, 7, 27 points from this game alone. So which of these teams needs 27 points to make it in the top 3? I guess we can start working on from there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll be shown that later on the sidebar, unless production decides to like, nope, just when you thought that you can still calculate the points, live's gone, nope, we're just going to pull that off of you. But hey, it's going to be Erangel in the final round. So the last time we saw Erangel, I believe it was a left-sided flight path. So it favored teams on the left side who likes to drop on the left side, but it doesn't favor teams on the right. So hopefully this time we get a different flight path. At least we even up the odds.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity, they did spectacular with 12 kills. But hey, enough of that one. That was the other Erangel. We're going into this one. It's the last one for the day here before we find out on who is the top 3 making their way all the way into SEA Championship. And take a look at the flight path seemingly by the water zone here that separates those Snufka military base and the main island itself.
Oh man, okay, so this is going to be tough for GENEXUS, it's going to be tough for TJB, they like to drop into Yasnaya together, so it's a bit of a challenge, but it's also a challenge for Marjin Esports as well, and FaZe Clan, who likes to drop into Jogo Pool, will need to travel a fair bit, but it's going to be an easy drop here for NFT this time. Don't expect them to go up against the Infinity straight up, but maybe as the circle is shown to us, they might clash with each other. It depends. But yep, I mean, it's all up to the circle next.
Yeah, I mean, if it was anything like the previous game, then NFT probably wouldn't be taking fights to Infinity. However, Infinity is going to be the ones taking fights onto them. So that is one thing to worry about. Maybe if the circle does shift towards the left side of the entire map, then maybe NFT will be spared for the time being, because there's no reason for them to push onto the right-hand side towards Nova or Repno, yeah. So, yeah, like you said, goes down to the circle, and unfortunately for them, it does crosses the path of NFT.
Oh yeah, but this is a circle that favors TJB because they like to drop into Yasnaya, so I'm sure they'll be heading their way there, and it's right smack in the middle of the circle. But same goes for GENEXUS as well. Now that looks like production is kind enough to show us the live score. We can do a little bit of an analysis. TJB 53. Same goes with Hale 53 as well. Well, 60-point mark.
Looking like it, yeah, it's close enough. So close enough. And GENEXUS here, ooh, does not want to get caught out all too soon here, because if they could get themselves that full points of 27 in this match, that could actually qualify them into the top 3 position. So they probably don't want to die out too soon here. So I think well within the top 9, I dare even say top 10, still in contention for that 27 points. If they can get that sort of points in, which is, let's be honest, pretty reasonable thing to do. It's not impossible to get a chicken dinner and 12 kills.
Right. It is. It is possible, definitely. Okay, but to further logify those numbers, right? So let's take the 60-point cutoff point minus 27. So that leaves us with 33. So using that logic, right? Anyone below 33 is out.
Oof.
Using that logic.
Okay.
So that means number 6 onwards is out. Oof. With that logic, disclaimer.
You're really putting a tall order there.
Oh,
However,
Okay. Yep.
if TJV gets up to 70 points,
right, that will pull more points on top.
Exactly. And then the teams below could get away with a lower average and qualify.
Unless like the Eagles and Hill, all of them took majority of the average.
Well, then that's not fair. I'm saying that if just the TGV just exponentially create this gap here, right?
Right.
Yeah, but well,
that will pull down the average of the passing mark. Agreed.
Oh, and talking about averages though, well, it is going to be averagely dead here as the team Talent Esports shot one out onto VOIN and will pay the price. So, well, VOIN did lose one member, so it's a 1-to-1 trade, I do believe. Yeah, Talent and VOIN, they'll each get one of their own. Unfortunately, they're not each other they're not supposed to be the ones killing each other here because now none of them would be benefiting from this outcome.
I know, right? But I'm sure they want points for themselves at the end of the day. They'll be like, okay, for any hope of us going on to the next round, they need to gather like an insane amount of points. Maybe like 20 elimination points plus a chicken dinner might revive their hopes of moving on. So
that's a tall order. 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner.
Okay, in PMPL NYSG PH, like what was the highest eliminations in a single round? Was it like 22 or 22?
Yeah, it's around like 21, 22.
Yeah.
But that was like fair. How do I describe it? That was a once in a blue moon thing that does not come by too often.
Well, some of these teams will hope that the blue moon arrives today, shines upon them.
True. There's always a possibility.
Oh no.
Well, the battle continues, it seems, here. Talent Esports and VOIN. Now, VOIN pushes onto Compound. That's the entirety of VOIN. I don't think he's looking to come out alive on this one, especially when it's 2 or 3, actually, with the cover fire coming in. That is a 3 against 1, but now backup has made its way around. A little bit too late here. VOIN's got the flank side covered.
Oh, nice!
Pays the price, it seems. And now he's going in for the peek here. Tries to secure. Unfortunately, it seems like he's the one who's going to bow down. They try to make the movement in. It's Ferrari driving, not a Ferrari, and trying to wiggle his way through this. Jump shots for days, but unfortunately, it's just the stalemate, and the backup is arrived. Talent Esports, they might have just outplayed themselves here. Down at 16th place.
And that also means that officially we will not be seeing Talent in the next round. They're the first team to be officially eliminated.
Oh, let's do that. I like that. This entire theme on this last game, we will be counting down who's eliminated.
Yeah, why not?
That's one way to create a suspense. So, Talent Esports, you're out.
You're out. Yeah, you're the first one to the finish line.
That's a good thing.
not in this way. Like, you finish first. But it's not the finish that you will want.
You're disqualified.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Brian, though, running across. They do probably see a little bit of his head being peeked out. Maybe not. But, well, Brian will make it across. Infinity will proceed to take control of this bridge point.
Infinity has a 10-point gap with the Eagles. Now, something that we must remember as well, as long as the Eagles are alive, they can still pull away from the Infinity.
That's true.
Yeah, so the Infinity, if they want a better chance, they need to hunt down the Eagles, basically.
That is true. Conservatives would deny.
Yeah, they'll be like, okay, that's your drop spot. I'm coming for you. I'll block you. I'll choke you down.
It's just in case they are out there, animal activists, conservatives. Sir Cloud, make the joke, not me. Anyways, though, NFT makes their way across again because of the nature of the circle. Actually, Infinity chose to spare them, choosing to make a move across the other side of the bridge instead. So, meanwhile, TJB contemplating what they're going to do this map, seeing as though that they are a #1. Thinking that maybe that let them be a bait or something, just sticking there in wide in the open. I don't know what's going through their heads, but nobody do. Because it's their first time within this entire scene. in the wild card. And they're just absolutely leaps and bounds above the rest.
Yeah, I mean, TJB... imagine this, right? If TJB didn't lose to FaZe Clan in round number 1,
that
they
would
have
scary.
Yeah, technically, they might have a 60-point mark by now. Or they might have touched the 60-point mark.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, considering that, okay, imagine if they won against FaZe Clan that time. It's 4 points. That brings them to 57.
And they get placement points on top of that.
Yeah, just a few placement points and they are 60. And that secures their routes. And if you take that, the 60-point logic, right, it would create a 23-point gap with Infinity.
That's that's a huge gap.
Yeah, so that's why 60 is the cutoff point in my rough logical calculation.
Well, thank God you're here, because I wouldn't do that math, not one bit. Yeah, meanwhile,
there you go.
Circle has closed in further, as we can see School somewhere smack dab in between here, and the entire open yard for farm, I guess. And meanwhile, they'll be shooting down in each other here. It's TJB up against GENEXUS, two of the more aggressive teams from their own respective leagues here. It is the NYSG PH up against the wild card, and it is an aggressive one indeed. They spot out each other surely. Good Wodong, he saw one. But unfortunately, the grenades didn't connect. And look at how disciplined they're playing. They're never over-committing. They know that there are potentially flankers coming in from their sides here, so they're never really overextending themselves, and this is the kind of discipline we know about TGB, or at least how they're playing similarly to like teams in the China region.
Yeah, and just look at their positioning, right? Like one person's on the left, on the high ground, one person on the other side. They basically got GENEXUS surrounded, and they have a lot of information through this kind of positioning. But now we move over to NFT versus HOMEBOIS. Oh no, another team's about to be eliminated.
Oh, it's coming. It's happening sooner than you think here. NFT cooks up a nade. HOMEBOIS immediately tricks, position himself on the outskirts. Gets one. Drawn. Peeks up a little too far. And, well, Trix has got the hit marked and shoots one down. Meanwhile, Infinity, would they look to get into their own sort of confrontation as well? I think they might have seen the rotation coming out from LIT. But a bit too far to do damages. However, VOIN is more reasonable than not here to be shooting against in a matchup.
NFT and HOMEBOIS still fighting though. We can see a knee toss through the window. Livik going out, and Livik trying to finish off HOMEBOIS, and HOMEBOIS, they lost another team member. Livik is still alive though, but 1v1 at this moment. Livik trying to find the last team member of HOMEBOIS, but can't secure that elimination just yet. Now he spawns out where he is. Livik goes in, but Livik goes down.
But surely with the additional members from NFT, they will secure the job. And HOMEBOIS, you are eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, HOMEBOIS officially out there. And it was NFT taking those elimination points, so they bring themselves up to 31, and 31 is a 16-point gap with number 3. That revives their hope of getting into the top 3.
Very, very plausible to say the least. And now FaZe Clan, a team who has so much expectations on their back here, not doing all too hot. However, maybe can they turn this thing around? It's a tall order. They're only 16 points currently, but they will take what they can get. They will hope for the blue moon to rise, and they will try and go for the miracle run that we also, mentioned about. Meanwhile, Eagle Esports though. Oh no, they're the ones in danger, losing their number 3 spot. This is Eagle Esports up against the rest of FaZe, and that'll be 1 member down from Eagle Esports, leaving the 3 left to play crippled.
Well, the good news for Eagle Esports is that 2 of them are still alive. So Korea as well as Chua, they're making the rotation on the right, going to pass through Yasnaya, but the circle goes further down. Eagle Esports, if they get eliminated somewhere around this point, that gives hope for teams to take over their spot.
And it's a very possible thing to do.
Yeah,
Infinity 10 points away. You give the 15 and 12 onto GENEXUS, they could do it. RSG could do it too.
Yeah, man, it could be a miracle run. But okay, let's look at this team that's almost secured. TJB gets one to Coco. They are not stopping despite them currently on the first place.
How does TJB do it? They're so sharp on their shots. Immediately it connects and you take one member down. That was just a couple of shots being released the moment they realized that they were going into a cross path. This team is on another level, that's for sure. I mean, don't take my word for it. Go take the entire history of S tier tournament.
That says it all, right? I mean, these teams, they're used to going up against global champions season after season. No surprises that they're currently on top.
Oh, this is just another walk in the park for them. But wait, Hail Esports, they're from Indonesia and they're doing pretty well for themselves. So could they maintain the #1 spot? I'm holding TGB to a different set of standards here. They have to finish at #1.
Yeah,
no less.
Yeah, it's like a second place is like, oh no, it's not good enough for you guys. No, you guys are washing the toilet bowl after this.
That's just like the Asian trauma coming out, manifesting itself.
Yeah, it's like you get 100 marks in your exam or you're nothing.
Yeah, we're Asians, not Bayesian.
Oh, I get that. I get that. Good one.
Meanwhile, Infinity here now against GENEXUS. Ooh, they have eyes up, but it's GENEXUS who's pushing up towards the high ground here. Who's gonna get the better part of the deal? Seemingly only Infinity has got the better spread out, and BTR just cannot get hold of themselves, down in 16th place. If I were to say that BTR is down in 16 like 3 years ago, people would laugh. No one would have believed me.
We were wondering what have you been having behind there?
What do you mean? No, if I were to say that.
Yeah, if you said that, everyone would be like, oh, Keith, dude.
Like,
what have you been having behind there?
What, like, yeah, no one's gonna believe me. They think I'm a madman.
I know, right?
But look at them right now.
It's insane, yeah. At some point you thought, like, okay, if it's NFT, that's like, okay, yeah, fine. But it's BTR. It's crazy to imagine that.
Yeah. Like you have years of experience. If that's the argument point here. Meanwhile, Marjin Esports shooting a bunch of members and FaZe dropping like flies. That's 2 members from FaZe going down here. Marjin maybe looking to make a push, driving across the wheat farms, while the circle currently holds around the area in which they are looking to take control of.
Here we go, 1v1, and Tony K wins that fight against Marnet from Marjin Esports. And Tony K secures another elimination point, but unfortunately FaZe Clan, they're down. Okay, so they can reset still, it's alright. But anyway, just to add more to the suspense of the top 3, NFT is in the middle of the circle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, newfound hope. Newfound hope for them, it seems.
Yep.
Maybe a redemption run, seeing as how they underperformed last season, I believe. Maybe another chance at the SEA Championship could be their way into securing themselves as a solid A-tier tournament or S-tier tournament contenders. And well, we'll just have to see how things play out. Infinity still very well on the inside. Eagle Esports, only 2 members left. Infinity hasn't been raking in numbers of their own as well, so that's not something they should be okay about. Meanwhile, FaZe and NFT, if NFT goes down now, that miracle run could be sealed.
no.
Tony K taking 2 by the staircase, and it's looking like NFT just cannot phase up against this entirety of FaZe Clan.
And it was Tony K versus NFT, and now NFT, they are eliminated.
Oh, and NFT, that miracle runs just got kicked to a curb here. Eagle Esports, though, they are doing damage as a duo. That's all they can play for. And, well, they're doing relatively fine. They're getting more points than the Infinity.
Oh, yeah. And for them to have any hope of going to the next round, they need to keep Infinity out of the top 3. And talking about keeping out of the top 3, looks like Marjin Esports is eliminated as well.
Yeah, and now it seems like, ooh, Hail going up against TJB. It's the top 2. Who's going to come out on top? And as we mentioned, TJB have to have a #1 finish. Nothing less. Die hard. Getting shot here by Tian. Oh, Tingsker, unfortunately not hitting the mark here as he goes down with the prone. Shazin up on the high ground. They need to recollect themselves here as TJB now officially 1 member down. That's 1 point at HAIL Esports. 2 motivations for TJB here. Not to die and give points and to take points for themselves.
I know, right? It's like that extra motivation if they get to win against HAIL because it's very likely they'll see them again in the SEA Championship. But here we go. So it's going to be 3v4. Chaz is still at the front line and they really want to win this fight.
Do they have any nades from the side of TJB? Doesn't seem like it, no. They're not bombarding one through. HAIL has got the utilities. However, 1 member will be coming in from the flank side though. That is going to be Xiao. And another one, I believe. Was it Shazin? No, it's Tingsker. He catches one
here we
out
go.
in the
Flank.
It didn't hit though. It will finally catches onto one, but he's not down and out just yet.
Oh, super duper close at the same time. The blue came in, but TJB, they have 1 more left. And TJB, can they win this fight? Can he clutch this against HAIL?
Surely HAIL saw that one. I believe he saw that. It's a 1v2 situation. Xiao 7 up against HAIL Esports. He saw the head peeking out from the grass, but it seems like TJB might just go in for the revive, increase their chances. But Shazin, he's trying to crawl towards him. Will they make the mistake to go in for the revive here? It's only a matter of time before the rest of HAIL pick each other up, and that is too much of a feat to go up against. Oh, nades, it connects. They're booking their way out of there.
RNJ, hoping for the RNG of the circle to favor them. But hey, I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter for HAIL. No circle, no problem. They can still win the fight. But talking about winning fights, FaZe Clan is in the house.
Yeah, they're pushing on straight forward here. TJB up against HAIL, up against FaZe. They have too much to handle. It doesn't seem likely to not. TJB, but HAIL is taking out the threats as we speak. FaZe crumbling against Sharper. He is going to be shopping for souls at this point as he claims body after body. More points at the side of HAIL Esports. But now HAIL leaving 2 members left alive. And TJB, that is them out.
Oh, but the fight is not over yet as FaZe Clan goes out. And that is it. No more hope for FaZe Clan. And not only FaZe Clan, another team just got eliminated. And that is going to be, I believe it was VOIN somewhere in between. But now we have the top 8. Yes, it's VOIN. So the top 8, they still have a chance though. If you look at the teams that's still alive, and Eagles that's still alive, they need to find where Eagles is and eliminate them first.
Eagles would just need to stay put. Hey, stay on your nest. Don't even show out for, don't show your beaks. All you have to do is play the high ground. And look at that, they're so far from the Ruckus itself. All they have to do is survive. Infinity, eventually they're going to have to deal with someone else. And maybe they might not come out on top. But, oh my god, Eagle Esports, as I mentioned, that they're right in front of Infinity. If Infinity can't get this shoot, this could be very, very good for them.
Oh, Infinity. Yeah, they still have a 4-man squad though. But they need to make sure that Eagles are eliminated. But talking about eliminations, looks like GENEXUS is out. So we will not be seeing GENEXUS in the next round, despite them being so close. Now, there's still hope for Infinity. There's still some sort of hope for RSG as well, depending on how they perform. And talking about RSG, they're going up against Eagles! And Chuan just went down! That's the elimination that they won!
And now only Korea here. Ooh, getting shot tapped, love tapped it seems. Brian takes a grenade, but not enough to kill them all off. He is under the cover of smokes. So Eagle Esports with their last remaining member could try and hold up for a bit more longer here. Infinity taken 1 member down. That is a confirmed shot. They have eyes in the general vicinity, but not specifically as he is covered in smokes right now. RSG eventually has to make the push on over. Or no, Infinity has to make a push on in.
Oh, Newsy wishes that he can finish off the Eagles as Korea is still alive somehow. Small Boy gets Coco from Lit on the other side. But RSG, they need to move. Infinity needs to move as well. Infinity, they still have a full squad, but they need to eliminate the Eagles.
Well, the Eagles faces extinction right now as Infinity, they've done it. They've taken out Eagle Esports, and now it's just a game of catch-up. for them. I'm pretty sure they found out the members that were killed in the process. Now it's all down to raking up the points. RSG going up against Lit. Within compound, shooting in the barrel. Kim does spot on out. Oh, a little bit of a mishap there. Lit, old people, does learn new tricks, and now Infinity, time to go on in hard.
Oh, there's still possibility for the Infinity to get themselves into the top 3. They need to get a chicken dinner, and now Hale starts to move into the circle. Hale now will need to fend off against the Infinity, who's playing by the edge, but GENEXUS is still in this.
Infinity, they have played absolutely well in the strategy this map round. Top 3 position, 4 members left alive. It is looking like the more likely than not for them to walk out with the top 3 finish. Infinity, they can do this. It seems like it should go their way, but now that Lit has got full members up and even a compound, can they even push onto them when they're done fighting against GENEXUS?
Oh, the Infinity, they must get this chicken dinner. There's no negotiation about that. But then again, their chances, it's still 50-50. They still have Lit to deal with. They still have 2 for GENEXUS to deal with. As Loyu comes in spraying on the side of the Infinity. Lo tossing out Nate onto the other side as well. One of them, Lucy, is currently down. Will need to be picked up. The Infinity, at least they're still in the circle.
I think a second place could probably propel them up as well. They're only different by like 10, 12, 15 points, and right now they're closing the gap with already 5 eliminations. A second place, that's 12 points. They might have already made their way onto the top 3.
Oh, but they want to secure the icing on top of the cake. But now Lit is starting to move in. The Infinity, only 1 more active. And Lit is starting to close in. But Lit, they have a full squad. The Infinity, can they pull off this clutch? This clutch will definitely secure. But the name will toss up on the side of Coco. Onto the Infinity. It does land onto Gatuni. But not good enough to take him down. Lit will move in. The Infinity goes out. Lit will secure the final chicken dinner. But this should be enough for the Infinity to move on to Malaysia.
8 kills for the Infinity, plus the 12 points on top of it. That is 20. I'm pretty sure they made it to the top 3.
They have made it. The miracle run.
But hey, we can't steal the spotlight. Lit, my God, congratulations, Lit old people. They got themselves the last chicken dinner of the evening. This is the 2022 Southeast Asia Championship play-in spring. And what a run it has been. The top 2 definitely go in the side of TJB and Hale Esports. But who is in number 3? That is the biggest question. I think it's enough for Infinity.
I think so as well. It's crazy for the Eagles, like considering that they've done so well to hold on to the top 3 for the longest time, Keith. This is insane. Okay, we don't want to spoil it. Let's let the officials do their job and display the official results for all of you guys. But I can't wait to see the final results. Let's go on to highlights before this.
everybody, and welcome back for our play-ins. And we have concluded the 5th game of the day. And I think some of you have already predicted who are the top 3, and honestly, I'm already seeing the picture. It's a total domination from Thailand. It's crazy, guys. But yeah, I am Sis Jenny, your host and analyst for today. I think the teams deserve a huge congratulations. They have tried their best, especially the last match of the day is usually where we get to see all the star players decided to show all their tantrums, their anger. They want it so bad. I definitely see it from FaZe Clan also. They were going in from places to places, territory from territory, trying to, you know, wipe a whole lot of teams, but it did not happen for them. It was not so much points that they got. After that, they got eliminated back into the lobby. So it's a crazy fight so far in the play-ins, but definitely the players did a whole lot of work in order for them to produce and perform today. But unfortunately, only the top 3 teams make it for the Southeast Asia Championship, and we will witness it very soon. Once the graphic shows, you guys will know who are the top 3 that we will be seeing playing alongside with all these other teams who made it for their own respective regions. So it's really crazy, but definitely a showstopper just now. In fact, for a few of these teams, Infinity, who tried to stick like glue, they wanted to dominate, they wanted to get that chicken dinner, but it was being attacked from different areas. Malaysia really had a very close chicken dinner. It was about to happen, it did not happen. It was from RSG, and then after that we still had a little bit of hope from GENEXUS, but it did not click in. So it was crazy fight, but I'm sure it is all worth it at the end of the day for them to at least play the last portion of their PMPL, especially teams who did not make it into the top 3. We have no recap at all for that last match, but we are going to see who made it to the top 3 for our PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. It's crazy fight that we've seen earlier. Circle was pretty much okay, no problem. But I don't know, I wish that this match we see was played earlier because they were more aggressive. They came to a few of these teams, decided to knock on the doors for a whole lot of teams that was, you know, going, scattering around, rotating around. Even though Eagles, who tried to stay alive the longest, they were being beaten up very early in the match. But let's take a look into the match ranking right now and how did LIT get that chicken dinner with 7 elimination points and 22 total points in total. And Infinity, not too far behind, they have 20 in total. I think that's enough points for them to at least go into the top 3. GENEXUS having 15 points. They are currently in number 9. So unfortunately, I don't think that's enough for them to catch up into the top 3 because we have Infinity in the way. Hale with still getting points even though they are already at number 1 with 14. FaZe Clan, who performed so much this round, they have 9 elimination points with 10 in total. Eagle Esports number 6 with 7. VOIN, who has been performing since game number 1 with 7 at number 7. RSG, who merely make it. I think Kim definitely was a showstopper earlier. Just one mistake, he kind of climbed a little bit earlier with 0 elimination points. Unfortunately, GENEXUS with at number 9 with 5, NFT at number 10 with 4, Light Glue at number 11 with 3, BTR at number 12 with 3, TJB being eliminated a bit earlier, but that definitely will still stick to the top 3 positions. But here we go. A person who we don't have to give any introductions. This is FaZe, Tony K, who unfortunately we will not see them in the Southeast Asia Championship for FaZe Clan, and of course Tony K, unless I'm not sure if there's going to be, you know, transfer window. I'm not so sure, guys. I'm just saying. But the damage is 821, 5 elimination points, 3.2 MVP points. We did see how he did kind of crazy. CQC went a little bit ballistic earlier with NFT, wiped out the entire squad. But here we go. These are the top 3 that will make it into the Southeast Asia Championship. It is Hill, Infinity, TJB that we will proceed to the Southeast Asia Championship. And look at the points, it's super close to one another. Eagle Esports had to lose out that spot because they were outnumbered and they were brought back into the lobby, unfortunately, with 54. LIT, who won that chicken dinner, wasn't enough for them to push all the way up to top 3. GENEXUS, the hope for Malaysia, did not make it to the top 3 also with 43. And of course, this is the second page of the day. Teams who we will not see them in the Southeast Asia Championship, but they did the best that they could, especially for teams who won chicken dinners like NFT. They tried their best but got eliminated, unfortunately. So at least we give them a pat on the back and say that, hey, it's okay. We're going to see you guys in Season 6 because it's going to be, I think it's the same kind of teams you will see one more time after Southeast Asia Championship is over. But yeah, this is what we have after 5 games of the crazy play-ins. Our top 3 eliminators will have to go to Team Hale, of course, all the way from Thailand. Hale Shopper with 18 elimination points. How Xuan from LIT with 14, and then we've got Hale RNJ with 11 elimination points. So Hale, don't mess with them. They might be new, but I don't think from the way they are playing, they are like new bloods, because it seems like they know their rotation, they know where to go, they know where to guard, and plus their elimination is so quick, so fast. The target is on point, so it's something to be afraid of, at least for the teams who have already made it into the top 3 for Southeast Asia Championship. This is another team for us to look at. Hale, Infinity and TJB will make it into the Southeast Asia Championship, and we can definitely see a domination from the Thailand teams coming into the Southeast Asia. So obviously we will see Got Sunny, we will see Hale I keep on saying Shopee, it's Shopper, guys. And then of course TJB, a team that has been talked a lot, and we definitely can see that they are the underdogs, at least for this season, for the play-ins. It's crazy good games that we're going to see all these 3 teams. Congratulations once again from us to all these teams who have made their way and proved that they won this spot so bad into the Southeast Asia Championship. So I hope you guys had a blast, and don't be disappointed if your favorite teams did not make it, because guys, it's simply difficult. It's 5 games. Top 3 teams only will have to proceed into the next round. So it's really crazy for all these teams to keep performing. And I think that's all from me. But you guys, don't forget to check out PUBG Mobile social media to keep yourself updated, especially if you're having it offline. And I am Sis Jenny, your host and analyst. We'd like to say thank you so much for your view and your shares and your follow and your subscription. So I'll see you very soon, and good night.